Chapter 2 Chapter 1 Car Accident. Car Accident. The car accident happened on the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. A purple electric vehicle with a sunshade and rain cover crossing the road collided with Jiang Che's black Buick. The electric bicycle was knocked over by the sudden braking, and the middle-aged woman riding it jumped in time and stood in front of the Buick unharmed, her eyes guardedly staring at the man and woman in the car who were covering their foreheads and groaning. She thought to herself that if these two dared to get out of the car and scold her, she would preemptively fall to the ground and convulse. Due to the sudden braking, the soft and comfortable seat belt instantly turned into steel wire, which caused the sternum of the two people in the car to almost break. She hit her head somewhere, but fortunately the speed wasn't fast, or her brains would have come out. Damn, how does this person ride a bike? Jiang Che closed his eyes, covered his forehead, and let out an expletive. He reached out with his left hand to the left door handle to get out, but instead he felt the gear shift, which should have been on his right. He froze for a moment, opened his eyes, and realized that he was sitting in the passenger seat. He looked up in shock and saw Jiang Che in the driver's seat looking at him blankly. He subconsciously shouted, "Hiru?" Jiang Che on the other side answered, and also tried to call out to him, "Jiang Che." After shouting, the two saw disbelief in each other's faces. The woman on the electric bicycle was waiting for a long time to arouse the emotions of the other two people in the car. Seeing that they were sitting still, as if they had been knocked silly, she couldn't help feeling a little hair-raising. Then she glanced at the scratches and dents on the Buick's body, and her heart began to pound. After all, this minor car accident was caused by her crossing the road, right under the camera. She couldn't think of extorting money, and if someone called the police, she would have to pay back. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that these two hadn't reacted yet and quickly run away. She bent down and quietly helped her pick up the electric bicycle, ignoring the broken pieces of the body that had been knocked off, and stubbornly drove off. The two people in the car still stared at each other stupidly, and the cars behind them were impatient. People who didn't know the situation started honking. Hiru gave a start, glanced back at the line of cars behind them, and spoke first, but her voice trembled a little. Switch places, you drive." She had a driver's license, but at the moment she couldn't drive, her head was in a daze. Okay. Jiang Che also reacted, and quickly switched places with her in the car. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the car started up, but the shoes on his feet were women's high heels, and he was not used to stepping on them. He did not dare to drive fast, and slowly turned to the curb and stopped. He tried to open the door and get out of the car, but the high heels did not cooperate at all. He simply took off his shoes and got out of the car with bare feet to check the front where it had been hit. He saw some scratches and a small dent, but there was no major problem. He returned to the car and asked Hiru with a stiff face, "The car is not in big trouble, what should we do now? Should we still go to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Hiru curled up her legs, hugged her arms tightly, buried her face in her trousers, and although her eyes were closed, her senses were extremely sharp. She wasn't dreaming this minor car accident had caused her and Jiang Che to switch bodies. After a long while, she finally responded, "Let's go home first and talk about it." The home that Hiru was referring to was a two-story small building that Jiang Che's parents had built themselves 10 years ago when Lanyang County was changed to Lanyang City. It was located within the school district of Lanyang City No. 1 Primary School, under the Liuxia community. It had a garage, a balcony, and a small vegetable garden. The two had lived here since they got married 7 years ago. Jiang Che carefully backed the car into the garage with bare feet, almost scraping his father's old pickup truck. Hiru's own let go of her hand and looked up. She looked around the garage blankly. Although her head was still in a mess, it was much better than before. She took 2 deep breaths, picked up the bag containing the divorce papers, and opened the door to get out of the car. Jiang Che was almost 1.8 meters tall. She felt a change in the visual angle as she stepped on the ground, and there was a condescending sense of looking down at people and things, which she, at 1.63 meters, had never experienced before. "Ah!" Jiang Che, who was standing across the street, let out a scream after getting out of the car, then held onto the car door and wouldn't let go, her whole body swaying and shaking. "What's wrong?" Hiru walked over to her. Jiang Che angrily complained, "How do you women like to wear high heels? There's no way to walk at all." He thought about going barefoot, but that wasn't an option, so he tried wearing high heels, but he couldn't even take a step. Hiru found it quite amusing to see Jiang Che fuming at her while he was facing her. Seeing that the heels, which he had always worn with ease, were making it difficult for him to walk, she felt better. "You'll get used to them after a few times. Let's go, I have some flat shoes upstairs." Jiang Che had no choice but to reluctantly follow her a few steps. He managed to sprain his ankle, let out a scream, and his tears almost welled up. Hiru turned around, thrust the bag into his arms, suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, and gave him a princess hug. She weighed nearly 100 pounds, and Jiang Che had been working out for years, so it was relatively easy to lift her. Jiang Che's annoyance instantly turned to shame and indignation. Unfortunately, his foot hurt so badly that he could only let her hug him out of the garage. He comforted himself internally, "This is me hugging myself, there's nothing to be ashamed of." Lin Eifang had just pulled the shopping cart to the front door when she saw her son carrying his daughter-in-law out of the garage. Her daughter-in-law's face was red, and her expression was one of anger and annoyance, as if she didn't want to be carried but had to enjoy it. She couldn't bear to watch. "Hiru, if you want to carry her home, you have to carry her in private. What a disgrace in public." There were obviously two people, but Lin Eifang deliberately ignored her son, as if it were all her daughter-in-law's problem. Jiang Che didn't feel anything before, but today, having changed bodies, he obviously felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak to explain, he heard Hiru truthfully reveal, "Mom, he sprained his ankle." Jiang Che looked at his mother, only to see Lin Eifang repeatedly shaking her hand. "If you sprained your ankle, just walk with support. It's not good to be seen like this, it's not good." "Oh." Hiru obediently let go of Jiang Che, allowing his lower body to fall freely. His foot in the high heels slammed onto the ground, but his upper body was held firmly. Jiang Che groaned in pain, his back breaking out in a layer of sweat. He subconsciously clutched Hiru's clothes, but in fact, he wanted to clutch the flesh inside the clothes. "There is Yunnan Baiyao in the medicine chest, spraying it can provide relief. Don't wear those high heels." As Hiru helped Jiang Che into the house, Lin Eifang chased after them, exhorting. "I know." Hiru answered loudly, then looked down and whispered sarcastically to Jiang Che, "Look how much your mother cares about you." Seeing that her daughter-in-law could still walk, it seemed that the injury was not serious. Lin Eifang let her mind drop, pulled the cart to the home of Grandma Zhang diagonally across the street, and gathered with her old sisters to select vegetables. As soon as she entered the house and touched the back of the sofa, Jiang Che threw off Hiru and limped into the sofa, gritting her teeth. "Hiru, you're ruthless." Hiru sneered, "Did you hurt your brain when you sprained your ankle? Who's really ruthless, you or your mother? I was hugging you, but your mother told me to let go. I can't disobey her, after all. Besides, I'm the one who fell, not you. I've suffered a lot to maintain the image of a dutiful son who listens to his mother." While she was talking, she took out the family first aid kit from the closet and handed it to him. "Here, find the spray yourself." Jiang Che was in pain and anger. "You are sharp-tongued, I can't argue with you, come over here and spray the medicine for me." "Can't you do it yourself? We're getting a divorce, who cares about serving you? Besides, I'm now treating you the way you treated me before, no problem." Hiru took off his jacket and shoes, put on a pair of flip-flops, snuggled comfortably into the sofa, and played with his phone in his usual posture without even looking up. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Little Cotton Padded Jacket. This scene is quite familiar. Jiang Che looked on in a daze. Usually, as long as there were no social engagements, he would come home and collapse on the sofa, brushing his phone, or go upstairs to play computer games. He felt tired everywhere, and didn't even want to speak. He didn't care about anything at home, and since he had parents like Hiru, he didn't need to worry. As for his daughter, Hiru is a kindergarten teacher, so she basically takes care of her. He knows that his daughter goes to Lanshan No. 3 kindergarten, but that's about it. When he thinks of his daughter, she immediately pops up. "Mom, you're home." Zhang Jiyu, a little girl, stayed home with her mother today because she had asked for leave from kindergarten. She heard her mother and father's voices, ran downstairs quickly, shouted "Mom" and threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. Jiang Che was a little overwhelmed, picked up his daughter with her feet up, kissed her twice, and beamed, "My good little you." But then he saw his daughter's head twist, her expression changing to one of routine. She turned her head and shouted "Daddy" to Hiru, who was playing with his phone on the sofa, before quickly turning her head back. "Hey," Hiru said, looking up at the back of his daughter's head and responding, and then glanced at him with a meaningful look. Jiang Che realized belatedly and his cheeks flushed uncontrollably. "Mom, what's wrong with your foot?" Xiao Yu didn't see the undercurrents between the adults, and she was distressed to touch her mother's foot. Jiang Che looked down at his daughter's worried little face. This was the first time his daughter had been so concerned about him, and his anger suddenly turned into a tingling feeling of happiness. He heard his voice soften. "I sprained my foot accidentally and I'm just about to spray medicine on it. It hurts, doesn't it? I'll get you some medicine. Little cotton padded jacket was clumsy as she opened the medicine chest with all her heart. What a good girl. He had never seen his daughter so adorable. Jiangqi grinned foolishly, and as he continued to smile, he suddenly realized that it wasn't him that little cotton padded jacket was being affectionate towards, and his heart felt a little bad about it. Hiru glanced at Jiangqi's complex expression in the corner of her eye, and disdainfully pursed her lips. This is her daughter, whom she raised with her own hands, her favorite little treasure, a good child who knows how to love. You just realized how cute your daughter is. Unfortunately, it's too late, and she'll definitely take your daughter away. Jiangqi didn't want to let Xiaoyu do it, so he took the spray of Yunnan Baiyao himself, and the little guy sat next to him obediently watching. There was a small vegetable garden behind the Jiang family's back door, so the back door was repaired, and now it was gently opened. Grandpa! Xiaoyu, with her sharp eyesight, saw Jiang Dai enter through the back door, clutching a handful of freshly pulled green onions. Hey, isn't Xiaoyu in kindergarten today? Jiang Dai saw that his three-member family was together on a weekday, which was a bit unusual. He had gone out early in the morning as usual to have breakfast with his old friends, and had just returned. Seeing that the spring onions were growing well, he had plucked a bunch. Today I'm off work. Mom hurt her foot, so I'm helping out instead of Dad. The 6-year-old's words were very clear. Jiangqi's hand paused as he sprayed the medicine, and he looked up awkwardly and called out, Dad. Really? Let me see. Jiang Dai looked down at his daughter-in-law's ankle and made a diagnosis. It looks fine, not serious, just rest for a couple of days after spraying the medicine. Then he told Xiaoyu, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I don't need to. Look, your mother can spray it by herself. We are good children, we can't say anything bad about our father. He had a smiling expression and was amiable. Jiangqi felt that his father's words sounded a bit strange. He looked up at Hiru and saw her bowing her head and playing with her phone, not even raising her eyelids, exactly like her old self. Jiang Dai said a few more words to let his daughter-in-law rest well, then went into the kitchen with his hands full of spring onions. He was bored after retirement, so he recently joined an elderly cooking group. Every few days, he has to show off his cooking skills. Although the taste is not great, he always gets a lot of likes for the photos he posts, which gives him great inner satisfaction. Mom, Xiaoyu leaned close to Jiangqi's ear and whispered, Grandpa's cooking is not delicious. Jiangqi subconsciously wanted to scold his daughter, but seeing her clever and quirky little expression, he couldn't bear to. Okay, don't let Grandpa hear. This is our secret, Grandpa won't hear it. Xiaoyu was very confident. Jiangqi was jealous again. Hiru and his daughter actually had secrets to tell each other, and he was the one who had to borrow Hiru's light. Thinking about the strange and weird things that had happened to the two of them, who had suddenly switched bodies, he quickly finished treating his foot, put on his shoes, and called out to Hiru, let's go upstairs to our room and discuss this. Hiru put away her phone and came over to help him. The layout of the second floor was similar to that of the first floor, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. The only difference was that the kitchen had been converted into an open-plan balcony, which was used for storage and laundry on one side, and where Hiru had planted a lot of small plants with her daughter, as well as keeping a rabbit and 2 parrots. Because of the small animals, Lin Afang had often resented Hiru, and if it wasn't for her daughter's support, she would have given them away long ago. Xiaoyu, go take a look at the rabbit and parrot, I'll help her inside. Hiru told her daughter to go. Xiaoyu was worried, Dad, will you take care of Mom? Jiangqi was ashamed. What kind of existence was he in his daughter's heart? Hiru smiled and patted her daughter's head, don't worry, I can take care of her. Xiaoyu nodded and flew to the balcony like a swallow. Hiru helped Jiangqi sit on the bed, worried that his in-laws might suddenly come in, so he closed the door again and sat opposite him. Go ahead. Jiangqi, however, didn't know where to start. They had been college classmates, and after graduation they had both joined the same company. At first they were just colleagues, but then they happened to be introduced to each other and got together. After all these years of ups and downs, it would be false to say that they had no feelings for each other. If it hadn't been for Hiru's insistence on a divorce, he would have been more than willing to grow old with her. But Hiru has always said in the past few years that she can't go on anymore, that she is disappointed in the marriage. The examples she has cited seem trivial to him, such as blaming him for rarely taking the children, not respecting her ideas, letting his parents take care of everything, not fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband and father, not recognizing that the 3 of them are a family, and letting his parents meddle when problems arise. He has always sneered at these examples cited by Hiru, believing that she is making a mountain out of a molehill and whining for no reason. Who doesn't have these problems? How can these trivial matters rise to the level of a divorce? She doesn't have to worry about anything at home, so why can't they get along and why get a divorce? He was puzzled and angry. Seeing that Hiru insisted on getting a divorce, he angrily agreed, which led to the scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning. But no one expected a car accident to occur, causing the two people to switch bodies. He became Hiru, and Hiru became him. Immediately afterwards, everything changed. In the eyes of his parents and daughter, he went from being their son and father to becoming their daughter-in-law and mother, and the family's treatment of him changed as well. Not only did Lin Afong and Jiang Daha become strangers, but his daughter also surprised him, shattering his previous self-righteousness and leaving him unable to regain his former self. He thought for a moment, then said carefully, "Look, we're in this situation now, and I don't know when we can change it back. Even if we go to the hospital, the doctors won't believe us, and besides, medicine can't diagnose supernatural events. I was thinking that we should hide this from everyone, including my parents, and see if we can change it back after a while. What do you think?" Hiru didn't say anything. She knew he was right, but she had already made full psychological preparations during this period of time, and even packed the suitcases, just waiting to get the divorce certificate and move out. This strange thing that had suddenly happened was really frustrating. Jiang Che saw that she wasn't saying anything, and persuaded again, maybe it can be changed back tomorrow. A sense of absurd impatience arose in Hiru's heart. She really wished it was a dream. After staring at Jiang Che for a long time, she finally nodded, "As soon as I get it back tomorrow, I'll take some time off and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Good," Jiang Che let out a sigh of relief. She limped to the table and turned on the computer. "I'll check online to see if anything like this has happened before." The two temporarily reached an agreement. Jiang Che would search online while Hiru went out to keep her daughter company, feed the rabbits and tease the parrot. Chapter 4 Chapter 3 Grandma's Pig's Feet of Love. Grandma's Pig's Feet of Love. As it was rare for Xiaoyu to have her father's company, she was very happy and played with Hiru until lunch. Lin Afong made the meal, and Jiang Dehea wanted to compete with her in the kitchen, but she chased him out. Thinking that his daughter-in-law had sprained her ankle, he rummaged through the fridge and found a bag of leftover frozen pig's trotters from the New Year's Eve dinner. He unwrapped them, put them in a bowl, heated them up and took them out to Hiru. "Here, take these up to your daughter-in-law. Eat what nourishes you." If this were Jiang Che himself, he would definitely think that Lin Afong had stewed the pig's trotters specially because she cared about her daughter-in-law. But she had no idea what was going on. Unfortunately, the chip had been replaced. Hiru glanced at the pig's trotters and took the bowl with a smile. "Okay, you go to the table and eat, and I'll serve him another bowl of rice." "Okay." Lin Afong took off her apron and went to the table to eat. Hiru turned around and went into the kitchen to get a small dinner plate, put the bowl of pig's trotters in it, and then served a bowl of rice. While keeping an ear out for any noise outside, her hand quickly reached into the trash can, flipped through the packaging bag a few times, then got up, washed her hands, and carried the dinner plate straight upstairs. Jiang Che searched ancient and modern China and the West, read about a bellyful of supernatural events, and still couldn't find any strong scientific evidence. Just as he was about to give up and lie down, he saw Hiru come in with the food. "What is this?" Jiang Che poked his head into the bowl to take a look. It was the loving pig's trotters that the mother-in-law had made for her daughter-in-law who had sprained her ankle. Jiang Che smiled and took the opportunity to set Lin Afong straight. "You see, Mom still cares about you." Hiru sneered, "Really? Do you know the origin of these pig's trotters?" With that expression and that question, Jiang Che felt something was wrong. "I bought them at the market, what's wrong with them?" "You're thinking too much. They're leftovers from the new year, with a shelf life of 60 days. Her elderly person specially dug them out of the refrigerator and warmed them up for you to nourish your body. Please enjoy them slowly. I'm going down to eat." Jiang Chi only came back to his senses when he saw her leave the house. He had bought the pig's trotters at the supermarket in the 12th lunar month of the previous year, but now it was almost the Dragon Boat Festival, so wouldn't that mean they had been past the expiration date for almost 2 months? Hiru heard her mother-in-law and daughter talking as she brought the pig's trotters downstairs. "Will Mommy feel better if she eats pig's feet?" Xiaoyu doesn't understand what it means to eat something to supplement something. Lin Afong nods. "Of course, like eating fish eyes to improve eyesight, this is called eating something to supplement something. You should eat more fish eyes." "Grandma, I don't want to eat fish eyes." Xiaoyu is a little afraid. Picky eaters are not good children. She walks over. Mom, just eat more foods rich in vitamin A, you don't have to eat fish eyes. Lin Afong pursed her lips. Why do you sound just like Hiru? Since when have you listened to her so much? Let me tell you, this is how it was passed down from the older generation. You have to let Xiaoyu eat more fish eyes, otherwise don't blame me if she becomes short-sighted in the future. Hiru bent down to comfort her daughter's frightened little face, reassuring her in a low voice. Don't be afraid, we won't eat fish eyes. Sit next to her and pick up your rice bowl. Having spent so many years with Lin Afong, she has long since figured out her character. She only has eyes for her son, and as for herself, she is nothing more than a trinket next to Jiang Che. If it were Jiang Che himself who sprained his ankle today, she would not only force him to go to the hospital for an X-ray, but would also blame her daughter-in-law for not taking good care of him, not to mention the expired pig's trotters. Anyway, she has let go of it. Her mother-in-law is not her real mother, and it's already good enough that she can occasionally help look after the kids in an emergency. She doesn't have any other requests. After a light lunch and some tidying up, Lin Afong went out to play mahjong, while Jiang Deheo went to the backyard to tend to his small vegetable patch. Neither of them knew that upstairs, their daughter-in-law had secretly dumped the pig's trotters in the trash can and, with a dark face, had just eaten a bowl of plain rice. Hiru took Xiaoyu upstairs to coax her into taking a nap. The child was not used to her father's sudden and excessive concern, and kept crying that she wanted to sleep with her mother. Jiang Che had no choice but to leave his computer and his grievances behind, and the three of them went to bed together for a nap. When they woke up, it was almost 4 o'clock. Jiang Che woke up first, followed by Hiru. They looked at each other through their still groggy daughter, and there was still no change. Maybe tomorrow. Jiang Che had a nap, and the negative emotions brought on by the expired pig's trotters had subsided a lot. He comforted her out loud. Hiru grunted, got up and washed up. After washing up, she saw that it was still early, so in front of him she tidied up and cleaned the second floor again. She even deliberately added artificial voice narration for some technical operations. Jiang Che watched her busy about and remembered that in the past, Hiru had done all the housework on the second floor by herself. He had always taken it for granted, but today, Hiru was using his body to do the housework, and no matter how he looked at it, it didn't feel right. It turned out that he wasn't incapable of mopping the floor, vacuuming, wiping tables, folding laundry, brushing shoes, or cleaning the toilet. He was just lazy. And it seemed that the tall, strong man was quite comfortable doing housework. He felt embarrassed. It must be hard doing housework by yourself. I'll help next time. No need. I'm just showing you how it's done today. You'll be doing all this in the future. Hiru put the rag on the windowsill, sat down and poured herself a glass of water. Mine? That's right, I used to do all this. Now that our bodies have switched, all the housework is yours. Men don't do housework. It's all your job. Hiru tilted her head back and took a big gulp, feeling comfortable. Jiang Che was speechless and looked at her like an idiot. What are you looking at? You see, this is how I serve your father. Men work outside and women work inside the house. You should learn from your mother. I'm only teaching you today because I'm free, but don't ask me again in the future. I've been at work all day and I just want to lie down and relax when I get home. You have to be more active and be a good wife and mother, don't be lazy. Jiang Che used to say this theory of being a good wife and mother in a joking tone, and Hiru had argued with him a lot, but he had fooled her every time. Today, she gave it all back to him. Afterwards, she ignored Jiang Che and went to wake up her daughter. Lin Ifang's mahjong game ended late, and Jiang Dae still got to dinner first. He messed around in the kitchen and created 2 new kinds of dark cuisine. He took out his phone and snapped a bunch of photos, then served it up as dinner. Xiaoyu didn't want to eat anything her grandfather had made at all, and frowned up at her father in silent protest. Hiru took Jiang Che's masterpiece upstairs to Jiang Che for him to enjoy, while she took her daughter out for a hot pot dinner. Daddy, I love you so much. Children are easy to please, and their expressions of affection are sincere. Hiru laughed to herself, but kept her smile to herself and told her daughter to keep it a secret. Unfortunately, the child forgot all about it as soon as she turned around. After returning home, she ran up the stairs with a bounce in her step and announced to Jiang Che with her belly out, "Mommy, Daddy took me out to eat chicken drumstick hot pot just now." Jiang Che was so angry that he was on the verge of tears. He hadn't gone out all day, and didn't know what horrible food he had eaten. He had also been accurately attacked from multiple angles by Hiru, and his state of mind had reached the peak of grievance. You sprained your ankle, it's not convenient. Hiru took a handheld pancake out of her bag and handed it to him. Jiang Che accepted it with a dark face. He was indeed not full. Jiang Dai's fish-flavored eggplant had too much salt and was very salty. While eating, he resentfully looked at Hiru and his daughter. Their relationship suddenly seemed different from the morning. It was as if he was the only one suffering from the body swap, feeling sad and pitiful. Hiru pretended not to see. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 Job Swap. Job Swap. In the evening, Hiru bathed her daughter as usual. Everything was ready, and when they came out of the bathroom, she told Jiang Che, "Your daughter is getting older, so you need to help her bathe." This was a very good reason. Jiang Che limped over, looking embarrassed, but Hiru didn't care. She handed him the bubble bath and went out. Jiang Che looked at her daughter flailing in the bathtub and resigned herself to sitting on the small stool. Xiaoyu's biggest hobby at the moment was playing with water, and she was super naughty and difficult to please every day in the shower. As she listened to the commotion inside, the child screaming, and Jiang Che's increasingly out of control shouting, Hiru felt incredibly comfortable. The pent-up frustration of the 7 years of marriage was like a reservoir that had been filled to the brim during the flood season, and with today's accident, a sudden gap had suddenly opened up, spilling out. She even wondered if it was meant to be that the two of them had switched bodies, that God had deliberately allowed Jiang Che to experience her situation for herself. It was so difficult. It wasn't even bathing. It was just going in there and getting splashed. Afterwards, Jiang Che walked out of the shower dripping wet and went to chat with people for comfort. "Get used to it, it'll be like this every day from now on." Hiru took a towel to dry her daughter's hair, applied baby cream and put her to bed. The child could sleep as soon as she touched the bed. 5 minutes later, the snoring piglet was moved to the side bed by Hiru. Jiang Che stared at her as she skillfully placed her daughter down, her expression thoughtful. Hiru took a sky-blue silk chemise from the closet and handed it to him. "Go wash up." He had never thought that he would one day take the initiative to wear women's pajamas. Jiang Che rubbed the pajamas in his hands. They were soft and silky, and he could see why Hiru had such good skin. Hiru heard the sound of clothes being removed, the sound of the shower running, and Jiang Che making strange noises like he had discovered a new world. Her ears burned, and she knocked on the door and shouted, "Hurry up and finish washing up and get out." Jiang Che was curious about his new body. Although they had been married for several years, the feeling of having a new body was different. He studied it carefully and, after washing up, told Hiru, "There's a small boil on your left buttock, it's a bit itchy. You sat in front of the computer desk today and developed it." Hiru gave him a blank look, put on her men's pajamas and went into the bathroom. Jiang Che lay on the bed in her silk nightie, tried moving her foot around a bit, and felt much better. She estimated that she would be able to walk without any problems in the morning. She climbed out of bed and took out some Yunnan Baiyao to spray on her foot again. Hiru washed up quickly, got dressed in his tank top and boxer shorts, and came out, looking a little embarrassed. "Do you understand now?" Jiang Che had the expression of someone who had been there before. Hiru didn't want to deal with him, so she turned off the light, got into bed, and prepared to go to sleep. He called out to her, "Wait, there's something else we need to discuss." "What is it?" "Tomorrow, we both have to go to work. If we don't switch bodies, shouldn't we share information about each other's jobs? What if we meet a colleague and lose our memory? And tomorrow?" Hiru Weiwei was stunned. She couldn't believe that the day had passed so confusedly. She looked at Jiang Che with a complex expression. Her mentality was different from this morning. She even felt that it would be good to switch bodies for a few more days. After all, Jiang Che hadn't experienced it deeply enough. But if she woke up like this tomorrow, that would be a problem. Hiru sat up. "I basically know all your colleagues, but how many of mine do you know?" Jiang Che was a little embarrassed. "I don't know anyone except Yuanzi." Yuanzi is Jiang Che's cousin, whose real name is Jiang Yuan and nickname is Yuanzi. The children all call her Yuanzi teacher. Hiru teaches the younger class, and she teaches the preschool class. They are on good terms, and the child Jiang Jiyu is in her class. Hiru opened her phone and handed it to him. "These are pictures of the 28 children in my class. You need to memorize their faces and names. Tomorrow morning is your morning shift, so don't get the names wrong. The lead teacher is Yu, and I'm the assistant. The nursery teacher is Shinli, she's older than us, so you can just call her Sisterly. Be at school at 7 a.m. tomorrow to get ready. At 7:30, Sisterly will bring breakfast into the classroom, and the children will start arriving at 7:40. Some children will bring medicine with them, so remember to ask about the time and frequency of use and mark it accordingly. Also pay attention to whether there are any toy parts in the children's pockets, collect them to prevent swallowing, and hand them over to their parents when they pick them up. You can give the toys to the children who arrive early to play with, and when most of the children have arrived, collect the toys and serve breakfast. Jiang Che's head was spinning, so she interrupted, "Does a kindergarten teacher have so much to do?" That's not even close to the truth. There's a lot to do, but remember, safety comes first. Nothing is more important than the safety of the children. Why don't you take a notebook and write it down? You won't be able to remember it all in your head. Ruding was worried. After all, Jiang Che rarely helped with the household chores at home, and she was worried that she would go crazy in the kindergarten with all those children. The two sat at the table, one dictating and the other writing. After half an hour, Jiang Che was confused by the 2 full pages of paper. "There's too much here, how can I remember it all?" Hiru took out the class photos on her phone, used the editing function to label each child's name on top of their head, and told him, "Memorize the faces and names first by looking at the photos, then I'll tell you about the more naughty ones, and then it's up to you to memorize everything." There are a few key points in time that you need to remember, such as when to eat breakfast, when to line up to go to the bathroom, when to drink water, and also class, nap, snack. Oh yes, there may be unexpected events, such as when A makes B cry, or C takes D's things, or F pees his pants, or H has to poop. The most important thing is that when school lets out, parents must check their children out. Children are the flowers of the motherland, and Jiang Che does not dare to take them lightly. She did not get much sleep the night before, and in the morning she was awakened by the alarm clock in a daze. She opened her eyes at the same time as Hiru, and the two of them looked at each other, resigned to getting up, brushing their teeth, and washing their faces. After the adults finished cleaning up, it was the children's turn. Hiru woke up her daughter, and Xiaoyu immediately got up and washed up. After breakfast, the two exchanged their phones and agreed to call each other if anything came up. Jiang Che drove his daughter to kindergarten, while Hiru rode her electric bicycle to Jingrui Advertising and Media Company, Ltd. Jiang Che is the planning manager of Jingrui. Hiru is not unfamiliar with his work. Both of them interned at Jingrui when they graduated. Later, she changed jobs because she wanted to focus on her children's education. Jiang Che, on the other hand, stayed on and rose to manager. Apart from some recent graduates, most of the people she knows, so she feels much more at ease with Jiang Che than the other way around. Hiru parked her electric bicycle, took Jiang Che's card and swiped it to enter the building. She greeted everyone she saw and made her way to Jiang Che's office with ease. Jiang Che was finishing up 2 important orders on his desk, and had assigned the remaining small orders to the 2 new interns in the department to practice on. He had some free time to give them some guidance, so his work was relatively easy. Hiru turned on his computer, logged into the work software, briefly scanned the work information and past emails, especially the 2 important orders, browsed them to gain a better understanding, and then tidied up the books and papers on the desk. In the corner of the desk was a pot of aquatic monstera. Hiru had cut the branches of the monstera at home and planted them in water for him last year, and also bought a beautiful ice-patterned glass vase. Hiru picked it up and looked at it. The water was still fresh, but some of the green leaves had turned yellow and spotted, the bottom branches had already become diseased, and the roots were also a bit rotten, so there was no hope. She took out the green plant, threw it in the trash, went to the bathroom to wash the vase, took it back to the office, and placed it upside down by the window to control the water. Manager Jiang. Just as she finished, a young and pretty girl appeared outside the door, holding a stack of documents in her hand and greeting her. Chapter 6 Chapter 5 Chang Siyu's Envy. Chang Siyu's Envy. Siyu, what can I do for you? Jiang Che had told her that at the beginning of the year, the planning department had recruited a new male and female employee, the girl named Chang Siyu and the boy Zhaoyi. I have a matter that requires your decision. Chang Siyu walked into the office and handed her the document in her hand. I just contacted Ms. Chang from Xinghua Education, and she is very satisfied with the current progress. She asked if we could add a set of drone shot images to the online promotion, and also requested some special effects to make it more effective. Hiru took it over. Starbo Education is a youth interest training institution in the city that wants to do summer advertising. The contract clearly states the price of 58,000 yuan, including exterior wall spray painting and giant posters, roll-up flyers, a laser show in the pedestrian street, 2 weeks of primetime scrolling announcements on buses, mobile publicity in the commercial district, and online publicity. Drone photography and special effects are simply not possible for that price. I asked her if she was willing to pay more, and if so, I would discuss it with her in detail. If not, we would stick to the original plan. What if she doesn't want to do it anymore? Chang Siyu was a little worried. The contract clearly states that a penalty fee will be charged for stopping in the middle, so she won't stop. Jiang Che signs a contract for even the smallest order. She just looked at the information on the computer, and this order has already been completed more than half as promised, so there is basically no problem. The drone photography and special effects were suddenly thought up by Boss Chang, and they are not in the contract. If they are stopped abruptly, Boss Chang will lose more than he gains. Anyone with a bit of common sense will not breach the contract halfway through. Don't be so direct. Tell her that we need to outsource the special effects part, and that we won't make any money ourselves. 58,000 yuan is already a price that can't be beat, and if we add the drone and special effects, we'll be losing money. Let her understand our difficulties. I understand. I'll go make the call now. Chang Siyu was about to leave when she saw an upside-down empty vase in the window and looked at the trash can, which had a few green leaves sticking out. She was a little surprised. Manager Jiang, you threw away the green plant? Yes, I threw it away because it didn't look good and it attracted mosquitoes. Didn't you say before that your sister-in-law gave it to you on purpose and you wouldn't throw it away even if it died? I never thought Jiang Che would say something like that. Hiru was a little embarrassed and explained with a smile, it was better to throw it away because it was spoiled. Chang Siyu didn't say anything else, withdrew from the office, and returned to her own workspace. Her colleague Zhao Yi was talking on the phone with his girlfriend. The voice on the other end was quite loud, and his girlfriend was complaining that he didn't accompany her last weekend when he was working overtime. Zhao Yi's tone was flattering, his eyebrows drooping and his mouth wide open, which showed that he was just trying to appease her. Chang Siyu pursed her lips. Although she didn't have a boyfriend, she definitely didn't fancy a young graduate like Zhao Yi. He had no money, no time, and was always busy. It would be best to find someone like Jiang Che, with a stable career, living with his parents, an only child from the local area, good looks, tall, and good-tempered. That would be a bonus, but unfortunately he was married. To be honest, she quite envied manager Zhang's wife. At 12 noon, Hiru finished her working lunch at the canteen of the office building. Not at ease about Jiang Che, she took advantage of her lunch break to ride her electric bicycle to Lanyang No. 3 kindergarten. Behind her on the second floor, Chang Siyu stood by the window, staring at the back of the electric bicycle rider until she disappeared around the corner. Siyu, what are you looking at? Zhao Yi was curious. Nothing, I just saw manager Jiang riding an electric bicycle out of the building. I thought he used to drive a Buick. Oh, I guess he traded up with his wife. Zhao Yi didn't think it mattered. Chang Siyu didn't say anything. She sensed that Jiang Che had changed a lot recently. Could it be that something had happened at home? What had happened? Kindergarten guard Lao Zhao had encountered two strange things today. First, teacher He, who had always ridden a small electric vehicle, actually drove here today. Second, during the lunch break, teacher He's husband actually came to see her. He has been teaching at the kindergarten for several years, but he has never seen her husband before. At one point, he thought that she was single and divorced. After asking carefully, Lao Zhao let the person in. Hiru carried milk tea and snacks and went straight to the third floor. She listened carefully. Inside, some children were refusing to nap, and Yu and Jiang Che were trying to calm them down. She slowly pushed open the door and peeked inside. Yu was near the door, and when she turned her head, she saw a strange face. She thought it was the parent of one of the children, and said, "Hello, may I help you?" "Hello, Ms. Yu, I'm Hiru's husband." Hiru greeted her. Yu's eyes widened visibly, and she lowered her voice excitedly, hello, I've never met Missy's husband before, and he's so handsome." He then whispered to Jiang Che, who was struggling with a child in the corner, "Teacher He, your husband is here to see you." Jiang Che was sitting on top of a small quilt, telling a story to a baby called Lei Mengmeng. He had already told her 3 stories, but Lei Mengmeng still wouldn't go to sleep. When she saw Jiang Che about to leave, she raised her voice and started to cry. Yu nimbly darted across the cot and reminded Lei Mengmeng, "Children who misbehave during nap time will be the last to have snacks." Lei Mengmeng pouted, lay down, pulled up the quilt to cover her head, and only her pigtails were visible. "Old she, I'm done sleeping." Yu coaxed, "Well, Mengmeng is such a good boy." She gave Jiang Che a wink, "Go, I'll take care of things here." Jiang Che struggled to get up. His back, legs and head hurt, and his brain was buzzing. He really admired Hiru and Yu. They were extraordinary people who could do this job. Hiru placed the milk tea and snacks she had bought on the desk and gestured to Yu that they could come over and relax when the children had gone to sleep. Yu gave her a thumbs up. How was the morning? She could see that Jiang Che's face wasn't very good. Jiang Che shook his head and nodded again, not wanting to admit defeat. It was okay. In fact, this morning he made a lot of mistakes, and Yu Yu was worried and asked him twice if he was feeling unwell. He said he didn't sleep well last night to get away with it. He took a big sip of his milk tea, which tasted like his favorite lime and jasmine, and the snacks were also to his liking, the salty sweet cream croissants and toasted coconut flakes. He had a lot to say, but was afraid Yu Yu would hear him, so he pushed her out the door, to the corridor. Hiru reflexively glanced at the children, but seeing that they weren't moving, he let him push him out. Jiang Che looked left and right after he came out, making sure there was no one around, and then he whispered, "You guys have an impossible job. How have you managed to survive these past 3 years? That Lei Meng Meng, for example, forced me to tell stories, and she used up all my brainpower. And in class, she liked to tease the other kids. And that Li Yuhan, why is she always crying? Wang Daodu cries every time she looks at her, and it takes forever to comfort her. And Zhang Tianli, he always has a hard time eating. He spills his food all over the floor and stomps on it. He doesn't even care if the floor is wet after mopping it twice. Later, he uses a brush, but the disinfectant smells terrible." Hiru nodded as she listened to his complaints, thinking to herself that this was still good. If it had been a few days after the start of the school year, when a group of children were crying and screaming, that would have been unbearable. Chapter 7 Chapter 6 Dismissing the Boys' Gang. Dismissing the Boys' Gang. Today, when Miss Yu saw that I was not in the right state, she thought I was not feeling well and helped me a lot. But I fully integrated last night's theory into practice and barely didn't embarrass you. By the way, let me tell you a disgusting and funny thing. During lunch, a child pooped. He secretly squished the pile and it fell out of his trouser leg and kicked under the table. Miss Yu almost stepped on it. Ha ha. Hiru looked at his painful and happy expression. Originally, he was quite particular about one person, but in half a day's time, he was actually able to drink milk tea while telling a child to poop. It can be seen that children can indeed change adults. Why aren't you laughing? Jiang Che saw her expressionless. After seeing it so many times, she didn't find it funny anymore. Jiang Che's action of drinking milk tea stopped, and she let out a sad cry with a sad face. "When can I change this body back?" "You can't stand it?" Jiang Che whined, but then suddenly realized that if she got her body back, she would have to get a divorce. She quickly changed the subject. "No, I just think it's quite troublesome and hard work." "Why don't you get a new job? You can go back to Jingrui." Hiru's eyes flashed. "That's easy for you to say. What about all the kids if I quit my job? The kindergarten is short of teachers, and parents won't agree to a midterm change of teacher. Besides, haven't you forgotten why I resigned from Jingrui? If you had cared more about me and the kids back then, maybe we would still be colleagues." As he spoke, his tone grew cold, "But I admire your youthful enthusiasm. You haven't changed at all, and it seems that only I have changed in this marriage. You are still as carefree as you were in your 20s, which is really enviable. Jingrui has to visit clients and entertain clients overtime from time to time. Although his salary is higher, he cannot take care of the child. He does the same work as Jiang Che, and when he comes back, he has to listen to Lin Afong and Jiang Daha nag at her about not having anyone to accompany the child. They are old bones and can't get involved in many things, such as parent-child activities at the kindergarten. Of course, they only nag at her, not Jiang Che? Not at all, their son works so hard." After a long time, Hiru was under tremendous pressure and was so exhausted that she had to find another way out. After much consideration, she decided to enroll her son in kindergarten, taking over all of Yu's daily life, studies, and entertainment, so that she could work and take care of her son at the same time. She became a typical example of widowhood parenting. Lin Afong and Jiang Daha, on the other hand, started a happy retirement life, traveling, dancing, singing, and participating in various community activities. Hiru understands them, having worked all her life. She really wants to have fun when she gets old. There's nothing to say about not helping with the kids. Her only complaint is Jiang Che. Since Jiang Che can't play the role of a father and husband in their marriage, and she can raise the kids on her own, what does she need Jiang Che for? There's still elementary school, junior high school, high school. Just thinking about Jiang Che's consistent performance and the long days ahead makes her feel hopeless. In order to avoid depression, she was determined to get a divorce, but this supernatural accident stopped her. Otherwise, she would have parted ways with Jiang Che yesterday. The milk tea and snacks in Jiang Che's mouth instantly became tasteless. He really hadn't thought about it that much. You're right, I wasn't thinking about it. Yu quietly opened the door and waved at the two of them. They're asleep, come in. Even when the children are asleep, there must be a teacher in the classroom to keep watch. The three of them sat on the small stools in front of the podium. Yu asked in a low voice while eating, Teacher your husband is so handsome, why didn't you let him come before? Lao Zhao always said you were a single mother because of the fuss. Hiru looked at him to see how he would answer, and heard Jiang Che say, I was too busy at work before, so I didn't let him take care of the children. Now he can come over more often. Hiru thought to herself that he was quite good at making excuses for himself, and she agreed with him on the surface. Just let me know what you want to eat, and I'll bring it over during my lunch break. Yu waved his hands. No, how can I lose weight if I eat delicious food every day? As long as you care about Teacher I'll stay out of your way. Hiru stayed at the kindergarten for half an hour, saw that there were no major problems, said goodbye to the two of them, and left the kindergarten to return to Jingrui. The boss and director of Jingrui is surnamed Li, named Denk, also from Lanyang, more than 10 years older than Jiang Che. They both went to school at Lanyang No. 1 Middle School, so he is considered Jiang Che's senior, and they usually get along well. They would call Jiang Che to play ball and go to dinner together. He had been on a business trip to Shanghai for a few days, and had just returned to the company, and happened to see Hiru driving a small electric car back from outside, drawing a perfect arc, and shoving the electric car into the row of electric cars. Jiang Che, where's your car? Li Dinka greeted curiously. Hiru hurriedly turned back. Mr. Li is back, I lent Hiru my car, it's safer for her to take the kids. Li Dinka looked incredulous. Come on, are you planning to get a new car? I really don't have that idea, I just feel that the sun is poisonous in the summer, so I gave them the car, so they can go to and from school more comfortably. Everyone knows how to take care of their wife and children. It seems that Hiru's warning about divorce was effective. Hiru knew as soon as she heard it that Jiang Che had told him about it in private, and she smiled, letting him speak. Li Denka and he chatted as they walked. Hiru caused such a big scene this time, and I was really afraid that you two would get divorced. I went back and told your sister-in-law about it, and guess what she said? What did she say? Li Denkia's wife Xu Mingju is a cousin of Lin Afong through a few twists and turns. Although the blood relationship has long been diluted and is as weak as water, there are always countless connections when it comes to family. She usually has a good impression of Hiru. Li Denki looks unhappy for his brother. She said it was mainly your problem, and questioned whether I was supporting you behind your back? My sister-in-law is right, it is my problem. Hiru accepted the criticism on Jiang Che's behalf. Really? You're just going along with it? Is this really you? Li Denka felt as if he had been on a business trip, and Jiang Che had changed a lot. I swore last night that I would change myself and start over, putting the family first. By the way, I won't be able to make it to your welcome home karaoke party tonight, I have to go home to my wife and kids. Li Denka was dumbfounded. No, Jiang Che, are you serious? There are only 3 of us left in the Brotherhood, and if you quit, we'll have to disband. The Jingrui Brothers Gang is a group of male employees formed in the early days of Li Denkia's business to organize weekend activities. The company pays for most of the expenses, and the rest of the members chip in. They often get together to drink, play ball and sing. Who knew that it would dwindle to just 3 members, marketing manager Wang Mingcheng, planning manager Jiang Che, and Li Denki himself. A stable family is the foundation for a successful career. Don't you agree? That makes sense, but... Li Denka wanted to argue back. President Li, it's better not to go against the law of development. Wang Mingcheng happened to walk over with a cup of coffee in his hand, heard the two talking, and asked, what law of development? Li Denka leaned closer to him and angrily denounced Hiru. This kid is going to mutiny, saying that he wants to put his family first and won't go to the karaoke party tonight. Oops. Wang Mingcheng slapped his forehead and looked at him apologetically. I'm afraid I won't be able to go either. My cousin-in-law introduced me to a woman, and the photo looks exactly like what I like. We've made an appointment to meet tonight. Wang Mingcheng has had a difficult love life, and despite being over 30, he has not yet married. Li Denka dares not stop him. He looks left and right, angrily throws away the 2 traitors, and without any lingering feelings, returns to the director's office and slams the door shut. Chapter 8 Chapter 7 Stir-fried leeks and eggs. Stir-fried leeks and eggs. When he got home that evening, Jiang Che and Xiaoyu were huddled in the living room doing handicrafts. Jiang Che was sticking on rabbit ears, while Xiaoyu was clumsily using scissors to cut the rabbit's beard. Hiru came up to him and whispered, the Jingrui Brothers gang was disbanded today. Jiang Che's hand trembled, and the rabbit ears were glued crookedly. He hurriedly straightened them and pinched them tightly, glowering at Hiru and asking angrily, "Why did they disband? What did you do? There are only 3 of them left. If Hiru unilaterally disbands them, there's no hope for them at all. General Manager Lee is back this afternoon. I told him I had to go home to my wife and child, so I won't be going to the welcome dinner and karaoke party tonight. And then Mingcheng said he's going on a date with a girl tonight. So you see, it's disbanded." Hiru shrugged, indicating that it wasn't just about him. Xiao Yu's ears pricked up. "Daddy, will you come back to me after work in the future?" "That's right." Hiru stroked his daughter's pigtails. The little girl jumped for joy and didn't notice that she had snapped the rabbit's whiskers off in her hand. "Xiao Yu." Jiang Che snapped back to his senses and was heartbroken. He had been working on the rabbit mask for almost half an hour, and was just about to glue on the whiskers and paint the eyes. For a moment, unable to hide his anger, he yelled at his daughter, mixed with some anger at the dissolution of the brothers' gang. This was the first time Xiaoyu had been yelled at like this by her mother, and she was a little at a loss. She looked at her father and then at her mother, speechless. "I didn't mean it." Hiru glared at him, threw down her bag, sat cross-legged and said, "It's okay, it's a small problem, I'll help." Jiang Che watched as Hiru took over and, in a few quick strokes, glued the ears, cut the beard again and stuck it on, took a pen and drew 2 big eyes within a minute, added a red lipstick, adjusted the size to fit, and put it on Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu twirled around, the rabbit beard trembling lightly, lifelike. "Perfect, thank you Daddy." Xiaoyu was very happy. Jiang Che felt as sour as if he had eaten a whole lemon. He had worked for half an hour, while Hiru had only taken 3 minutes. Lin Afong was surprised to see her son in the kitchen. She had returned home early today? "From now on, Daddy will come home early every day," Xiaoyu announced. "Really?" Lin Afong turned around and went back into the kitchen. "I'll fry some more eggs with leeks." Hiru nudges him with her foot. "Thanks to you, I can have an extra dish." In the past, when Jiang Che wasn't home for dinner, Lin Afong would just heat up the leftovers from lunch and make do with that, so that she could go out and dance in the square. As for Xiaoyu's snacks, Hiru would make them when she got home. Today, with her son home, Lin Afong can't afford to be sloppy. She went to Jiang Dai's small vegetable garden, picked some fresh leeks, washed and chopped them, and fried them with a free-range egg. The free-range eggs were brought by her sister Lin Aihua in the suburbs. They are 100% eggs laid by free-range chickens, green food that cannot be found in the city's vegetable markets. After they were served, young and old alike enjoyed them, except for Jiang Dai, who took out his mobile phone to find a good angle and took a picture. Lin Afong couldn't bear to watch. "What's so good about fried leek and egg?" Jiang Dai smugly sent the picture. "This uses leeks that I personally grew." Jiang Che likes scrambled eggs with leeks, so he took a few extra spoonsful. Lin Afong originally cooked it for her son, but when she saw her daughter-in-law eating non-stop, she moved the plate over to Hiru. Seeing her little move, Hiru wanted to laugh a little, and then she saw Jiang Che's chopsticks coming over with the plate. Just as they touched the edge, Lin Afong spoke to him. "Hiru, don't just eat that dish. There are still many other dishes here. If you can't finish them, they'll go to waste." Jiang Che didn't expect to be treated differently even here, and he froze for a moment, retracting his chopsticks and poking at the rice moodily. A soft, muffled laugh came from behind him. He didn't need to look up to know it was Hiru. Jiang Che's face had been swollen 3 times in less than 2 days, and he was feeling depressed. He reached for his chopsticks again and picked up a large helping of scrambled eggs with leeks, as if to provoke her. Lin Afong was a little puzzled. Her daughter-in-law actually liked scrambled eggs with leeks. But then she looked at her son again, and he didn't even lift an eyelid. Obviously, he wasn't interested in scrambled eggs with leeks. Could it be that her cooking had declined? She doubted her own cooking skills. She picked up a chopstickful and put it in her mouth. The fresh, sweet fragrance of the leeks blended perfectly with the eggs. The eggs were tender and springy. Everything was just right. She confidently added a big helping of scrambled eggs with leeks to her son's bowl, silently indicating that if he didn't eat it, his wife would. Hiru put the noodles in his mouth with respect, and Lin Afong gave a relieved smile. Jiang Che's face was burning, so he hastily finished eating and took his daughter upstairs to feed the parakeet and rabbit. Hiru habitually helped the father and daughter clear the table, but Lin Afong stopped her. "That's enough, you've had a long day, go and rest, I'll do it." Her eyes glanced in the direction of her daughter-in-law, who had slipped away. She didn't need her daughter-in-law to wash the dishes either, but she had slipped away too quickly. In the past, she would often lend a hand, but her son had become more diligent. It was a rare occasion when they ate at home together, and he had even offered to help her clear the table. Hiru washed her hands, went upstairs, watched the father and daughter play with the rabbit by the balcony for a while, then went back to the house to change. The trousers, shirt, belt and hoop were uncomfortable, so she changed into a cotton undershirt and sweatpants. Turning around, she found Jiang Che leaning against the door like an aggrieved young wife, staring at her plaintively. "What's wrong? Let's talk." Jiang Che walked in and closed the door. Hiru sat on the edge of the bed, and Jiang Che dragged an apricot-colored soft leather stool in front of the dressing table and sat across from her. "What do you want to talk about?" "Just about the life you've led here in our family over the years." "Why do you want to ask about this? Just because of the expired pig's trotters and scrambled eggs with leeks?" Hiru laughed. There were countless things like this, and she had long since let it go. "No, I feel like I've overlooked a lot of things before." Hiru doesn't want to hear it, so what's the point of talking about it now, Jiang Che? We're getting a divorce. "I know, I just feel a bit sorry. Before, I always thought you were making a fuss over nothing, looking for trouble, and having a problem with my parents. Now I realize it was all my problem, that I didn't do a good job, and in the end you did have a problem with me." To be honest, on the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, he didn't really think Hiru wanted a divorce. Now, he's not sure. "I used to ignore it, thinking it didn't matter and that I shouldn't let it get to me. But after switching bodies with you, I can now understand how you felt before. I know that these problems are mainly caused by me. My selfishness and my indifference and inaction have allowed them to happen, and they have also allowed me to hurt your heart." This was the first time that Jiang Che had sincerely admitted that his previous behavior had indeed not been good enough as a husband and father. Hiru sat on the bed in silence. Her heart was dead, and Jiang Che's words could not shake her. "Hiru, I admit that I was being petulant when I agreed to divorce you, but now I regret it. I feel that I agreed too rashly. Of course, you had given it a lot of thought, but I—" "What do you want?" Hiru interrupted him, sitting up alertly. "I think, about the divorce, should we reconsider? Give me another chance, I'll try to make changes, really, I swear. There's nothing to be ashamed of between a husband and wife." Jiang Che slid to his knees, embraced her thighs, and looked at her pitifully. Hiru didn't have time to speak, and her gaze swept behind him. Her face suddenly changed, and she quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him up. "Get up." Chapter 9 Chapter 8 60-something Sisters Square Dance. 60-something Sisters Square Dance. "I won't get up until you say yes." Jiang Che played the rogue, hugging her waist tightly and burying his head in her arms. Hiru put a hand on her forehead. "You're menstruating." "What?" Jiang Che looked up, a little confused, and followed Hiru's hand to look around. There was a long red streak on the beige leather stool, and looking behind him, the scene was a miserable sight. "Holy shit!" He suddenly jumped up, clenched his legs and rushed to the toilet. He was so embarrassed. "You go first, I'll get you some clothes and sanitary napkins." Hiru shouted at him through the door. Jiang Che took off his clothes and stood under the shower. He watched the blood-red water flow down his leg and onto the floor, where it was diluted to a pink color and meandered into the floor drain. He felt a sense of horror. Is this how a woman menstruates? Just like that? Suddenly, he felt a hot sensation in the center of his leg, and a large stream of red-hot water gushed out, running down his leg silkily. Ah! Jiang Che was so scared that he took off the shower head and, with his eyes closed, rushed the stream hard against his leg. He didn't dare to look at the floor, it looked too much like a murder scene. Hiru knocked on the door. "I've brought your clothes and sanitary napkins, do you know how to use them? Do you want me to help you?" Jiang Che, of course, would not. 10 minutes later, with Hiru's help, Jiang Che cleaned up and came out. Hiru stayed inside and scrubbed the clothes with difficulty, while giving him science popularization. Fresh bloodstains on clothes cannot be washed off with hot water, it is difficult to wash off, so use cold water. Jiang Che sat on the bed, but his thoughts lingered on the previous moment, which was complicated and strange. He remained in the initial position until Hiru finished cleaning up and came out. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Shall I get you some hot water?" Hiru saw that he seemed to have been stuck in one position, his whole body stiff. After all, it was his own body, and she had to care about it. "I dare not move." The big cotton pad under his bottom really made him uncomfortable. He wanted to move a little, but was afraid that if he moved too much, he would leak. What's there to be afraid of? If you move, it will leak. It was already leaking, and if it didn't, you should see a doctor. Being a woman is quite difficult. If this were the dog days of summer, how uncomfortable it would be to carry this on your bottom. Hiru shrugged, get used to it. Jiang Che was afraid to wear skirts and light-colored clothes, so Hiru found him some dark jeans. After taking a few steps around the house, he felt more at ease in them than in a skirt. He asked Hiru, do your periods last 5 or 6 days? A week, but the last 2 days are almost gone, so I just use a small pad. A small pad? Hiru opened the cupboard and laid out all the sanitary napkin models, from pads to extended night use, and explained them to him one by one. Jiang Che was eager to learn, and spent 10 minutes learning both theory and practice. After gaining a deeper understanding of women's physiology, he was unable to continue the conversation due to the unexpected turn of events. Xiaoyu had almost plucked the basil growing on the balcony bulb, feeding it to the rabbit bit by bit. The parrot was chirping and jumping up and down in its cage. It had been a bit edgy lately, probably because it had been single for too long, and it was jealous when it saw its young master feeding the rabbit. Do you want some too? You pinched off a young leaf, climbed awkwardly onto the low stool and held it at the parrot's beak. The parrot had not been shy about eating the basil seedlings when it was younger, and was familiar with the taste. It gobbled it down without ceremony, gnawing 2 holes in it, but it was still unhappy and climbed up and down angrily. Xiaoyu tilted her head and watched for a while, then climbed down from the stool and ran quickly into the house. Mom, I want to take the parrot out to play. It was almost dark, so what was the point of going out? Jiang Che didn't want to go out at all. Who knew if it would leak? The child would not give up until he achieved his goal, and pounced on him and used the shaking technique. No, I want to go out, take the parrot out, Mom. Using both hands and feet and a noise offensive, Jiang Che was pushed onto the bed, a little panicked. Get up, Dad. You can't jump on Mommy, ouch. This movement caused another wave of heat in his lower body, which made his almost collapsed body suddenly stiffen. Obviously, it was too obvious. The wave of heat was slightly to the left, and then spread out, warming up half of his butt. He wondered if the sanitary napkin was strong enough. Mom? Xiaoyu noticed that her mother had stopped moving and was now perched on the bed like a wooden man. Jiang Che quietly placed a hand under her bottom and gave it a gentle squeeze. He let out a sigh of relief. My dear, your mother doesn't feel well and can't take you and the parrot out to play. Oh, Xiaoyu immediately got off him and looked him up and down again. Mom, where do you feel unwell? My stomach hurts. Let me rub it for you. Hold out your hand. No need to rub it, I'll just sit for a while, thanks, Xiaoyu. Jiang Che's forehead was covered in sweat. When he looked up, he saw Hiru leaning against the wardrobe with her arms folded, watching a show. He felt deeply ashamed. What was there to watch? And she didn't even help. Hiru smiled, crouched down, and waved at her daughter. Mommy isn't feeling well, Daddy will take you out to play. Great. The little girl immediately ran outside to get the birdcage, and she didn't forget to remind Jiang Che, Mommy will rest at home, and I'll go out and play with Daddy. Jiang Che gave a big wave. Hiru took her daughter by the hand, carried the birdcage in one hand, and shuffled out the door in her whole shoes, strutting down the street. There is a 60s Sisters Square dance team in Liuxia community, with more than 30 members, all of them are old aunts around 60 years old. Lin Afang is the main force in it. As long as it doesn't rain, she must report every evening at 6:30 p.m. for 2 reasons, to exercise and to exchange gossip. Today, she is going to learn a new dance, so Lin Afang has changed into sports shoes and arrived at the community square 10 minutes early, carrying a water bottle. As soon as she has put down her things, someone greets her. Isn't this Afang? I haven't seen you for a while. Lin Afang thought it was an old friend she hadn't seen for a while, so she looked up and smiled. But when she saw who it was, her smile faded. The visitor was Tao Yume, from the same village as Lin Afang in the countryside. They had both moved to the city in recent years, and occasionally bumped into each other on the street. Tao Yume had a reputation for gossiping, and since she was young, she had never had a good reputation. They usually just exchanged a brief greeting, but this was the first time they had been so friendly. Yume, why are you here today? Is there something wrong? She was a little surprised. Tao Yume lived in the Shuanglu Lake community, which was to the west of the Liuxia community, quite a distance away. Tao Yume's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I came here especially to find you. What is it you want? Although they are fellow villagers, their lives have not intersected much, and she cannot think of anything that would make Tao Yume come looking for her. I heard that your son and daughter-in-law are getting a divorce, and I'm worried about you, so I came to see you. We are fellow villagers, so if you have any difficulties, just tell me, and I can help you figure something out. Tao Yume is full of concern and worry. Lin Eifang interrupted her angrily. My son and daughter-in-law are fine. Who said they are getting a divorce? Which bastard is talking nonsense? Tell me, or I'll rip his mouth off. Tao Yume was taken aback. You don't know about this? They're hiding it from you? Chapter 10 Chapter 9 Nanny Tao Yume. Nanny Tao Yume. Tao Yume, you just can't stand to see my family doing well, can you? My son, his wife, and their child have just finished eating and are happily at home, but in your mouth it's become a divorce? I can see that you're an old woman who can't change her ways, and you deliberately came all the way across town to spread rumors. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning and pulled into hell with your tongue cut out? Lin Eifang gritted her teeth and began to roll up her sleeves. Grandma Lin, what's going on? People around her were attracted, and some who recognized Lin Eifang asked out loud. Seeing that Lin Eifang really seemed to have no idea, Tao Yume's confidence was somewhat lacking. Who would dare to spread rumors about you? I heard it from Li Denko and his wife at home. If you don't believe me, just go ask them. What bad luck! I came here with good intentions to care about you, and they wished me to be pulled out of hell with my tongue cut off. Ugh, the Buddha knows best. When she mentioned Li Denka and Zhu Mingzhu, Lin Eifang became a little uncertain. She knew both of them. Li Denka was the boss of Jiangche's company, and Zhu Mingzhu's mother was her second-room aunt and cousin, more than 10 years her senior. She remembered that when she was a child, she had even attended her aunt's wedding. She had married a city person and had 2 daughters and a son. The second daughter was Zhu Mingzhu. My aunt's cousin lost her spouse last year, and her children, fearing that she would be lonely, took turns to take her in. This year, she has just arrived at her second daughter's home, the Shuanglu Lake Villa, and Tao Yume happens to be working as a nanny in their home. Although Tao Yume is nosy and gossips, she would never be so brazen as to name names. Lin Eifang was distracted and immediately gathered her things and went home to ask for clarification. However, she said harshly to Tao Yume, I'm going back to ask. If it's not true, you just wait. Tao Yume was a little scared when she saw her resolute attitude, but she refused to admit defeat. Go ahead, I'm not afraid of false accusations. Lin Eifang returned home on a foot exercise machine, shouting for people as soon as she entered the door. Zhang Che? Hiru? Hey, I'm upstairs. Zhang Che and Xiaoyu are out playing. Zhang Che was playing on the computer and heard Lin Eifang's urgent shouting, so he hurriedly responded. Then he heard a thumping sound coming from upstairs. The door was pushed open with a bang, and Lin Eifang appeared at the door out of breath. Mom, what's wrong with you? You didn't dance today? Zhang Che was a little surprised. Lin Eifang ignored his question and said, let me ask you, are you and Zhang Che getting a divorce? Zhang Che's mouse dropped onto the cushion with a pop, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. He and Hiru had always kept their divorce a secret from their parents. Apart from the private grumbles he had shared with Li Denkai and Wang Mingcheng, could it be that they were the ones who had told on him? No, it couldn't be. The two of them weren't so gossipy. But if it wasn't them, then who else could it be? Hiru got along well with Jiang Yuan. Could it be that she had told her? But Jiang Yuan was a Jiang, and Hiru would never tell her that. Zhang Che's mind was in turmoil, but his face remained expressionless as he asked in return, who said Zhang Che and I are getting a divorce? Tao Yume, that old shrew, said so. Lin Eifang saw that her daughter-in-law was as calm as usual, and automatically took her words as a surprised expression of shock. She let out a sigh of relief. I told you the two of you are fine, why would you get divorced? You're still so cuddling when you're getting a divorce? She was jealous of our happy and harmonious family, and wanted to cause trouble, so she made a special trip from the west to the south. I'm so angry that I didn't even go to the square dance today. By the way, she said it was the Li Denka couple who said it. Pfft, would the couple tell her that? Hearing Li Denk, Zhang Che hurriedly interrupted, Mom, who is this Tao Yume? How does she know the Li couple? Lin Eifang rolled her eyes to the sky. Tao Yume works as a nanny in the Li family. Zhang Che's head buzzed. He had even told Li Denk to keep it a secret, so how did the nanny hear about it? It's over, he needs to call Li Denk right away. Lin Eifang suddenly realized the problem at this moment. Huh? It doesn't make sense. Tao Yume insisted that it was Li Denko and his wife who said it, and she even told me to confront them, but if I confront them, she'll be exposed, right? Would she do something so stupid as to shoot herself in the foot? Do you know what's going on? Jiang Che shook his head guiltily. I don't know, I don't really keep in touch with Li these days. Logically, as a boss, he wouldn't just say at home that his subordinate is getting a divorce for no reason. Could it be that she heard it wrong? Lin Yifeng's brows knitted together in a frown. No, I need to ask Jiang Che when he'll be back. I don't know, I guess he'll be back in a while. What's the rush? Jiang Che's palms were sweating. Lin Yifeng took out her phone, and Jiang Che stared at it, his heart in his throat. The phone rang 12 times and then hung up automatically. No answer. Lin Yifeng was unable to confirm with her son right away, and she felt very frustrated. It was noisy on the street at the moment, so he probably didn't hear it. It wouldn't be too late to ask him when he got back. Jiang Che quietly wiped the sweat from his hands on his jeans, thinking to himself that it was a good thing it was late. If it had been an hour earlier, Lin Yifeng would have gone straight to Li Deng's house. After coaxing Lin Yifeng downstairs, Jiang Che closed the door behind him and immediately called Xiaoyu's flashing children's watch, which could be used outdoors. It didn't take long for the call to go through. Mom, the sound on the phone is noisy, the little girl greeted her loudly. Dad and I are fishing for small fish, I caught 3. Ha, you was awesome, you better let Dad answer the phone. Afraid that the sound would carry, Jiang Che went into the bathroom and pressed his voice. You took off her watch and handed it to her father, and continued to stare at the fishing rod. Hey, what's wrong? Why didn't you call me on my cell phone? Hiru was very surprised. She grabbed her watch with one hand and reached into her pants pocket with the other to get her cell phone, only to see an unreturned call from an old woman. It was too noisy outside for her to hear her phone ring. There's something I need to tell you, but if I wait until you get back, it'll be too late. I had to call you on Yu's watch, but please don't be mad. Jiang Che sounded urgent. Hiru frowned. What is it? You were the one who kept asking for a divorce, right? I told Mr. Li about it and wanted him to give me some advice, but somehow it got into the ears of his nanny, Tao Yume, who just so happens to know my mother and is a gossiping type. Talking about it. Today, she even went out of her way to come and tell my mother that we are getting a divorce, and that if she doesn't believe me, she can confront Mr. and Mrs. Li. My mother is furious and is looking for you everywhere to ask you for an explanation. When you come back, don't you dare admit it. Hiru was a little surprised and very angry. But it was too late to say anything. Lin Yifeng was so hot-tempered that she might do something unpredictable. It was best to quickly inform Li Denka, so that Lin Yifeng wouldn't go looking for trouble in her head. She suppressed her anxiety. I understand. I'll call Mr. Li right away. Both sides just have to insist that there's no such thing. Yes, that's what I mean. We are a united couple, and we will silence that busybody. Jiang Che was so excited that not only did Hiru not scold him, she even cooperated, that he started spinning in circles in the bathroom. As soon as Hiru finished talking to him, her phone rang again. It showed that Lin Yifeng was calling, but she didn't dare answer it. The phone kept ringing for 12 rings before it hung up automatically. Chapter 11 Chapter 10 Eavesdropping. Eavesdropping. Taking advantage of the situation, she quickly called Li Dinka. As soon as she got through, she immediately asked him to confirm whether there was a nanny named Tao Yume in his family. Yes, she's been here for only 3 months. Someone hired her from the old lady's hometown. Why are you asking about her? Li Dinka's plans for tonight were ruined, and he was now accompanying his wife as they sipped tea. The nanny in your family knows my mother. She came from Shuanglu Lake community today just to tell my mother that her son and daughter-in-law are getting a divorce. She made my mother so angry. By the way, she said that you and your sister-in-law told her. If my mother doesn't believe it, she can confront you. My mother is sharpening her knife at home right now. What? Li Dunka knocked over his teacup in his excitement. What's wrong? Xu Mingzhu wondered. Li Dinka didn't have time to pay any attention to her, and he pounded his chest on the phone. I swear, I only told your sister-in-law about this once in the bedroom, and I did it with the door closed. I would never tell a maid like her about it. Besides, she just started working here not long ago, and neither she nor we know each other well enough to tell her this. How could I tell her something that even my wife doesn't know? She definitely overheard us. Jiang Che, we've been friends for more than 10 years, you have to believe me. Xu Mingzhu understood. It turns out that not long ago, the two of them discussed at home the divorce between Jiang Che and Hiru, and it was overheard by the new nanny. It seems that the news has reached Jiang Che's house. Yes, Jiang Che's mother is related to her mother, and Tao Yume is from the same village, so it's not strange that they know each other. Li Dinka hung up after a reassuring assurance, and then turned to explain to her. It was Jiang Che, he said. Xu Ming chimed in. Aunt Tao overheard what we were saying and spread the gossip to Jiang Che's mother. Li Dinka slammed his hand on the table. Madam is eloquent, the word gossip is used wonderfully, I would only say she is a nosy busybody. Alright, you can tell Jiang Che to rest assured, this is our mistake, and we will definitely give him an explanation. No, I just don't understand, you went back to your hometown to buy pottery for so long, and you only managed to find such a piece? Is this really your standard? Xu Mingju was quite annoyed, as Li Dinka had personally gone back to his hometown to pick out this Tao Yume, and she turned out to be such a piece of work. Li Dinka blushed and argued, she is eloquent and wears a smile, calling me auntie all the time. I thought. Xu Mingju rolled her eyes, disgusted. It's all my problem, my problem. I just hope you can help me with a small favor. What favor? It's over there. Li Dinka squinted his eyes. Xu Mingju realized, my mother? My lady is wise and understands at once. I was mainly thinking that Aunt Tao has been coaxing my mother-in-law along quite well. If I confront her, my mother-in-law will definitely think badly of me, her good son-in-law. But you are her daughter, so it would be different if you did what in front of her. She would be fine with it, and maybe my mother-in-law would even help you. Xu Mingju slaps the table. Li Dinkai, you need to be clear about what you mean. Besides, my mother has always been able to tell right from wrong, how could she be fooled by a few words? What meaning could I possibly have? I just envy your mother for giving birth to you, and you gave birth to such a smart son. I definitely couldn't do it with my own genes. Li Dinkai immediately changes his tone when he sees that he has flattered the wrong horse. Xu Mingju was too lazy to engage in idle chatter with him, so she waved her hand and asked, what's the situation at Jiang Che's house now? Jiang Che hasn't returned yet, and he didn't dare answer his mother's phone call. Hiru is at home holding it together and saying she doesn't know anything about it. What he means is that we should all insist that Aunt Tao is talking nonsense. Look. So, it's a sacrifice for her and a happy ending for both families. Let's go home and deal with it. Xu Mingju made the decision and got up to leave. Li Dinka muttered after her, she doesn't call it a sacrifice, she calls it what she deserves. You said I picked her out of thousands, how did I pick this kind of person? Xu Mingju sneered, apart from your choice of wife, which was passable, you are blind in everything else. Tao Yume got on the bus back. There were not many people on the bus at this hour, and the empty carriage swayed back and forth, slowly shaking the remorse in her heart. Lin Ifan's overreaction made her heart race. Judging from her attitude, it seemed as if she really would come to Shuanglu Lake community to question her. Alas, she had been careless. After eavesdropping that day, she had been so preoccupied with wanting to come and see Lin Ifan's embarrassment that she had never expected her to still be keeping this a secret. Lin Ifang had no idea at all. Now that she had been found out, Lin Ifang was almost mad. What if Lin Ifang really came over? When the two confronted each other, she had overheard and was discovered. She might lose her job. Should she go back and beg the old lady? Tao Yume was so focused on thinking of a solution that she didn't pay attention to the bus stop announcements and ended up at the bus terminal. It wasn't until the driver reminded her several times that she came to her senses. Looking outside, she was so annoyed that she slapped her thighs. Oh no, I've missed the stop. Li Dinka's stop is called Shuanglu Lake Villa District, the next stop is Shuanglu Lake Park, and the next stop is Shuanglu Lake Bus Terminal. Because this area is close to the suburban Shuanglu Lake, it has been specially planned as a viewing belt around the lake. There is more than 3 miles between stops, and the scenery is beautiful during the day, but there is nothing to see at night. Tao Yume asked the driver apologetically, Sir, are you still leaving? The driver took a big sip of herbal tea from a mug and shook his head at her. The last bus had already left. Tao Yume had no choice but to get off the bus. She saw the driver check and clean the bus, close the door and leave, and in the blink of an eye she was all alone at the bus stop. After standing there for a moment, she started walking back. She calculated that it was a full 6 miles from here to the gate of the Shuanglu Lake Villa area, and another 300 meters from the gate to Li Denki's house. Oh dear, today is really a bad day. By the time Tao Yume returned to the villa with her legs and feet numb, the Li Denka couple had also arrived home. They happened to meet at the door. Li Denka couldn't hold back his anger and shouted at her, Auntie Tao. Tao Yume was startled and winced, Deng, Denka, you're back. Xu Mingju poked Li Denka in the small of the back and pushed him into the house. She beckoned Tao Yume with a smile on her face, where have you been wandering at this late hour? Tao Yume was so guilty that she didn't dare tell the truth. She hadn't gone anywhere, she had just walked around the lake to stretch her legs. Xu Mingzhu dragged her into the living room, still smiling. Then you have really good physical fitness, to be able to walk around Shuanglu Lake and then run back and forth in Liuxia community, at a speed of at least 40 kilometers per hour? Tao Yume's legs suddenly felt weak. This. Xu Mingzhu raised an eyebrow and looked at her. You spoke so eloquently when you asked for me before, why are you stuttering now? A bolt from the blue, they found out so quickly? Tao Yume's head was buzzing with chaos, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She regretted it in her gut. She should never have gone to Lin Afong. Why couldn't she hold back? Chapter 12, Chapter 11, Partnering Up to Plot. Partnering Up to Plot. I just went to Liuxia community today because I had something to do there, and I happened to bump into her. I just mentioned it in passing, I didn't do anything else. If I had known about this, I would have kept it to myself, and I would never have told you. Xu Mingzhu's smile gradually faded from her face as she stared at her and asked, what is it that you are keeping to yourself? It's the divorce between Zhang Che and his wife. Xu Mingzhu was very surprised. Zhang Che and his wife got divorced? Where did you hear that? How come I didn't know about it? Let me tell you, in a society ruled by law, you can't just make up rumors willy-nilly, you'll be arrested. Tao Yume's face turned pale, and cold sweat covered her back. Yes, where did she hear it? She couldn't say she overheard it through the door, could she? Wait, what did she say? She didn't know about it. And spreading rumors, who spread rumors? She looked up with a sense of hindsight and saw pain in Xu Mingzhu's eyes. Her words were even more disappointing. Aunt Tao, although you came to our house to work as a nanny, Denka and I have always regarded you as a real aunt, and even my mother regards you as a real sister. But I never expected that you would not only spread rumors and cause trouble, but also sling mud at Denka and me. How could you do that? What did our family ever do to you? Li Dunka was standing nearby. As soon as Xu Mingzhu finished speaking, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. I was wrong. I never thought you were like this. His face was full of pain, disappointment, and remorse that he could no longer bear. Tao Yume was dumbfounded. Her eyes darted between Xu Mingzhu and Li Denka. She had a silver tongue all her life, but now she couldn't say a word. What's wrong? What's happened? The commotion outside had succeeded in summoning out Mrs. Zhang from the bedroom, who looked worriedly at her daughter and son-in-law. Tao Yume gave a start, as if she had seen the light, and was about to rush over to beg for help, when Xu Mingzhu pulled her back and howled out first, Mom, Denka and I are going to be killed by Auntie Tao. What did your aunt do? Don't cry, don't cry. Denka, what happened? Old Mrs. Zhang panicked, hugged her daughter and kept on persuading her. She asked her son-in-law loudly and didn't pay attention to Tao Yume. Tao Yume stumbled back 2 steps, sat down on the ground with a thud, and began to cry loudly, Oh, I'm not going to live anymore, it's all my fault. It's over. She couldn't explain it no matter how many times she tried, and no one would have believed her if she had. What's going on? Mrs. Zhang was at a loss for words. Xu Mingzhu, I have high blood pressure and can't stand the noise. You help her into the bedroom and we'll talk. Li Denkai didn't give Tao Yume the chance to speak. Xu Mingzhu immediately helped Zhang Laolao into the bedroom, and Li Denkai closed the door behind them. Turning back, he said sternly to Tao Yume, that's enough. Let's settle the wages tonight, and you can go home tomorrow morning and don't come back. Tao Yume's sobs caught in her throat. She was being fired? No way. Although she was a busybody, she had never spread rumors. She refused to take the blame. Furious, she stood up. You can say I'm a busybody, but the Jians were already getting a divorce, so why are you accusing me of spreading rumors? Do you have any proof that they were getting a divorce? It's what you two said. If you say so, then it's true. You've got a lot of nerve. Let me repeat, we never said anything like that to you. You're just making it up. If you keep this up and affect Zhang Che's family, they can sue you for slander. You. Tao Yume was so angry that she almost passed out. She had been eavesdropping at the door, so what evidence could she possibly have? And today's incident had blown up, and there was no way she could stay in the Li family anymore. Not only would she lose her job, she would also be accused of spreading rumors. In a moment of desperation, she actually came up with a bit of wisdom. You Li Denka, you two conspired against me. Today I'll put it here, I'll go home and wait. When Zhang Che and he really get divorced, I'll come back to settle the score with you. When Zhang Che and he really get divorced, let's see if they can still get married. By that time, she won't be named Tao if she doesn't scold them to the grave. After saying that, she returned to her maid's room with a stern face, gathering her things. Lidenka let loose a threat behind her, "Don't worry, they will never get divorced in their lives." After letting go of her worries, she hung up and went into the bedroom to find Zhu Mingzhu and old lady Zhang. Xu Mingzhu had already explained everything to old lady Zhang, but she had kept the news of Jiang Che and Hiru's divorce from her. Old Mrs. Zhang, of course, chose to believe her daughter and pulled a long face in anger. She would let her go back tomorrow, and no one else would be hired in the family. There are hourly workers for cleaning, and I will go to the community canteen for meals. There are a lot of people there, and it's lively, unlike eating at home with just 2 people, which is boring. There is also a chess and card room and a gym nearby, which is lots of fun. This is indeed the old lady's honest opinion. Although the community canteen belongs to someone else's unit, it is located near the entrance of the villa area, just a few hundred meters from home, and non-employees can eat there for a fee. There are a lot of people in there, and she has recently met a lot of old men and women with similar interests. She can play mahjong with them for a week without getting tired, and it is much more enjoyable to play with them than to play with Tao Yume at home. Xu Mingzhu didn't expect her mother to be so easygoing and to have her life so clearly arranged. She quickly agreed and, behind her back, gave Li Denkai a triumphant gesture. Li Denkai returned a wry smile. "What's wrong?" Xu Mingzhu sensed that something was wrong and went back to the bedroom on the second floor to ask him. Li Denkai repeated the harsh words that Tao Yume had put down inside. "What can I do? How can I prevent them from getting divorced? I'm really worried, so worried that it's breaking my heart." Xu Mingzhu was thinking of a solution. Why not invite them out for dinner sometime, find a restaurant with good privacy, and have a good talk with them? What should I talk about? Let's talk about not divorcing yet, and waiting until Tao Yume has completely cooled off. It's not like they've already divorced, everything is still possible. We can mediate first, and untie their knots. Look, they haven't cheated on each other, there are no financial disputes, there have been no major changes in the family, it's just that Hiru is disappointed in Jiang Che, and besides, Jiang Che doesn't want a divorce either, otherwise why would he be asking for your advice? That's easy for you to say. If he had the ability, he would go to marriage mediation and counseling, not mess around with advertising and media. Let me tell you, it is precisely this kind of divorce caused by one party's disappointment in the other that is the hardest to salvage, because Hiru has given up all hope and just wants to be free as soon as possible. Unless Jiang Che lets Hiru experience what she has been through and feel it all over again, he will not only fail to understand why Hiru insists on getting a divorce, but will also think that she is making a big deal out of nothing and being too sentimental. Knowing both Jiang Che and Hiru, Li Denka didn't think this would turn things around. Xu Mingzhu looked at him in admiration. "Aunt Tao fired you, and it seems your IQ has returned. This analysis is quite reasonable." Li Denka proudly opened his 5 fingers and ran them through his hair. "Your husband has always been very wise. Aunt Tao was just a small mistake in my life." Chapter 13 Chapter 12 Stop it. Stop it. But this little mistake has caused trouble for our family. Ito Yume was a hot-tempered woman, and she might say something nasty about her and Li Denka when they returned to the village the next day. If Jiang Che and his wife did divorce, she would probably come over to scold them, and there would be chaos. And Auntie Lin might also have a falling out with them. Xu Mingzhu then remembered something extremely important. Her son's college entrance exam was in 2 months, and she didn't want him to be affected by all this nonsense. Li Denka paused in the middle of shaving his head. "Oh, I almost forgot about this." His son Li Mingyue is currently in his 3rd year of high school, and has moved into the school for closed management next semester. Except for Sunday afternoons, when he goes home to get clean clothes, get a haircut, collect his living expenses, and take 2 days off at the end of the month, he devotes all his time to studying for the college entrance exam, and must not make any mistakes. He suddenly changed his mind. "I'd better invite them to dinner." That's not what you just said. Circumstances change. In order for our son to do well in the college entrance exam, let's try harder. What if, through our efforts, they resolve their differences and don't break up? Wouldn't that be the best of all possible worlds? You're right about both the positive and negative sides of the argument. Then why don't you discuss it with Jiang Che tomorrow and see if they have time at the weekend to have dinner together? Okay, for the sake of our son, I'll make sure this works out. Hiru guessed that Li Denka had settled the matter, so she picked up the birdcage and fish and took her daughter home. Lin Afong was sitting uneasily in the living room. At the sound of a voice, she jumped up. "You're finally back. I tried to call you a few times but you didn't answer. What was so urgent that you couldn't even go to the square dance?" Hiru pretended to know nothing. Xiao Yu went upstairs to play with her mother. Lin Eifeng sent her granddaughter away. Hiru calmly handed her daughter the birdcage and fish. Be a good girl and take the parrot and fish to the second floor. The little girl took one in each hand and ran up the stairs. Seeing that her granddaughter was nowhere to be seen, Lin Eifeng grabbed her arm. Let me ask you, are you and Hiru getting a divorce? Hiru had already gone over the matter on the way back. Given Lin Eifeng's inquisitive nature, she would not be convinced with just a simple reply, and would need a perfect explanation. She widened her eyes in surprise. No way. Who told you that? Seeing her expression, Lin Eifeng believed it to be true, and let go of her hand angrily, saying, Who else? It can't be that bad-hearted Tao Yumei. She grew up in the same village as me, and now works as a nanny at your boss Li's house. She came to see me today, saying she heard your boss and his wife say that you and Hiru are getting a divorce. I was so angry, I scolded her right there. Lin Eifeng was still furious when she thought about Tao Yumei. She felt that the woman was really bad, but she still had some doubts in her heart. She said that if I didn't believe it, I could confront your boss Li. This is strange. She's not that stupid, is she? If she confronted him, she would be exposed, right? What is she after? What is she after? She's just trying to disgust you. Hiru can't forget how Lin Eifeng used to go from door to door bragging when she went back to her hometown in previous years. She casually let slip to her relatives and friends that she and Jiang Daha had money and leisure after retirement, that the value of their house was steadily increasing, and that their life in the sunset was how colorful it was. Her son had a good appearance and personality, and his career was going from strength to strength. In half a day, the whole village knew that Jiang Che's annual commission was higher than his salary, that Xiao Yu was so cute and outstanding, and that the house was in a good enough location. As for Hiru, she casually mentioned that she was a kindergarten teacher, mainly taking care of children. In fact, if these things were said by ordinary people, they would be envied, but who is Lin Eifeng? There is no entry in the dictionary for how to consider the feelings of others. She can show off her superiority in the most annoying way, to the point where she is offensive without realizing it. Tao Yumei is the signal this time. However, although Hiru is divorcing Jiang Che, it is their private matter, and it does not mean that others can use it to cause trouble and attack. She took out her phone, found Li Dinka's number and handed it to Lin Eifeng. If you don't believe me, you can call Mr. Li yourself. She even offered to give her the phone, which showed that she was being open and aboveboard. Lin Eifeng was instantly convinced and apologetically declined. No need, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Just tell him about it when you go to work tomorrow, and remember to tell him that Tao Yumei is no good and has a bad heart. Okay, I'll ask him tomorrow why Tao Yumei insisted that she heard them talking. After all, there's no smoke without fire. Let's see where she got it wrong. Hiru looked at Lin Eifeng's expression while he spoke. Yes, you have to ask her clearly. This comment struck a chord with Lin Eifeng, and it was the only thing she was unsure about. I'll go back to my room first, then. Okay, go ahead. Lin Eifeng watched her son go upstairs. When she returned to her room, Jiang Che was waiting for her anxiously. As soon as he saw her, he came up to her. What's going on? Where's Xiao Yu? Hiru first scanned the room. Her child was getting older, and she had to be careful what she said. I told her to go into the study to draw, she won't come over. Jiang Che closed the door tightly and pressed on. What did Mum say? She believes me for now, but she's not entirely convinced. I still have to give a statement to Mr. Li tomorrow and smooth things over. Hiru frowned. All this trouble is because you blabbed and told Mr. Li about the divorce for no reason. Jiang Che's heart, which had been on tenterhooks for a long time, finally sank. Seeing that she was blaming herself, he felt guilty but stubborn. Divorce is no trivial matter. Shouldn't I ask someone about it? Besides, you're the one who's always talking about divorce. I don't want to get a divorce at all. Are you saying that ultimately, I am to blame for this? If I hadn't mentioned divorce, none of this would have happened, is that it? Jiang Che, tell me honestly, have you been happy in my body these past 2 days? Have you been comfortable being a good daughter-in-law and a good mother? Has it been easy for you? If you say yes, I will admit that I was groundless and unreasonable before. Hiru kept asking questions, her eyes burning with anger. Jiang Che didn't dare to fight with her at this time, so he quickly appeased her. Don't say that, I didn't mean to blame you, and that's not what I meant. I really recognize my own mistakes. Don't give me that, Hiru slapped him away. Let me ask you, if there was no body swap, would you have realized these problems? The questions were too pointed, and Jiang Che pursed his lips and did not answer. Let me ask you again, if we had not switched bodies and we had successfully divorced, would you still hate me for being heartless and feel that you were a victim of marriage? Knowing his character too well, Hiru stared straight at him with a determined look. Jiang Che didn't dare to answer these questions directly. He wanted to avoid them like an ostrich, but now that he and Hiru had switched bodies, the power was so uneven that the other person could suppress him with sheer momentum, unable to move, and if he dared to run, Hiru would catch him like a hawk catching a chicken. Jiang Che's face flushed with anger. You. Before he could say anything, Hiru interrupted. See, I was right. He's so angry he wants to lose his temper, but he just avoids answering my questions. I'll tell you, the two of us are now in the wrong roles. Your old macho attitude doesn't work anymore. If you want to answer seriously, I'll listen attentively. If you want to talk nonsense, forget it. Chapter 14, Chapter 13. No expectations, no disappointments. No expectations, no disappointments. After Hiru finished speaking, she turned around and opened the door to leave. The door slammed shut, as cold and ruthless as the person who had left. Jiang Che stood there for a long time, and then yelled at the door, "This is deliberate revenge." He had to keep his voice down, so it sounded like a stray dog on the street whining. He paced around the room twice, exasperated, and then rubbed his long hair into a mess before walking over to the computer and sitting down. He browsed the web aimlessly. He was feeling very depressed right now. He knew that Hiru was always like this, mercilessly tearing his face off and pointing out the problems in his heart that he didn't want to face. But he also calmed down a bit. Hiru's prejudice against him has taken root, and she just wants to get out of the marriage. Although he doesn't go to brothels or gamble, in Hiru's eyes he is already a scumbag. He can't change Hiru's mind overnight. He just hopes that the two of them can stay together physically for a little longer, so that she can see the changes in herself. As for the marriage, he doesn't want to get a divorce at all, otherwise he won't forgive himself. As the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Not to mention that he is not a prodigal son, but just lacking in his responsibilities as a husband and father. It's not too late to mend the fold after a sheep is lost. He sincerely repents and makes up for it twice over. Isn't that enough? Jiang Che is reflecting here, while Hiru goes to the study to watch her daughter draw. Xiaoyu has drawn 3 large-headed stick figures, one in a red dress on the left, one in a blue suit on the right, all 3 holding hands and grinning from ear to ear, with the one in the dress wearing a circle of crooked lipstick. The 3 are surrounded by suns, butterflies, flowers and grass. Hiru held back her laughter and asked her, "What's that picture?" "It's a picture of Mommy, Daddy, and me. The one in the suit is Daddy, the one in the skirt is Mommy, and that's me. We're going out to play together. There are flowers, grass, and butterflies." Ru listened carefully to her daughter's explanation. Hearing her daughter's young and excited voice, Hiru was a little distracted. She hadn't yet talked to her daughter about the divorce. She always felt that the current situation of raising her child alone was similar to being divorced. It didn't matter if the child had a father or not. But now, seeing her happily introduce her family, she felt an inexplicable sadness. She apologized to her daughter in her heart. "I'm sorry, Mom has been helping to fill the gap left by Dad for 6 years, but I don't want to do it anymore. I believe that you will be better off if you are brought up by just one person." As for Jiang Che's remorse in the past few days, she would not believe it. Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. Jiang Che didn't sleep well that night. Hiru's constitution belonged to the more sensitive type, and her mood swings were huge. Coupled with her period, her body's reaction was obvious. Lying in bed, Jiang Che felt a vague pain in her lower abdomen. She also had a migraine, and she was not feeling well at all. With a thick cotton pad under her bottom, she was worried about side leakage or back leakage. After a while, she felt behind her buttocks and then rolled over with difficulty. Because she had not slept well, her head was not only aching but also a little dizzy. Sighing silently in the dark, she turned her head to look at Hiru next to her, who was sound asleep with her back to him. Early the next morning, Hiru got up, washed up, said hello to the bleary-eyed Xiaoyu, and went straight out the door to work. Jiang Che got up groggily and walked heavily into the bathroom. Then, he saw the power of an extended nighttime use. He endured the fear and nausea and cleaned himself according to the steps Hiru had taught him, making sure that there was nothing missing from himself or the space, and then hurried to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he looked in the mirror and saw a woman with a dull complexion, heavy dark circles under her eyes, and a whole person who was listless, just like someone who had played all-night games in an internet cafe. Suddenly, he felt a little sad, and was about to lament that it was not easy being a woman, when you, clutching her pants, hurriedly poked her head in. "Mom, I need to pee." He didn't even bother to put down the toothbrush in his mouth, lifted the toilet seat, picked up his daughter and sat her down, all in one go. Then he hurriedly urged his daughter to wash up, change her clothes and rush to work. "When he met you at the kindergarten, you saw that he was listless. What's wrong?" "It's your period." "Oh, no wonder." You looked understanding." Hiru arrives at the office and has just sat down when Lidinka comes over, looking nervous. "Jiang Che, did anything happen at your house last night?" Hiru shakes her head. "Hiru and I are getting along quite well, and my mother hasn't suspected anything. It's also thanks to the fact that what happened late last night, otherwise she would have gone to your house to confront you, and I really wouldn't have been able to defend myself." Lidinka patted his chest and sighed with relief. "It's a good thing nothing happened, otherwise your sister-in-law and I would really have to go and apologize. I'm really sorry about this. I was just discussing it with your sister-in-law in the bedroom, but who knew she would eavesdrop? But don't worry, last night your sister-in-law and I agreed to fire her, and we won't hire a nanny in our family in the future. This is really annoying." "Of course I believe you. Why don't we agree on a unified story and say that the nanny just made it all up after eavesdropping?" "Absolutely. That's what I told our old lady last night, and then I told the nanny to go into the house and pack her things right there on the spot." "Our old lady agreed." "The nanny agreed? No trouble?" Hiru was a little surprised. An old lady from the countryside like Tao Yume is very combative, and the Li Dinko couple may not be able to win against her. "How could it not be a fight?" Li Dinka sighed. "She said that your wife and I were plotting against her and slandering her. And that as soon as you and Hiru divorce, she'll come after us for revenge. You didn't see it, but when she packed her things and left this morning, she gave us such hateful looks, as if she wanted to kill us." Lidenka felt like a hitman was after him when he thought about it, and his back felt cold. Hiru couldn't help but laugh and cry. She didn't realize that her divorce had also affected the safety of the Li Deng family. So what should she do? She was currently in Jiang Che's body and couldn't express her desire to divorce, so she could only ask this question. "Don't worry, I can't be threatened by an old woman like her." "It's you don't want a divorce, you have to quickly go and save Hiru." Save? Hiru felt like she had eaten a fly. When Lidenka got excited, he kept tapping the table with 2 fingers. "What did you say in my office the other day? You said you were devoted to her, so why is she determined to get a divorce? You also said you didn't understand Hiru's thoughts, that you felt she was making a big deal out of nothing." Hiru nodded awkwardly as she listened, and in her heart she cursed Jiang Che over and over again. "You see, you don't want a divorce at all, but she is determined to leave, so what does that show? What does it mean?" Hiru felt like a fool. "It means you don't understand her. The kids are all grown up, and you don't know anything about your wife." Li Deng had to shake his head and sigh. "Jiang Che, I am not only your boss, but also your big brother. And Hiru was once part of our company. Your wife and I feel that it is necessary to help you two open up. It is such a pity that such a good couple has become like this. How about this, your wife and I will host a dinner this weekend. You bring Hiru along, and we will have a good heart-to-heart talk, okay?" Facing Li Denkei's earnest and sincere proposal, what else could she do as Jiang Che? Naturally, she couldn't have asked for anything more. Suppressing the anger in her heart, she set the time with Li Denkei for 6 p.m. on Saturday at Ueshio Fish Restaurant. Chapter 15 Chapter 14 Heart-to-Heart Talk. Heart-to-Heart Talk. After sending off Li Denkei, Hiru had no heart to work. She got up irritably and opened the window to let in some air. The way things were developing was totally unexpected. Not only had Li Denka and Zhu Mingzhu gotten involved, but there was also Tao Yume, a time bomb waiting to go off. Everyone has selfish motives. She would be a fool if she couldn't see Li Denka's intentions. Standing in Jiang Che's shoes, she was naturally happy that Li Denka had pulled this stunt, but for her, she didn't want to be involved at all. Just as she was annoyed, Jiang Che called her, and she picked up the phone in a bad mood. "What?" Jiang Che was on the other end of the phone, panicking. "Hiru, I forgot to bring my sanitary napkins, and now I need to change them, but I realized I didn't bring any. There are so many female teachers, just ask someone to lend you some. Jiang Yuan always keeps sanitary napkins on hand, so you should call her." "No, I'm a guy." Jiang Che refused. Hiru put a hand to her forehead. "A guy can get his period? This is an extraordinary situation. If we hadn't switched places, could I be in this situation?" Jiang Che didn't dare speak loudly, and his voice was full of gutturals as he covered the phone receiver. Hiru could hear his ears buzzing. She took the receiver away from him and persuaded him, "The first step is always difficult, but once you get started, it'll be fine. If you ask Jiang Yuan to lend you some today, you will ask you for some tomorrow. This is how women normally help each other. I still can't bring myself to do it. Why don't you buy it for me and bring it over?" Jiang Che dares to make a request. Hiru sneers, "Jiang Che, do you remember the biggest snowfall of the year? It was a weekend, and I spent the day with you making snowmen. I felt a stomachache, so I went back inside and found that I had my period. We were out of sanitary napkins, so I asked you to go buy some. What did you say to me?" "What did I say?" Jiang Che was perplexed, clutching his stomach. "You said, 'Are you kidding? I'm a man, I'm not going to buy you this. You're going to make me look ridiculous, so you'll have to figure it out yourself.'" Jiang Che was dumbfounded. "Compared to your heartlessness, I can tell you that it's already pretty good that I asked Jiang Yuan to lend it to you. If you don't want to, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I have to go to work, bye." Hiru finished speaking in one breath, hung up the phone, turned around, and threw the phone on the table. Manager Jiang. After a while, Chang Siyu knocked on the door outside. She quickly gathered her emotions and returned to normal. "Come in." The door was ajar, and Chang Siyu opened it with a gentle push, her face wearing a smile. "I followed your instructions and communicated with President Chang, and she decided to maintain the original plan unchanged." "That's good, you continue to follow up." "Okay," Chang Siyu nodded, but she didn't mean to leave. After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "Manager Jiang, last night my father called me to ask about my work and life situation. I told him that I am doing quite well at Qingrui and that my supervisor takes good care of me." Chang Siyu's hometown is in Liuxiang Town, the farthest town below Lanyang City, a 1.5-hour drive away. She usually goes back home once every 2 weeks. When Li Dinka hired her, he specifically reminded the older employees to take good care of these new employees who had just graduated and were far away from home. Seeing that she was willing to talk, Hiru gestured for her to sit down and said, taking a small sweet orange from the table and giving it to her, "Siyu, I understand how your father feels. I also have a daughter, and I will worry about her work and life if she grows up and goes to work elsewhere. If you don't understand something at work, you can ask me and the seniors in the company. Everyone will teach you. Don't be worried. It's like family." Chang Siyu took it and said thank you. She rubbed it in her hands, seeming less formal than before. She laughed and said, "I told my father not to worry, but..." She paused for a moment, as if a little embarrassed. "What happened?" Hiru looked at her. Chang Siyu's ears turned slightly red. "Just, my mom took the phone away and asked me if I had found a boyfriend. I've only been working for a few days, and she asks me on WeChat every day, making it seem like I'm a leftover woman, and it's affecting my work." Hiru smiled in shock. "Your mother is pretty anxious, you're only 22 years old, right?" Chang Siyu nodded, "I just turned 21. I don't know why she's in such a hurry. I'm even afraid to answer her phone calls now. Manager Jiang, can you help me persuade her? You're my leader, and she'll definitely listen to you." Hiru suddenly thought of herself. Back then, her mother also repeatedly forbade her from having a boyfriend while she was still in school, but as soon as she graduated from university, she hurriedly urged her to go on blind dates, exactly the same situation as Chang Siyu is in now. "Okay, when your mom calls you again, you let me talk to her." "Thank you, Manager Jiang." Chang Siyu went out with gratitude in her heart. Hiroi could not be counted on, and Jiang Che was anxious in the bathroom. He had to arrange lunch for the children soon, so he could not stay in the bathroom for too long. He gritted his teeth and called Jiang Yuan. The call connected, and Jiang Yuan was directing the older children to line up to wash their hands, making a lot of noise. "Sister-in-law, what's the matter?" "Yuanzi, please help, I forgot to bring my sanitary napkins." The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a great weight lift off his shoulders. "Okay, I'll bring them to you right away." Jiang Yuan was quick, and in a flash she scampered upstairs, and like the wind she blew into the toilet, and handed him 2 gelling. Before Jiang Che could say thank you, she was gone again like the wind, her back like the goddess of mercy saving the world. After tidying up, he returned to the classroom just as Li brought her lunch in. Naturally, he joined in and distributed the lunches to the children. After school, he didn't go home, but took Xiaoyu to the supermarket first. "Mommy, I want to eat milk tablets." Xiaoyu couldn't take her eyes off the colorful sweets on the shelves as soon as she walked into the snacks section. Ming Ming's little pleading eyes melted Jiang Che's heart, and he rubbed his daughter's head. Take whatever you like. Really? Thanks, Mom. Xiaoyu pushed the children's shopping cart and cheered as she swept through the snacks section. When she had bought almost everything she needed, he turned his feet and walked over to the area that he knew about but had never set foot in before. At a glance, it was a bit shocking. He had never imagined that there would be such a wide range of sanitary napkins. In addition to the sheet type, there were also tampons in cup-shaped ones, and there were also adult diapers. There were all kinds of products, taking up 2 entire rows of shelves. He felt a sense of pride and satisfaction as he looked at the products in the store. He had already done his research, so now was the time to put it into practice. He carefully studied the brands and types of products, and picked out 2 packs according to his needs. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a young man came in, talking on the phone as he reached for the products. Are you still using the same brand? Oh, good, then I'll get 1 more pack of nighttime ones. Well, I know you're prone to allergies, so I'll get the ones with cotton. The familiarity of the tone and the naturalness of the expression were as commonplace as talking about the weather, and they instantly dampened Jiang Che's high emotions. He left the shelves and found his daughter, Xiaoyu, who was excitedly counting the snacks and sweets in the shopping cart. We're done, let's go. While waiting in line to pay, he ran into the boy again. The boy had nothing else in the basket but sanitary napkins, except for an extra pack of brown sugar. He rubbed his back teeth and would never admit that he was jealous. But he couldn't help but start reminiscing about the bits and pieces of his relationship with Hiru since they met, and he had to find something to compare the brash kid with to make himself feel better. Chapter 16 Chapter 15 Snacks. Snacks. When Xiaoyu saw her mother, the closer she got to the checkout, the more her face turned red. She was so distracted that she didn't even hear the cashier ask her to show her membership card. Mom, it's our turn, hurry up and get the phone. She was impatient, because she had to pay for the snacks before she could take them home. Jiang Che was very depressed. He thought about many things. The only thing he could do to compete with this kid was that when Hiru was pregnant, he cooked once, washed the underwear twice, and then nothing happened. Nothing happened? Please show your membership card. The cashier looked at him for a long time without moving, and reminded him again. Jiang Che opened his bag with a sour face and took out his mobile phone to find the membership code. Xiaoyu happily took out everything in the basket. In the past, her mother only let her buy 1 thing each time they went shopping, but she had never thought she could buy so much today. She was so happy. She weighed each item and filled the large shopping bag to the brim. The total came to 248 yuan. What did she buy that cost more than 200 yuan? Jiang Che didn't realize until after he scanned the QR code. Let's go home. Xiaoyu, however, was so excited that she dragged him out of the store. He had already paid, so it was all hers. Will it be too much? Jiang Che thought about it after the fact. No, it's not too much at all. Xiaoyu pushed him hard and they walked out of the store. Lin Aifang didn't feel like cooking dinner, so after a while she went out of the kitchen to see if her son and daughter-in-law had returned. She didn't see either of them, but she did see Jiang Dai lying on the sofa, giggling while holding his phone. She glared at him angrily. You spend all day playing with your phone, I think you're even more addicted than the young people. Oh, I just read the messages they sent in the group and give them a little like in their circle of friends. Jiang Dai changed his position. Lin Aifang waved the spatula. I don't know what kind of idle people are in your group, posting all day long, do they have nothing to do? This made Jiang Dahua unhappy, and his face suddenly turned stern. Hey, you usually hold your phone and watch TikTok videos, I don't? You and your friends karaoke together, I don't? You still have the nerve to talk to me? Do you remember the last time you were playing with your phone and forgot about the stewing ribs on the stove, and they were burnt? Lin Aifang was about to retort, but then remembered that the food was still frying in the kitchen. She hurriedly turned around and went back inside, stirring the pot a few times while arguing with him. That was normal entertainment, unlike your sneaky and mysterious activities. Don't think I don't know that you're chatting with those women inside, and I don't know what kind of work they do either. Judging by their appearance, they're not good people. Jiang Dahua suddenly lost his temper and his voice rose. You are paranoid all day long, and you criticize me for playing with my phone. There were both men and women in the group, and I didn't have any private chats. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the records. Humph, I know that the records can be deleted. Hiru taught me that. You're definitely not going to show me. Lin Afong heard the spatula clatter loudly as she fried something. She could see that a war was about to break out in the kitchen. Outside, she heard the sound of someone turning off the engine and parking the car. She opened the door and rushed out. She returned and asked, "What did your boss Lee say?" She had been waiting all day to hear what he had said. Hiru walked out of the garage and shook his head at her eager gaze. He said, "Tao Yume started this rumor, and your boss Lee and his wife have already fired her." Cough, I knew it was her nonsense. Lin Ifong's face lit up with joy, and her tone became lighter as she pursued, "So did she say why she did it?" "I don't know, maybe she's mentally twisted." Hiru made a double entendre and walked past her mother-in-law into the house. "What are you talking about? What about Tao Yume? Isn't she your old hometown sister?" Zhang Dahua came over. Which blind person became her sister? Lin Afong gave him a cold stare and walked angrily into the kitchen. How dare he ask, not knowing what had happened in the family. Zhang Dai's face turned white and his voice faltered. What happened? Thinking of Tao Yume's face, Lin Ifong's heart flared up again. Isn't Tao Yume working as a nanny at the home of Boss Lee, the owner of Zhang Che? She came over to see me last night for some reason, and inexplicably told me that Zhang Che and Hiru are getting a divorce, and she said that Boss Lee and his wife said so. I was so angry that I pointed at her nose and scolded her. She still had the nerve to ask me to confront Boss Lee. Could that be the kind of person Boss Lee is? No, Zhang Che already asked General Manager Lee today, and General Manager Lee said that she was the one spreading rumors and she was fired. Zhang Dai let out a sigh of relief. Is she crazy? Her husband ran away and she came to our house to tell lies. Her husband ran away? How do you know? Lin Afong was surprised. Zhang Dai choked and avoided her gaze. Well, you said it. I said that? How come I don't remember? Lin Afong tilted her head and tried to remember. You have a bad memory. Zhang Dai pushed her into the kitchen. Don't think about it, hurry up and go cook, Hiru, and Xiaoyu will be back soon. Oops, Lin Afong remembered that there was still soup simmering on the stove, so she hurriedly got in and started to work. Zhang Dai looked at her for a while, held the phone in his hand, turned around and entered the bedroom, closing the door tightly. Then he opened his phone, entered the lock screen password, opened WeChat, found an avatar of a woman who had undergone plastic surgery to look like a Korean celebrity, and typed, Yueying, are you there? Within 5 seconds, the other person sent a winky emoticon. Brother, he is looking for me, even if I'm not here. What's up? Zhang Dai smiled knowingly and continued typing. Has your sister Tao Yume returned to the village? I live in town and don't see her more than a few times a year, so who knows if she's back in the village or not. Why are you asking her? Nothing, I heard from Lao Lin today that your sister came to see her yesterday and said some nonsense, spreading rumors that my son and daughter-in-law are getting a divorce. The other person sent an expression of surprise. Is that true? I'd lie to you? She used to work for Zhang Che's boss, the one who owns Jingrui Advertising, and she was a nanny in the Li family. She was fired today because of this, so I'm asking you if she's returned to the village. Oh, I didn't know about all this. As you know, my sister has a big mouth that annoys everyone. Don't take it personally. I apologize to Brother He on her behalf. Zhang Dai laughed. You're being too polite. I know you well. You're not like your sister. What she does has nothing to do with you. This time, she didn't type anything, but sent a selfie of her sitting at a table, drinking tea, with her clothes collar so low that her cleavage was visible. Then there was a voice message. Brother He, it was my sister who did the stupid thing, and I feel bad about it. Do you have time this weekend? Come to my tea house and I'll buy you tea as an apology. Zhang Dai laughed out loud, then quickly suppressed it. It's fine to apologize for your sister, but just between you and me, if you invite me for tea, I'll definitely go. Since you think so highly of me, I'll be waiting for you this weekend. Zhang Che brought Xiaoyu home. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Lin Afeng setting the table. Mom, he greeted. You're back, just in time for dinner. Lin Afeng looked up and saw the large bag of snacks in his hand. Her expression changed instantly. You told me last time not to give the child too many snacks, and to only buy one at a time, so why did you buy her so many? Zhang Che, he really didn't know there was this rule in the family. Zhang Che. Zhang Che. Lin Afeng called out loudly. Mom, what's wrong? Hiru came down the stairs. Zhang Dai also happened to come out of the room, with a hidden trace of joy on his face. What's wrong? Why are you shouting so loudly? Look, Hiru bought so many snacks for the child, much more than I bought last time. Last time I bought 3 things, and she said to me, if you buy a big bag, the child's teeth will rot. As she said, she took a peek. Oh, they're all candies. Chapter 17, Chapter 16, The Secret of Jiangdae. The Secret of Jiangdae. I was distracted and didn't notice that she had taken so much. Stared at by 3 pairs of eyes, Jiang Che felt like a worm on a back, and Xiaoyu tried to shrink back as far as possible, hiding behind her mother. He-Ru walked over and her gaze fell on the shopping bag. Lin Aifang thought her son had come over to back her up and straightened up even more. I really didn't know that I could only buy 1 thing at a time, and I won't do it again, Jiang Che explained to her. He-Ru took the bag, reached in and flipped through the contents. It was almost entirely candy, along with a lot of chocolate and cookies. There were also 2 packs of sanitary napkins at the bottom. She raised an eyebrow. She didn't think Jiang Che would take the initiative to buy this. Daddy! Xiaoyu clasped her hands together and begged her pitifully. Just put them away, and give her 1 thing at a time. She picked up the bag and turned to go upstairs. Jiang Che let out a sigh of relief, took Xiaoyu's hand, and said, Come, let's go wash our hands and get ready for dinner. That's it? Lin Aifang was hoping that her son would do the right thing, but he had sided with his wife instead, and her face turned a little ugly. It's fine, it's not a big deal. Look at the expression on your face. Jiangdae tried to persuade her. What's wrong with my face? Don't look if you don't like it. Lin Aifang pushed him away and stormed off to eat. He-Ru put the snacks away and went downstairs. Jiang Che and Xiaoyu had also washed their hands, and the family sat down around the table. Due to the previous incident, the dinner table was unusually quiet, except for Jiangdae's mobile phone, which popped up with reminders from time to time, attracting Lin Aifang's glares and mutterings. Lin Aifang didn't get to dance yesterday, so after finishing eating today, she pushed her bowl away, changed her clothes and shoes, grabbed her water bottle and set off. Lin Jie. In the square, a grandmother surnamed Lu greeted her. She came closer. Xiao Lu, didn't teacher Wang teach a new dance yesterday? I had something to do and didn't come. Yes, it was the ghost step dance. Grandma Lu demonstrated it on the ground a couple of times. Like this? Lin Aifang tried to imitate the steps, but she ended up doing the same thing with her hands and feet. You're not in sync. Grandma Lu laughed and demonstrated again. Lin Aifang followed and did it twice more, but Grandma Lu still shook her head. You're still doing the same thing with your hands and feet. Relax, and practice more with the teacher later. Before long, everyone had arrived, and the street lamps around them had been lit. Lin Aifang tried her best to learn the ghost step dance, but she was still pointed out to have the problem of moving the same foot. Several of her friends laughed heartily, and she herself was both angry and amused. When Wang Laoshi came over, Lin Aifang hurried up to ask for advice. Laoshi Wang, I always move the same foot when I dance. What should I do? Teacher Wang asked her to show him, so she plucked up the courage to dance again, and the girls around her laughed again. Teacher Wang was amused too. Aifang, you're just too nervous, aren't you? Try to relax a bit, ignore what other people are thinking, just move slowly as if you were walking normally. Hey, relax, relax. He kept saying this while teaching her. At first, she managed to walk normally, but then she got nervous and started doing the same thing with her hands as she lifted her leg. Everyone, don't laugh, and don't look at her. Just let her relax, and she'll get better. Teacher Wang urged everyone not to look at her, so as to reduce her stress. Lin Aifang felt embarrassed about taking up the first row, so she simply went to the back row to practice with the others. However, there were quite a few children at the back watching the fun, and when they saw her wobbling, they couldn't help pointing and laughing. She was so angry that she excused herself on the grounds of sore feet and went home early. In the past, she always went home in groups of 3 or 5, talking loudly. Today, she was alone, in a bad mood. She didn't say a word when she got home, and sulked, planning to take a shower with her laundry. But when she reached the bedroom door, she heard the low, pleasant voices of her neighbors coming from their study. She went dancing, and won't be back for at least half an hour. I'm not afraid of her. I was chatting with you while she was cooking today. Your tea is the best I've ever tasted. I can't stand the stuff anywhere else, so you'll have to make it for me yourself. Lin Aifang's head buzzed, and she felt her body's energy rush to her head, so that she could no longer see clearly. All she could hear was Jiangdae's laughter, so happy and carefree, flirtatiously teasing her. It was a kind of heartfelt joy she had never seen before. She raised her hand and placed it on the half-open door. Given her temperament, she should have pushed the door open and barged in, shouting angrily. But knowing Jiang Dai from years of experience, she knew that even if she did, he would simply deny it. She slowly lowered her hand, not getting impatient. She needed evidence, to catch the thief red-handed, to catch the adulterer in the act. Turning to leave, Lin Yifeng's hatred was overwhelming. Sitting quietly on the sofa for a while to let the anger subside slightly, she got up again to make some noise. Jiang Dahua, who was in the study, heard the sound and immediately opened the door and walked out. The concerned look in his guarded eyes revealed, "Why are you back so early?" Lin Yifeng lowered her eyes. "The dance was too difficult today, so I came back early if I couldn't learn it. I can't look at him, or I won't be able to resist the urge to go up and tear this shameless old bastard apart. If you can't learn it, just dance along slowly. You'll never learn it if you keep running away. You like to run away when you encounter difficulties." Jiang Dahua shook his head and went back to the study. Lin Yifeng turned her head and gave a disgusted sound. "Luckily, I came back, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed your shenanigans." In fact, she had long since noticed Jiang Dai's recent unusual behavior, but apart from increased chatting and some online shopping for tea, there had been no other movements. She had just turned a blind eye and let him go. She didn't want to hear today that Jiang Dai was chatting with the tea seller, what a shameless slut, and she was thinking of meeting up to make tea and drink it together. "If I don't catch you, your name won't be Lin." Lin Yifeng set her phone to vibrate at 3:30 in the morning and hid it under her pillow. Hiru and Jiang Che didn't know what was going on downstairs. At the moment, Hiru was lecturing Jiang Che. "Look at how messy this house is. The clothes I changed in the morning haven't been sorted, the bed covers haven't been folded, the bathroom is a mess, and the shoes, the floor. You're still minding only about playing games, can't you see?" She pointed at the house with disgust on her face, and Jiang Che sat in a chair with a dark face. The blood gauge of his character in the game was almost empty, and he was letting others hack and slash at him, desperate to die. He didn't dare to speak, nor could he speak. He knew that Hiru was doing it on purpose, because everything Hiru said was something he had said before, and now he was on the receiving end. "I was wrong, I'll clean up now." He remembered the boy he met in the supermarket and stood up to work with a resigned heart. Hiru took over his game, clicked on the props to replenish blood, and resurrected with full blood to start killing. You have to wear headphones to feel it. Jiang Che began to clean up the house one by one, feeling that these chores were not tiring at all, just trivial. He wanted to show Hiru how nimble he was. He made the bed, then stuffed the laundry into the washing machine, put the shoes away in the shoe cabinet, and then mopped the floor with a mop. After mopping 2 rooms, he noticed that his lower back was starting to ache, and the pain got worse the more he mopped. The only way to relieve the pain was to stand upright, but mopping required stooping, so he mopped for a while, rested for a while, and barely managed to mop the first floor clean. He ignored the stairs. He supported his waist as he walked back to the house and slowly sat down on a stool, watching Hiru play games. Hiru took off her headphones. "Is there something wrong? So this is what you meant by a sore back, it really is quite uncomfortable." Jiang Che sighed bitterly, and he had mopped the floor in kindergarten, but usually 3 people worked together and it was done in a few minutes. This time, he mopped a floor by himself, and his back was so sore that he had difficulty walking. Hiru mockingly pulled the corners of her mouth. "You can see now, right? I wanted to buy a robot vacuum cleaner back then because of my back pain, but no one would listen to me. You and your mom both said no, and you even accused me of being lazy and pretentious." Chapter 18 Chapter 17 Check phone. Check phone. "Sorry." Jiang Che sincerely apologized. "No," Hiru waved her hand, "apologies are useless. In fact, in addition to lower back pain, there is also sciatica. You will understand one day when you lift a heavy object or walk for too long, and you will kneel down without giving you a chance to react." Jiang Che's eyes became heavy. "Are these caused by pregnancy and childbirth?" She shrugged. "I didn't have these problems before I gave birth, so why are you suddenly mentioning them? I remember telling you about this before, but you said that there are so many women pregnant and giving birth on the streets, and no one else is like me, so I'm just being a baby." Now that she's talking about it, she's completely let go, and her tone is as relaxed and indifferent as if she were chatting about the weather. "Sorry, I told you not to say sorry to me. I don't want to hear it, and I don't want to listen. It's already 9 o'clock. Go and bathe the baby. I'm not finished with this game yet." Hiru put her headphones back on and got back into the game. It seemed that she had completely rejected him. Jiang Che stood up dejectedly and went to the next room to find his daughter. Xiaoyu had drawn a supermarket shelf full of snacks and sweets today. Jiang Che peeked at it and saw that every item was what she had chosen today. When he came in, Xiaoyu pointed at a can of animal-shaped candy in the drawing and asked, "Mom, can I bring monkey durian to kindergarten tomorrow?" Jiang Che shook his head and said, "No, the kindergarten rules say no snacks. Mom is a teacher and can't break the rules." "Oh, the monkey multigrain is so delicious, and I want to share it with my friends." The little girl blinked her eyes with a face of regret. "It's okay, there's a spring outing next week, and you can bring all kinds of snacks if we go out and play." "That's great, I love spring outings." Xiaoyu happily jumped onto the cushion and rolled around. Jiang Che waited until her excitement had subsided, then took her to the bathroom to bathe. By the time he finished washing her and put her to bed, his back was already stiff, and with menstruation, he felt uncomfortable all over. He forced himself to take a quick shower and went to bed, but when he came out, the washing machine finished and beeped. He had to hang the laundry first. But when he took out the clothes, he was dumbfounded. The two light-colored shirts inside had been dyed an ugly gray color, and they were both his. He hurriedly went to find Hiru with the stained shirts. Hiru happened to have turned off the computer and was about to take a break. When she saw the flowery shirts in his hands, her eyebrows furrowed. "You didn't separate the dark and light clothes?" Jiang Che shook his head. "No, I stuffed them all in together, and you didn't remind me to separate them." "That's common sense." "Well, you should have thought about it before you put them in, you can't just stuff them all in." Hiru's eyes looked at him like an idiot. "So what should I do? These two pieces are not pure white either. Why don't you try color bleaching first? If that doesn't work, you'll just have to throw them away." Hiru sighed, took the clothes and went into the bathroom. Jiang Che followed her to see how she was going to deal with them. "There's no point in you being here, go to bed." Hiru found him an eyesore. "I'm not leaving, I want to see how you do it, so I'll know next time." Jiang Che looked like a humble and eager learner. After soaking them for a few minutes, he poured some laundry detergent into the water and started to rub them. The two pieces of clothing were light blue and light white in color, and they were quite expensive. After rubbing them carefully for a while, he felt that they were almost done, so he wrung them up and shook them open. Before he could take a closer look, he heard Jiang Che cry out, "Hey, they're white! You're amazing, honey!" Hiru felt a chill run down her spine, and she glared at him. "What's wrong with you?" "Well, there is something wrong. My back is aching. It's here, and here too." Jiang Che boldly pinched her waist and kneaded it at the waist point. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Her hands were full of bubbles, so Hiru could only wriggle her body to try to shake him off. Suddenly, she realized that her figure had been maintained quite well. "Look, you can see my waistline and even feel my abs." Jiang Che took advantage of the fact that she couldn't get her hands free and became more unrestrained in his actions. "Jiang Che!" Hiru dared not yell, so she shouted at him in a low voice. Unfortunately, this man was glued to her and she couldn't shake him off, and he even took the opportunity to grope her, which was really embarrassing. Seeing an explosion about to happen, Jiang Che smirked, squeezed his pecs twice, and quickly fled the bathroom. Hiru gasped for breath, glaring at the door, and cutting him up with her eyes. She quickly rinsed her clothes clean and planned to go out and argue with him, but then she saw her daughter on the bed roll over, rub her eyes, and sit up. "Mom, I need to pee." She didn't need to think about it to know that Jiang Che had forgotten to urge her daughter to go to the bathroom while they were in the shower. "Oops, I forgot to tell her to go to the bathroom before going to sleep. My back hurts, so could you help me?" Jiang Che asked her, poking her head out from under the thin silk quilt. Hiru silently repeated in her heart, "This is her body, I can't get mad at this two-faced person in the middle of the night." With a stern face, she carried her daughter to the bathroom, and then carried her back again. Xiaoyu automatically climbed back under the covers and went back to sleep, so Jiang Che quickly closed her eyes as well. "Don't pretend to be dead, I need to talk to you." Hiru snapped. "What is it?" Jiang Che opened his eyes again. "Mr. Li and his wife invited you and me to dinner on Saturday." Jiang Che sat up abruptly. "Where?" "Uesho Fish Restaurant." "Okay, I agree, I promise to dress up nicely and not embarrass you." "Sick." Hirubi gave him a look, picked up her change of clothes and turned to go to the bathroom. Jiang Che rolled back onto the bed, let out a breath, and although he had a lot of flaws, he also had a lot of good points, such as being thick-skinned, shameless, and shameless. At 3:30 in the morning, Lin Afeng opened her eyes in the dark. In fact, she hadn't slept all night, waiting for this moment. She fished her phone out from under the pillow and turned off the vibration. She used the light from the screen to look at the sleeping Jiang Dae next to her. He was lying on his back, snoring softly with his breathing low and long. She lifted the quilt and quietly got out of bed. She walked over to Jiang Dae barefoot, her eyes fixed on his silhouette in the darkness. Her heart was pounding nervously, afraid that he would suddenly wake up. Jiang Dae was sleeping soundly and didn't notice anyone staring at him from the side of the bed. Lin Eifang felt for his phone on the bedside table, grabbed it, and slowly backed away and turned around. She took the two phones out of the room, went straight to the kitchen without putting on her shoes, turned on the light and started to check them. The phones she and Jiang Dae had were the same model that Jiang Che had bought in January this year during a sale. Hers was white and Jiang Dae's was black. To prevent the children from playing with them, they had each set a lock screen password. She first entered Jiang Dae's birthday, and it showed that the password was incorrect. She then entered Jiang Che's birthday, and it still showed that the password was incorrect. She gritted her teeth and entered Xiao Yu's birthday, but it was still incorrect. Not daring to try again, she took the phone and went to the study quietly, looking for suspicious numbers all over the desk and walls. Jiang Dahe's desk had a calendar holder, and he usually liked to write and draw on it. Lin Eifang took out her reading glasses and flipped through the pages, her eyes suddenly landing on the page for the month of January. There were two circles drawn on it, the first one being the date he bought the phone, and the second one being Jiang Dahe's mother's birthday, with 8 days in between. She chose her mother-in-law's birthday, and the phone turned on. At the same time, a stray cat outside suddenly meowed, startling her and causing her to jump quickly and turn off the light. Chapter 19 Chapter 18 Fox Spirit. Fox Spirit. She waited in the dark for a while, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Finding that there was no movement, she let out a long breath. Feeling her forehead damp, she raised her hand to wipe it, only to find that her hand was also covered in sweat. With the light from her phone, she pulled a tissue and wiped her forehead, then opened WeChat. The first one was the profile picture of a Korean plastic surgery woman named Jade Tower Spring Tea House. Clicking in, she saw that only today's messages had been retained, presumably because she had not had time to delete them yet, but that was enough. Lin Eifang scrolled down from Yueying, "Is she here?" to the half-length photo, shaking with anger, and only with great difficulty did she hold back from rushing out and grabbing a kitchen knife. Gritting her teeth, she cursed Tao Yueying from top to bottom, inside and out, and her sister Tao Yumei as well, and cursed Jiang Dae for dying of a stroke in the middle of the night. Only then did she feel slightly better. Then she used her own phone to take screenshots of the two people's chat history, as well as Tao Yuyan's flirtatious green tea photo. She was about to log out of WeChat when she suddenly remembered the tea that Jiang Dae had bought recently. Although Jiang Dae claimed to have bought it online, 9 out of 10 times he had bought it from Tao Yuyan. Finding the bills was no problem for her. Hiru had taught her how to shop online a few times, and she was now a regular customer of various e-commerce companies. She felt around in her purse and clicked on the bills one by one, mainly looking at the use of large sums of money. She found 3 transaction records related to the Jade House Spring Tea House in the past 2 months, one for 1,300 and two for 1,000. After taking photos as evidence, she opened Jiang Dahe's salary card mobile banking app. Although she didn't know the password, she could see the account movement reminders. She scrolled up one by one and sure enough, she found 2 more transaction records, one for 3,200 and one for 2,800, with the other party's account name as Tao Yuyin. Naturally, she took screenshots while cursing, and continued to scroll after she was done. She didn't find anything new. She sat in the dark after turning off her phone. Fong felt as if a fire was burning in her chest. Her mind was racing, revolving around various scenes, her youth, retirement, home life, retirement travel, and Jiang Dae's figure was not lacking in any of them. If there was a mirror and lights in front of her, she should be able to see the anger and humiliation on her face, mixed with pain and confusion. She knows Jiang Dahe's character better than she knows her own. Jiang Dahe has worked all his life, is eloquent, and has a good appearance. Even as a young man, he had more tricks up his sleeve than the others, but due to his work in Lin Eifang's dominance, he was only able to flirt, commonly known as having the heart of a thief but not the guts. Unexpectedly, he has become more daring since retirement. Taking advantage of the development of technology, he has become sexually aroused even though he already has a granddaughter. Judging from the familiarity of their conversations, Tao Yueying is probably having an affair with him. Lin Eifang feels sick at the thought of the Tao family. They are notorious in the village, and their 2 daughters are no good. Tao Yumei had just left after spreading rumors, and now here comes Tao Yuyin. Who is Tao Yuyin? A typical example of someone who got rich by being a mistress. Now that she's old, she's returned to her hometown to open a shop, targeting middle-aged and elderly men. She thought that Jiang Dehua wouldn't go out with someone like Tao Yuan, but she didn't realize that he's climbing the social ladder. She's shameless, but she has her pride. What kind of tea house is this? I'm afraid it's not a tea house but a brothel. Thinking about the two of them agreeing to meet for tea on the weekend, she wished it was the weekend already, and she would go over there with a knife, a gun, a club, and kill the pair of them. Right, she can't go alone, she needs help. She took out her phone and tried to call her sister Lin Aihua, but she realized it was only 3:50 a.m. and cursed before hanging up. She wanted to go upstairs to find her son, but in the middle of the night, she was afraid that the grass would be disturbed if she just relied on these screenshots. She was afraid that she might not be able to catch the adulterers if she told anyone, and she was even more worried about being laughed at by her daughter-in-law. Lin Aifang is an impatient person who can't hold back. When she doesn't have evidence, she can hold back for the time being, but now that she has evidence, she feels like her mind is in a battle between heaven and earth, and it's very painful. She's afraid she won't be able to hold back until the weekend. Just as she was pondering, there was a noise outside, and she suddenly became highly nervous. She quickly turned off her phone and opened the door a crack. She found that Jiang Dahua had gotten up to go to the bathroom. The bathroom on the first floor is different from the one on the second floor in that it is located separately next to the kitchen. After entering, Jiang Dai turned on the light, and his back happened to be facing the study. Lin Aifang took the opportunity to sneak back into the bedroom. As soon as she put her phone away, she heard the flushing sound. Thanks to her long-term participation in square dancing, she is very agile. She jumped onto the bed, got under the covers, covered herself up, and closed her eyes in one go. She heard Jiang Dai shuffling in, felt around the edge of the bed, lifted the quilt, lay down, and soon after, started snoring. He didn't even notice that the person next to him had gone out. It was as if time had rewound in the bedroom, but what was supposed to have happened had already happened. Lin Aifang let out a sigh of relief as she listened to his snoring. She felt a sense of relief after the high level of tension, but she simply couldn't sleep. Her thoughts were racing. She fantasized about jumping up and slapping him, making him tell her everything that had happened with that slutty vixen. She also fantasized about rushing to the Jade Tea House, grabbing Tao Yueying by the hair and scolding her, slapping her repeatedly until the prosthetic on her face came flying off. Perhaps it was because she was so emotional, the sound and frequency of her rapid breathing caused Jiang Dai to roll over. She closed her eyes and forced herself not to think too much, just to get through the night. At 7:40 a.m., Hiru was getting ready to go to work when she saw her mother-in-law downstairs, who usually left the house at 7 a.m. She was a little surprised. "Mom, you're not going to your morning exercise today?" Lin Aifang couldn't sleep, so she got up at 6 a.m. and cleaned the house, waiting for her son. Her daughter-in-law had an early shift and hurried out the door with her sleepy granddaughter, not noticing her mother-in-law's unusual behavior. That was just as she wanted it to be. She didn't want her daughter-in-law to know that her husband was a womanizer. "Come here, I need to talk to you." She took her son's hand and looked warily at the bedroom, where Jiang Dai was still sleeping. "What is it? You're being so mysterious." Hiru muttered, wondering if she still had to rush to work. Lin Aifang took her to the garage, looked around, took out her phone and opened the pictures. "Your father is cheating on you. These are the pictures I took from his phone in the middle of the night yesterday. Look, they're all chat logs between him and that vixen, and there are also topless photos she sent. Shameless. In less than 2 months, he's already transferred more than 8,000 yuan to her. They even made plans to go out for tea together." Lin Aifang gave Jiang Dehua and Tao Yueying another scolding, cracking the whip. She didn't dare to speak loudly, keeping her voice down. Hiru flips through the pictures, dumbfounded. She can't believe that her normally righteous and moralistic father-in-law would do such a thing. She is a little embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. She looks at Lin Aifang and asks, "Mom, what are you going to do about this?" Lin Aifang, however, asks her in return, "Are you on his side or mine?" "Nonsense, do you need to choose?" She is not Jiang Che, of course she will be on the same side as Lin Aifang when dealing with a cheating scumbag. "Do you need to ask?" "He's wrong, of course I'm on your side." "Okay, then you can accompany me when I catch him in the act." Lin Aifang is confident, "I'll call your aunt and uncle, and if I don't make the adulterers' lives a misery, I'll write my name backwards." Chapter 20 Chapter 19 The Flirting Expert. The Flirting Expert. There was even a scene of catching the adulterers in the act. Hiru almost lost her balance. "Mom, it only says to drink tea here, What if Dad and she haven't reached that level yet? Will it be too much of a scene if you call your sister-in-law and brother-in-law? It won't end well then. And if everyone finds out, will you two still be able to get along? Are you really getting a divorce? She knows Lin Afong well. She is very hot-headed and impulsive. When she gets worked up, she can say and do anything. This approach is clearly aimed at tearing the family apart and getting a divorce. But when it comes right down to it, Lin Afong will definitely back down. She will come to her senses and blame herself for not stopping it, for allowing her parents to get a divorce. Sure enough, Lin Afong glared at her. I don't care, I can't swallow this, I'm going to mess with him, make him stink, so that everyone knows what kind of person he is. And then what if he stinks? Everyone knows what kind of person he is. And then what? Let everyone laugh at you for making a scene and losing face, but still not willing to get a divorce? Hiru pointed out her problem without any courtesy. Lin Afong is furious. Fine, so you're on his side. You just stand there and let your mother get bullied? How could I have given birth to such a... Okay, I won't fall for your tricks. Just tell me what you hope to achieve by fighting with my father like this. Do you want a divorce or not? If you do, let's just get a divorce. If not, let's just calm down and handle it. Don't just split up and end up living with my father. You can't even accept that, let alone me. Hiru is not happy about indulging in her unreasonable and stubborn habits, so she asks directly to the point. I. Lin Afong's face blushed white and then white again. She told Hiru that she really didn't want a divorce, not at all. She just wanted to get her revenge and crush Jiang Dae, so that he would never have any dignity in front of her again. In the future, whenever she remembered, she would scold Jiang Dae, so that this old man would be like a grandson at home, afraid to disobey her. She also wants to tear Tao Yuyang apart, to tear her to shreds and show everyone, most importantly, to show Jiang Dae, to show him what a disgusting thing the person he thinks about every day really is. How can such a scumbag compare to her, Lin Afong? Lin Afong's lips moved, and she let out a sob. I married her when I was 25, worked like a dog my whole life, gave him a son, provided for him, and this is how he treats me? How dare he treat me like this? It was as if she was talking to Hiru, but also as if she was talking to herself. Hiru felt only sadness. Lin Afong had spent her whole life taking care of her husband and son, and suddenly discovered that her husband had been cheating on her. It was inevitable that she would find it hard to bear, and she understood Lin Afong's thoughts and would respect her choice. But Lin Afong's chosen approach was to look after the head but not the bottom, and if things really got out of hand, I'm afraid that life with Jiang Dae would never be the same again. Mom, if you trust me, let me handle it. I promise I'll take care of it. I'll make Dad apologize and promise you. That Tao Yueying will learn her lesson too. Just calm down for a couple of days, okay? Hiru finished speaking and looked at the clock. She guessed she was going to be late. Lin Afong pulled down her face. Under her gaze, she reluctantly agreed. Seeing her about to leave, she hurriedly stopped her. Hey, don't tell Hiru about this. Hiru was both angry and amused. You just said that you want everyone to know what kind of person Dad is, so why keep it from your daughter-in-law? She is part of our family, and she needs to know. Maybe she can even help. How can she help? She's not going to make fun of our family. Lin Afong waved her hand unhappily and told her son to get to work. Remember what I said, don't get worked up. Hiru got on her small electric bicycle and left the garage. She was indeed 5 minutes late for work. As soon as she entered the office, Chang Siju came over. Good morning, Manager Jiang. Good morning, Siju. Hiru greeted her while turning on the computer. Chang Siju brought her cup in and said, Here's the hot water you just asked for. Thanks, I can do it myself. Hiru rummaged in a drawer and found a pack of cereal. She tore it open and poured it in, stirring with a long spoon. Didn't you have breakfast? Chang Siyu couldn't help but ask, seeing it. I left home late today and didn't have time to eat breakfast. It's okay, I'll just make do with this. Wait a minute. Chang Siyu ran back to her workstation, and a little while later came back, handing her 2 sakama and a pack of sea salt milk biscuits. She gave a wide smile. Not eating breakfast is bad for your stomach. I always keep snacks there, so I'll get you some. Thank you so much, I'll keep some next time and pay you back then. Girls are just great, they always have food in reserve. Hiru remembered that when she was in kindergarten, the teachers also often brought their own snacks and shared them with each other during lunch breaks. It seems that in the future, she will also have to keep some in the office in case of an emergency. Chang Siyu waved his hand. You're welcome. I'll go back first. At noon, Hiru went to the kindergarten again. She wanted to talk to Jiang Che about this matter. Is this true? My father really flirted with a woman? In the corridor, Jiang Che found it hard to accept. Really, my mom showed me screenshots of the conversation and a picture of the woman, photoshopped to look like a social media influencer with a long, narrow face and a deep cleavage. Hiru gestured at him. Jiang Che pushed her hand away, furious. You're old enough to be her grandfather, and your granddaughter is about to start elementary school. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for getting involved in this kind of thing? Since it's already happened, let's figure out how to deal with it. I spent most of this morning calming your mother down and telling her not to get worked up, but you know how she is. She can change her mind in a minute. Lin Afong is a huge destabilizing factor. Hiru asked after a recap of the conversation with Lin Afong this morning. She's been calmed down for now, but I don't know how long it'll last. Why don't you talk to your father first? Jiang Che looked up, but then stopped. What's wrong? She asked. In fact, Jiang Che closed his eyes irritably and said with difficulty, I noticed it once when we first got married, and I talked to him about it. Really? How come I didn't know about it? Hiru was surprised in turn. It turns out that her father-in-law is still an expert at chatting up women. At that time, he had just learned to use QQ for a short time. One day, he forgot to log out when he went out in a hurry. I happened to need to use the computer, and I saw a stranger on his QQ page, calling him uncle over and over again. As a result, I flipped through it casually, and the content of the chat made me sick to my stomach. When he came home, I talked to him for a long time with all my heart, but he just let it go in one ear and out the other, looking completely unconcerned. He just laughed and told me that they were just chatting casually and that nothing had happened. Then what happened? Jiang Che smiled bitterly. Then I changed the password and never forgot to log out again. I don't know if he continued chatting with that stranger. Hiru rubbed her arms in disgust. You fell for this kind of trick, and you're not afraid that the person on the other end is a lecherous lout. Did you tell your mom? How dare I mention it? The only result would be a fight between the two of them, and then they would blame me together. Jiang Che still knows his parents very well. You say he is also considered an intellectual. Why does he always do this kind of thing? Jiang Che's expression was extremely helpless. Lin Ifong's character was not very good, but the two of them also talked for a while before getting married, and then they also rubbed against each other for so many years. Although they didn't lack arguments, they never made any mistakes of principle when they were young, so why did they all come up when they got old? He was even worried that Zhang Dai's behavior would make things worse between him and Hiru. Hiru put her arms up and walked a few circles in the hallway. There was no time to lose. She should let her mother, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law know before they found out from your mother. The Lin siblings love to stick together, and they are both hot-headed and impulsive. If they don't analyze the pros and cons with them before Lin Afong does, Lin Ifong's fighting power will be multiplied by 3. Jiang Che still knew this, so he went tonight. Okay, after work, you come and pick me up with Xiaoyu, and we'll go together. Just tell your family that there's an event at school today, and you won't be home for dinner. Hiru was about to leave after finishing speaking, but Jiang Che held her hand. She turned her head. Is there something else? Jiang Che's expression was solemn. No, I just want to tell you that I'm different from my father. I'm a person who is loyal to my partner, and I will never make this kind of mistake of principle. Hiru still believed him on this point, and before and after their marriage, she never worried about this. Jiang Che let out a sigh of relief and let her go. Chapter 21 Chapter 20 Inherited Hot Temper. Inherited hot temper. Xiaoyu was very happy. After school today, her parents took her out to dinner together, and they even said they were going to her aunt and uncle's house to play. It was just that the meal was a bit quick, and it was over in a flash, and she didn't even order ice cream. Auntie Lin Aihua and Uncle Lin Aibing both live in the Linjiang Huayuan community in the north of the city, one in Building A and the other in Building E. They bought a bag of fruit from the fruit shop downstairs and went straight to Building A. Uncle-in-law Zhang Qiaoming came to open the door, still holding chopsticks in his hand. He was pleasantly surprised to see the three of them. Hey, what brings you here? Come in, have you eaten yet? Auntie, uncle, we've already eaten, they said. The two exchanged greetings, put the fruit on the table, and took off their slippers before going inside. Xiaoyu is here. Lin Aihua also came out of the kitchen and was very surprised to see her nephew and his family. She took Xiaoyu over and pinched her face. Have you eaten yet? No. I'll go cook again. Auntie, we've already eaten. I want to go see the turtle. Xiaoyu went straight to the turtle tank that Zheng Qiaoming kept on the balcony. Don't reach out, be careful it bites you, Hiru reminded her daughter. Have you really eaten? Don't be shy at your auntie's house, come on, have some fruit. Lin Aihua went to wash the fruit and arranged it on the coffee table. Jiang Che waved his hand. Really, auntie and uncle, we came over today because we have something to discuss with you, so you eat first and we'll talk after you've finished. Lin Aihua is impatient and can't wait, but it's fine, you just say it and we'll listen, it won't delay dinner. That's fine. Jiang Che sat down at the table and was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that he and Hiru had switched places. He got up and went to the balcony to give her a wink. You go ahead and talk, I'll keep an eye on Xiaoyu. What are you two up to? It's quite mysterious. Zheng Qiaoming was a little puzzled as he held his bowl. Lin Aihua's expression, however, became grave. Is something wrong at your house? Or is something wrong with your mother? My mother is in perfect health, it's my father. Hiru tried to choose her words carefully and told Zhang Dai and Tao Yueying's story in the most tactful way. Before she had finished listening, Lin Aihua slammed her bowl down on the table. Jiang Che, not that I'm saying anything about your father, but he's a real piece of work. How much suffering has your mother endured with him all these years? He's like a dead man who can't see. It's fine if he used to argue with your mother all the time, but now he's retired and has a granddaughter, and yet he's still going around seducing women. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Has he never considered you as his children? Go back and tell him that if he doesn't sort things out this time and give my sister an explanation, I'll go with your uncle and hammer him to death. Zheng Qiaoming pulled her sleeve. Calm down, you're in your 50s and you're still ready to hit people. Didn't Jiang Che say that it's not yet certain how far they've gone and that we need to get the evidence first? What if he gets angry and throws everything away? The Lin family is not afraid of him. He's retired, but he still has a workplace, right? Go to his workplace and report him to his boss, and make him look bad. What a piece of trash. Lin Aifong flushed, slamming the table. That's enough, shouting so loudly, the kids will hear you. Zheng Qiaoming saw his sister-in-law slam the glass door on the balcony shut. Lin Aihua angrily pulled her sleeve back. If you knew there were children in the house, you shouldn't have done this ugly thing. Now you're thinking about the children, it's too late. Jiang Che, let me tell you, you are now the mainstay of the family. You have to stand by your mother in this matter. Your mother has had a hard life, and she is being bullied to death. Your father is a real bastard. My sister was blind to marry him. She suffered all her life, and in the end, he treated her like this. This time, your father won't get away with it. If it gets out, the worst that can happen is a divorce. Nowadays, divorce is not a shameful thing. If you can't get along, just get a divorce. He is at fault anyway. Auntie, of course I'm on my mom's side, otherwise I wouldn't have come to find you an uncle. Hiru didn't speak up before because she wanted Lin Aihua to vent first, otherwise she wouldn't have a chance to speak. But auntie, my mom doesn't even want a divorce. If this gets out of hand and doesn't end well, how will they live together in the future? What will people around them think? Hiru finished speaking and looked at her reaction. So what do we do? Just swallow this insult? We're going to cover up for Zhang Dai after he cheated on us? No way. Jiang Che, you're just helping your father in disguise. Lin Aihua's look at her changed. Hiru put her hand on her forehead. She knew it. The way of thinking in this family is the same. Fortunately, she came over in advance, otherwise it wouldn't be surprising if there was a bloodshed. Let me say something. Zheng Qiaoming raised his hand to indicate that he understood what Jiang Che meant. He was thinking about the future lives of his sister and her husband. After all, his sister and her husband were retired public servants. If they just ignored it and tore each other's faces off, fought, and made a scene, so that friends and acquaintances knew about it, how could the two of them live in the same house in the future? Not to mention that no conclusive evidence has been found. Even if there is evidence, we have to minimize the impact, so that they don't become the talk of the town or the butt of jokes in their circle of friends. Hiru nodded. Auntie is right. I already asked my mom this morning. She doesn't want to divorce my dad. Since she doesn't want a divorce, it means she still wants to continue living with my dad, so she can't act impulsively. So what do you think we should do? Lin Aihua sat down angrily. her face full of anger. The fact that she could sit down and ask for advice meant that Lin Aiwa's initial hot-blooded impulse had subsided by half, and she was listening to what was being said. I'm afraid that my mother might make a decision under impulse that she will regret later, so Hiru and I will come to see you and my uncle tonight to see what you both think. Hiru looked modest and asked for advice. You don't need to go see your uncle again. I'll call him now and ask him to come over and discuss it together. After Lin Aihua finished speaking, she called her younger brother Lin Aibing. Hey, Aibing, you need to come to my house quickly. Something's happened at my sister's house, and Jiang Che and Hiru are there too. Hurry! As soon as Lin Aibing heard that something had happened at his sister's house, he rushed over in less than 3 minutes, accompanied by his wife Zhao Shueli. Uncle, Auntie. Jiang Che and Hiru got up to say hello, but were silenced by Lin Aibing's high-pitched questioning. Second sister, what happened at your eldest sister's house? Jiang Che, what happened at your house? Lin Aibing was a big man. He had been in the army when he was young, and now he had put on weight. There was a horizontal development trend on his body and face. His bushy eyebrows were very intimidating, and Xiaoyu was scared and hid behind her mother. Zhao Shueli patted him. Keep your voice down, don't scare the child. Xiaoyu, your auntie will keep you company while you watch the turtles. She waved at Xiaoyu, and then went out onto the balcony. Zhao Shueli is a lotus root, with a lot of heart, and she has long since figured out the Lin family's temperament. She has her own theory of listening more and talking less. Just now, when she entered the door, she saw that Lin Aiwa's face was not looking good, and she knew that it must be something bad. She decided not to get involved and went over to her nephew's wife, who was in the same position, to ask her about it. Inside the house, Lin Aihua and her husband didn't even bother to eat dinner. They took them away from the dinner table and sat them on the sofa. After sitting down, Hiruchin cleared her throat and told them what had happened again. Lin Aibing is even more hot-tempered than his two sisters. He got upset halfway through the story, got up and wanted to punch Jiang De, but was held back by Hiru and Zhang Qiaoming. One by one, calm down. Zhang Qiaoming had a headache and, taking advantage of his status as Lin Aibing's brother-in-law, lectured him. Why did Jiang Che come to see you today? It's because he's worried that you two will do something impulsive and get into trouble. Look at your temper, you want to fight all the time. Now we live in a society ruled by law. If you hit someone, you go to jail, and if you go to jail, you get a criminal record. With a criminal record, your daughter Chanxian won't pass the political review when she applies to the prosecutor's office, so you'll be ruining your child's future. When it comes to his daughter, Lin Aibing's rationality returns to half. So what should he do? Just let Jiang Chuhua go? Hey, I'm talking to you, just not doing it is letting him go? Can you not be black or white? Zhang Qiaoming is also afraid of his brother-in-law, who is in his 50s but still has the same tyrannical personality as when he was 20. Lin Aihua has now come to her senses and pulls her brother back. Don't do it, your sister doesn't want a divorce, and if you really hit Jiang Che's father, she'll have to take care of him. Second sister, Lin Aibing is annoyed. You called me over, and you know what kind of temper I have. You came here and then told me not to do it. Why did you call me over? Am I the kind of person who can calmly reason with you? Chapter 22 Chapter 21 Lin Aifong hangs out in internet cafes. Lin Aifong hangs out in internet cafes. Hiru was speechless. She never imagined that her uncle had a clear idea of his position. After a moment's thought, she said, Uncle, aunt, and grandparents are all dead. You are my mother's closest relatives. If anything happens to her, she will definitely be the first to turn to you, and you will help her without hesitation. But you also know my mother's character. She is impulsive and does things without thinking of the consequences, and often regrets it. So I want to let you know before she asks for your help. This is my father's fault, but since she still wants to get along with him, we can't break up and start fighting. We have to outsmart him. As Uncle Lin said, if we fight, my father will go to jail and have a criminal record. We can't let him get away with it just because he did something wrong, don't you think so? Jiang Che is right. Zhao Shueli poked her head out in time to lend her support. The real Jiang Che on the balcony looked at her with mixed feelings. Just now, Zhao Shueli had openly and secretly criticized the Lin family with him, allowing him to re-evaluate his aunt. Don't butt in. Lin Aibing snapped at her. Zhao Shueli rolled her eyes, gave Jiang Che a disgusted look, and started to rant again. You see, your uncle has such a temper, and only I can put up with him. If it were any other woman, she would have divorced him long ago. Not that I'm saying it, but your mother-in-law also has this temper, so it's no wonder your father-in-law had an affair. Jiang Che, don't be angry, don't be angry. The focus today is over there at the glass door. Not wanting to hear any more of his aunt's nonsense, he opened the glass door and sat down at the table. After Hiru had spent half the day doing some soul searching, Lin Aihua and Lin Aibing finally agreed not to get involved in the fighting and just protect both sides from any excessive conflict. They also persuaded Lin Aifong and Jiang Daha to go home and deal with the matter there. After getting a positive response, the two said goodbye to their sister-in-law and brother-in-law and drove home with their children. As they passed the Uduo snack shop, Hiru hurriedly called out to them, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to go in and buy some snacks. I didn't have time to eat breakfast today, and I still have some snacks that Chang Siyu gave me. I need to buy her something in return." Jiang Che pulled over and turned off the engine and went in with her. This time, Xiaoyu didn't dare to get involved anymore. She volunteered to say that her family hadn't finished eating yet, and that she wasn't buying anything today. She ran off to the children's area to play on the slides. "You pick out whatever you like. I'll go keep an eye on her." Jiang Che looked around and saw that there were only girls shopping, and he felt uncomfortable with Hiru picking snacks while leaning against him, so he simply went to keep his daughter company. Uduo is a local snack chain brand in Lanyang. The store is large, with a full range of products. It has been open for more than 10 years and has always had a good reputation. At this time of day, there are quite a few people in the store. Hiru carried the basket and picked and chose according to her own tastes, not noticing that there was a gaze staring at her from behind. Chang Siyu's heart was pounding with excitement. She had nothing to do in the evening, so she decided to go out for a stroll. Passing by the store, she suddenly remembered that she had given the snacks to Jiang Che in the morning, and he had gladly accepted them. So she decided to come back and buy some more. After picking up most of the snacks in the basket, she looked up and unexpectedly saw Jiang Che. At 1.8 meters tall, he stood out among the short girls and children. However, it seemed that he did not see the stares from others, and was carefully selecting the snacks. Who says men don't like snacks? Here's one. Chang Siyu took 2 steps forward to say hello, only to see Jiang Che look up and glance around the children's area, as if he was looking at someone. A thud sounded in her heart, and she retreated. Sure enough, a woman came over in a moment. She saw Jiang Che point to a few snacks and asked the woman, who frowned, shook her head, said something, and then turned and walked away. Chang Siyu bit her lower lip, looking at the situation. This woman should be Jiang Che's wife, and her attitude towards Jiang Che didn't seem very good. "Miss, the waffles in your hand are about to fall apart." A voice suddenly came from beside her, and Chang Siyu hurriedly came back to her senses. It turned out to be the shopping guide reminding her. Embarrassed, she put the waffles in the basket and said, "I'll buy them." When she looked up again, the person had already left to check out. Hiru bought half a bag of snacks, queued up to pay and left. When they arrived home at 8:30, Jiang Dae was tidying up his fishing gear. Tomorrow was Saturday, and he had made a promise to go fishing with friends in the morning. "Dad, where's Mum?" Not seeing Lin Aifong, Hiru and Jiang Che immediately became alert. "Humph, your mom is having more fun than the young people these days. She didn't even cook dinner today, and she went out and played mahjong all day. She's not even home yet, I guess she's still out having fun somewhere." Jiang Dae didn't even look up, and was busy sharpening his hooks. The two of them exchanged glances. Judging from his behavior, Lin Aifong probably didn't have a showdown today, otherwise she wouldn't be in the mood to organize her fishing gear. "I'll go out and look for him, you take Xiaoyu upstairs to take a bath and rest." Hiru handed him the bag and turned to go out the door again. Lin Aifong hadn't cooked all day, and despite Jiang Dae's protests, she had played mahjong outside all day, and ended up losing more than 400 yuan. She didn't go to the square dancing in the evening either, and didn't want to stay at home and see Jiang Dae, so she simply found an internet cafe and spent 20 yuan sitting there watching TV dramas on the computer. She didn't know how to do it, so she asked the internet cafe manager to find Journey to the West for her, and she watched the episodes where the Monkey King fights the female demons, substituting Tao Yuyan for each demon. By the time Hiru found her after asking everyone she met, she had already seen the white-haired rat demon mistakenly swallow the peach that the Monkey King had turned into, and was in agony. "You damned demon, you deserve it." "Mom," she saw Lin Aifong clearly through the row of game screens, and Hiru shouted her name. She asked the network administrator to cancel her account, and Hiru took her home. "Why did you come to an internet cafe?" "I don't want to see him, I hate it when I see him, it makes me angry." "If you hadn't come looking for me, I was going to keep watching the seduction of going home." Lin Afon quite enjoyed the atmosphere of the internet cafe, especially the children next door playing those games, where the people inside were holding knives and guns, slashing one and popping the other with a shot. It was so cool. You can watch it at home too, but we dare not let you hang out in an internet cafe so late at night. Hiru said something salty, and suddenly remembered that it was she and Jiang Che who were getting a divorce, and somehow the roles had been reversed. She had to figure out what to do, and she was tired. Men can't be trusted, but my son is good. Lin Afeng took his arm, because she had been playing mahjong all day and her back was about to give out. Hiru let herself be taken by the arm, speechless. But yes, men can't be trusted, and your son is a man too. Mom, tomorrow is Saturday, you have to stay calm. You may look fierce, but Dad is more cunning than you. If you show your hand, Tao Yueying will get away. He won't admit to anything just because of a few screenshots. Hiru reminded her again. What are you talking about? What do you mean I look fierce? I don't have any tricks up my sleeve. How could I have gotten his phone password? How could I have found the pictures and taken them without tipping him off? Lin Afong threw her arm away and walked away angrily. You see, you're not like you were before today. If Dad says anything to you again, you two will definitely argue. Hiru thought to herself, don't I know you? Lin Afong glared at her. Fine, I'll go back and take a shower and go to bed, and I won't give him the chance to speak to me. Okay, that's what I've been waiting to hear. Tomorrow, Hiru and I will follow the situation separately. Don't panic, we'll handle all negotiations. Understood. Early the next morning, just as it was dawning, Zhang Dai drove off in the old pickup truck. Lin Afong had experience turning his phone on in the middle of the night, so she waited until Jiang Che and his wife got up to tell them that they had gone to Yangshu Valley on the west side of the Dongjiang River with 4 fishermen and would be back at 4 p.m. Chapter 23 Chapter 22 The Tea Beauty. The Tea Beauty. After days of studying, it was finally the weekend. Li Dinka was about to book a private room at Yueshio Fish Restaurant when he received a call from Jiang Che. Xu Mingzhu saw that his expression was not right and glanced at her. What's wrong? Xu Mingzhu asked when he hung up. Jiang Che said that something had come up at home, and that they were both very busy, so they didn't think they would have time for the next 2 days. He asked me not to make a reservation yet. What could be so urgent at home that they're suddenly so busy? Xu Mingzhu frowned. He didn't go into details, just said that there was a problem between his parents and they had to help deal with it. I thought they were having a fight and Hiru didn't want to come, but I didn't expect it to be something wrong with his parents. His parents? Xu Mingzhu's eyes twinkled. Could it be that his father is having an affair? Don't be ridiculous, Li Denkai said disapprovingly. His father is retired, and he is at home every day, eye to eye with his mother. Who could he be having an affair with? You never know, technology is advanced now, and middle-aged and elderly people know how to play with it. There are many people who are good at using dating apps, so maybe they met on one of those platforms. In that case, it's not impossible. Li Dinka mulled it over and his brow furrowed. Why is there so much trouble in their family lately? Could it be that they've bumped into feng shui? Since when did you believe in feng shui? Didn't you say it was all a con? Xu Mingzhu found this amusing. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. The younger ones haven't sorted things out, and the older ones have started again. Can you give a scientific explanation? Oh, I'm just guessing. You can ask him when you go to work on Monday. Song Lin is calling me to go out, so I'm leaving first. Xu Mingzhu didn't bother arguing with him, got up and went out to go shopping with her friends. Then remember to come back with me to Shuizhuang for tea tonight. Li Denka reminded her from behind. Got it, all day drinking and drinking, I might as well change my name to Li Shui Gang. Xu Mingzhu's voice slowly drifted away. In order to keep Lin Afong comfortable until 4 o'clock, Jiang Che went to Yuanyang building at noon and ordered a hot pot for the 3 adults and 1 child. They ate slowly, listened to music, and after they finished eating, the husband and wife went their separate ways. Jiang Che took her for a stroll on the pedestrian street and bought her 2 beautiful dresses. Xiaoyu was taken by Hiru to the playground, where she went crazy for more than 3 hours. Then she was brought home, washed up, and delivered to her cousin Jiang Yuan's bachelor apartment. This was discussed last night, to distract the children and go unburdened. Zhang Dai arrived home at 5 o'clock. He unloaded his fishing gear, kept the fish he caught in a deep bucket in the bathroom, took a shower, changed his clothes, and even shaved his beard clean. Probably feeling guilty, he deliberately found Lin Afong to talk to. He said that the weather was good today, that he caught a lot of fish, and that he was sweating, so he took a shower. Lin Aifong remembered Jiang Che's instructions and didn't let her emotions show. Ah, that feels so good. Jiang Dai walked around the doorway while doing chest exercises, pretending to check his phone for a message, then held it up to signal to Lin Aifong. They said they had a good time fishing today and asked me to go for tea later. Then I won't be home for dinner tonight. I know. Lin Aifong suppressed her anger and impatience, turned around and went into the bedroom. She couldn't bear to look at Jiang Dai anymore, for fear that she would scold him out loud. Jiang Che and Hiru were hiding upstairs. They saw the pickup truck leave through the window and hurriedly ran downstairs. Mom, he's gone. Let's hurry and pick up my aunt and uncle. Over the past 2 days, they have found out everything about Yulukan. It is located in the leisurely water village in the semi-rural area in the north of the city. Leisurely water village is a new industry that has emerged in Lanyang in recent years. The government has focused on building a new cultural tourism position in the water town. Every weekend, many city people drive there to spend money. There are more than 10 tea houses alone, and Yulukan is one of them. It is open from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. With so many tea houses, the corresponding opera troupes have also become popular. For example, there is a 5-square-meter performance stage in the Yulukan Tea House, where performances are held every Saturday and Sunday, including operas, folk songs, storytelling, and crosstalk. Recently, even stand-up comedy has been added to the list. As long as guests make a reservation, the show will be performed, and it can be heard on both floors, in the private rooms and in the lobby. Taoyuan has a wide range of contacts, and Yulukan is considered one of the best in the area. Coupled with her being a mature woman, she still has a lot of charm, and she manages her figure strictly. She wears cheongsam all day long, and people call her the beauty of tea. These are all the information that Jiang Che found on the Dianping website. Someone else even took a photo of the proprietress. The two of them got to know each other in advance, but they didn't dare to show it to Lin Aifong. Afraid that Jiang Dai would notice, Jiang Che did not drive his own car, borrowed Wang Mingqing's Audi, picked up Hiru and the Lin family's 3 siblings, and quietly entered the tea house. Diagonally opposite Yulo Spring is a dessert and pastry shop. Jiang Che ordered a double-skin milk pudding for each of the 3, and told them to wait and see in the shop. He himself entered Yulo Spring with Hiru. Upon seeing the guests, 2 waitresses in cheongsams immediately came up to them. Welcome to the Jade Lounge Tea House. Do you have a reservation? No, we just want to have some tea. Do you have any tables available? Hiru asked while surveying the place. It was still early, and the 2 performers were setting up their microphones for the day's performance of crosstalk. In the lobby, apart from a table in the corner where some guests were chatting, there was no sign of Jiang Dai. Yes, may I ask if you would like to sit in the second-floor private room or the first-floor lobby? There are semi-private rooms in the lobby, which are also quite private and close to the performance stage. The show starts at 7:30 today. Then the semi-private room it is. I have 3 friends coming later. Okay, sir, please follow me. The waiter led them into a room near the performance stage, with a carved wooden lattice window on one side, rattan screens on both sides, surrounded by thin green bamboo, with a potted plant in the corner, and a greenstone tea table in the middle with tea sets on it. A fabric door curtain was hung at the entrance, making it difficult to see inside from the outside. Hiru didn't know much about tea either, so she casually ordered a tea guanyin and 2 dim sum. May I ask if you would like to order a tea, master? No, we'll do it ourselves. Hiru shook her head, but she had heard that there was a tea beauty at this Jade Spring. Is she here today? The waiter laughed. It's actually our boss Tao. She's here today too, but she's with a guest on the second floor right now and won't be down for a while. Oh, you have a second floor here? Jiang Che was suitably surprised. Yes, the second floor is accessed by the stairs behind the performance stage. There are 5 tea rooms in different styles, all of which are private rooms, and they are generally used by politicians and businessmen for important discussions. Are there any vacant private rooms on the second floor? The waitress looked down at the handheld pad and said, Miss, the private rooms have currently been booked for 2 evenings at 8 o'clock, and there are 2 that are not booked yet. You can go upstairs if you want to change. There is still some time before 8 o'clock, the people who reserved the room have not arrived yet, and the other 2 are empty, which means that there are only Jiang Chua and Tao Yueying on the second floor at the moment. The 2 looked at each other and said in unison, change. After some hesitation, they went up to the second floor again, and the waiter led them to the 3rd tea room called Wei Yin Ju. The waiter followed up by bringing in the tea cakes, and hot hand towels, and then politely withdrew. Once everyone had left, the second floor became quiet. Jiang Che left the Weiyunju tea house, pretended to look around, and found the voice of the person he was looking for in the far back room on the right. Jiang Che went back to inform Hiru, "It's in the back room. You keep an eye on it, I'll go find Mom and the others to come up." Afterwards, he went downstairs to the diagonally opposite building to call the Lin siblings, and they went up to the second floor of the Yulo Spring tea house. The three siblings, all with the same dark faces, entered the Weiyunju. Lin Afang asked Hiru, "Are you sure it's here?" "It's the last room at the back, the other 3 rooms are empty." "I'll pretend to be taking you out for tea, and then I'll accidentally bump into them. As for the conversation, Hiru and I will do the talking. Mom, you can be sad and upset, but just don't hit anyone. Your aunt and uncle will be there as witnesses. Don't get carried away. Remember?" "Got it, got it." The 3 of them signaled her to take the next step. Hiru pulled open the door, and just as she took 2 steps, she saw the door to that room open. Tao Yueying was wearing a custom-made cheongsam made of fragrant muslin that revealed her arms and slid up the side. She had fair skin, red lips, and her black hair was worn with a side hairpin. She swayed her waist as she walked out gracefully. At that moment, there was also a noise from the stairs, and a waiter was leading someone up the stairs. Her pupils instantly contracted, and she subconsciously looked behind Tao Yueying to the open door. Originally, Lin Afang and her brother did not know what Tao Yueying looked like, and they were looking at her suspiciously when they saw someone else come out of the room. Speaking in a familiar tone, he asked her intimately, "Yueying, have any guests come?" Chapter 24 Chapter 23 The chicken woman gave up her bad ways and returned to her hometown, and the second wife returned to her hometown. The chicken woman gave up her bad ways and returned to her hometown, and the second wife returned to her hometown. Many years later, Li Denka would reminisce about this extraordinary Saturday. If time could turn back, he would pour gasoline over his fake hobby of tea drinking and set it on fire in the wood-burning stove in his hometown, watching it go up in smoke. In the morning, after being stood up by Jiang Che, he got the urge to listen to a crosstalk show, so he made a special trip to book a private room on the second floor of the Jade Tower restaurant. Little did he know that as soon as he and Zhu Mingzhu set foot on the second floor, they saw 2 acquaintances standing in front of the private room. "Jiang Che? Hiru? What are you doing here? I thought you said." "Jiang Dai, I'm going to kill you 2 dogs today." An angry scream broke out behind Jiang Che, interrupting Li Denka's questioning. Li Denka saw Jiang Che's mother shoot out like a cannonball, and her hand rose and fell, fiercely slapping the face of Boss Tao, who had not yet reacted. With a crisp sound, Boss Tao instantly fell to the ground. He also saw Jiang Che pounce over and grab her, shouting at her to calm down, only to be slapped away by this old auntie with a surge of adrenaline. She pounced over, grabbed Boss Tao's hair, swung her palm around and slapped her again, as if a killing god had descended to earth. In fact, Lin Afang was no less shocked than Li Denk. The photos on the phone had been photoshopped so much that she had thought Tao Yuyan was just a woman selling tea and showing off her body. She had never imagined that the real person would look so different from the photos. Her waist twisted as she was shocked beyond belief. No wonder Jiang Dahua was willing to pay and even had the nerve to lie to her and come out to meet her. Her mind lost its rationality the moment Jiang Dai came out to speak, and she only had one thought left: to screw this bitch who seduced her husband. "Lin Afang, stop." Jiang Dai came to his senses and rushed over, shoving Lin Afang away with his shoulder to protect his goddess. Tao Yuyang's cheongsam of muslin and silk was flipped up to her thighs, revealing a patch of white skin. Yuyin, are you okay?" Jiang Dahua looked down and asked worriedly. When he looked up, his eyes on Lin Afang were full of panic and defiance. He also noticed that his son, daughter-in-law, wife's younger sister, and brother-in-law were also there. His heart sank even more. The emotions of anger and fear spread through his heart, raising a bad feeling. His mind quickly began to think of a solution. However, the habit of being the head of the family for many years made his rebuke come out smoothly. "Lin Afang, what are you suddenly running over here for? And you guys, why are you here?" Lin Aihua and Lin Aibing saw Jiang Daha move and immediately rushed forward, and together with Hiru, they helped Lin Afang, who had been knocked off balance. "Sister, he dared to hit you, I won't let him get away with it today." Lin Aibing tried to get up, but was held back by Hiru. "Calm down, brother-in-law." He then looked at Lin Afang. "Mom, didn't we agree to negotiate rationally? Why did you suddenly start fighting? It's over, it's out of control." Jiang Che was indignant and extremely disappointed with Jiang Dai. "Dad, didn't you say you were having tea with a fishing friend? Is this woman your fishing friend?" Jiang Dae didn't expect his usually obedient daughter-in-law to directly expose him, and he couldn't help but become angry and embarrassed. Who cares who I drink tea with? I haven't done anything illegal, so hurry up and take your mother and leave. Lin Yibing was annoyed and wanted to break free from Yiru's grip to punch Jiang Dae, but Lin Yifeng suddenly stood up from the floor, crossed her arms, took a deep breath, and shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Bullshit, Jiang Dae, you know exactly what your relationship with this bitch is. You two chat on WeChat every day, she sends you nude photos, and you buy her tea at high prices. In less than 2 months, you spent more than 8,000 yuan. You've never been so active in disaster relief or poverty alleviation. And today, you even lied to me, saying that your fishing buddy invited you for tea, but it turned out that you came to have an affair with her. Jiang Dae, you're at least a public servant, and your granddaughter is about to start elementary school. Do you have any shame for doing this kind of thing? And you have the nerve to say you haven't broken the law. If you're so capable, go to your workplace and shout it from the loudspeakers. Let's see if the disciplinary committee can praise you. And this bitch, like her sister, is no good. Her sister, Tao Yume, spread rumors that my son and daughter-in-law were getting a divorce, and she seduced you to make you pay. The two sisters took turns ruining our family. Don't you have a heart and have the face to stick to it? You still spend money to lick this kind of reputation that is rotten to the core. Are you shameless? Don't you know that the rich people you've met have more than your secret stash of money? At this moment, Lin Yifeng could only see Tao Yuyang's white thighs and Jiang Dao's nervous appearance as he protected her. She couldn't tell if she was more angry or disappointed. Her heart was completely cold. She picked whatever was most damaging and said it, tearing Jiang Dao's face off, exposing Tao Yuyang's dirty background, so that everyone could see what kind of people these dog couple were. She turned on her phone and pulled up the photos of Tao Yuyang's cleavage, holding them up to show everyone, look, this is the boss of Jade House of Spring. In order to sell tea, she sends nude photos everywhere, specifically to seduce middle-aged and elderly men. Look! Hey, the busybody has given up prostitution, the second wife has returned to her hometown, and she sells tea by taking nude photos and opening tea houses to attract the men of Lanyang. My husband is one of her victims. One of them, she seduces any man. All the men here are suspected of being prostitute users. The crosstalk downstairs has already started, and more guests have arrived, most of them men. Who knew that as soon as they came in, they would hear a reality show that was even more sensational than crosstalk? Many guests got up when they heard Lin Yifeng's part and left their seats. After all, no one wants to drink this kind of tea. Li Dengkai remained in the position of straddling the stairs, not knowing whether to go up or down. To be honest, he really just came to drink tea and happened to want to listen to crosstalk, which is why he chose Yu Luchun. He really is not a client. On the ground, Tao Weiying was stunned by the 2 slaps and was dazed for a long time before she came to her senses. After hearing Lin Yifeng's voice rising higher and higher to expose her past, she knew that this was to trample her into the mud and smear her reputation. Xiao Zhang, call Brother Yong and tell him to bring someone over and say that someone is causing trouble. She raised her trembling hand and pointed at the stunned waiter, giving orders in a shrill voice. She had been in the industry for many years and had never been treated like this before. She would not let the crazy woman get away with this. Then she pushed Jiang away resentfully. Brother Jiang, I've suffered an unjustified attack from you today. Apart from the tea trade, we have nothing else to do with each other. You know whether my photos are nude photos or not. Your wife hit me today and poured so much dirty water on me. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to get along in Lanyang. From now on, our relationship is over. You have to put up with whatever I do, and you have to watch me get her. Yu Weiying. Jiang Dae panicked. He opened his mouth to speak, but just then Lin Yibing broke free from Yiru's grip and rushed over, kicking Jiang Dae in the gut, sending him sprawling to the ground. Jiang Dae, you're something, treating this busybody like a treasure and not even defending your own wife. Let me tell you, if she dares to lay a finger on my sister, I, Lin Yibing, will bury you alive with this busybody. He pointed at Tao Yuyin and took out his phone. You want to find someone? I'll get you some people too. Hey, I don't have much else, but I have classmates and comrades here in Lanyang City, and we can probably fill a truck. He then made a phone call with the waitress, De Chang. I've been bullied by a brothel here in Shuizhuang. She's even going to get someone to mess with me. Gather a group of brothers for me right now, ones who can fight. Yes, call a few. 2 cars? No problem. Remember to bring weapons, let's see who's afraid of who. The waitress's phone call went through as well. Hey, Yongge, Ingjia got beaten up, so you need to bring someone over quickly. There was a tirade of abuse on the other end of the line, followed by a question about who had called and how many people there were. It was the wife of a customer at the tea house. The waitress was so scared that she stuttered, and from time to time she glanced at Lin Ibing with her eyes. They had called for 2 cars of people and brought weapons. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and then a few words were said before the call was ended. Chapter 25 Chapter 24 Who called the police? Who called the police? Jia, Yonggu. The waitress looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't, and Yonggu told her to call the police. Tao Yueying could tell from the waitress's face that she couldn't say anything, that Yonggu had been encouraged to hear that the other party had 2 cars and weapons. She was so angry that her face turned pale, and the 5 red mountains on her cheeks made her look beautiful but also embarrassed. Lin Aihua still remembered what she had told him last night, and quietly tugged his arm. Ibing, don't make a big deal out of this. If we really get 2 cars of people here, we'll all have to go to the police station. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Aihua could already tell that Tao Yuyan was bluffing, and she wanted to enjoy the dawn of victory. Tao Yueying, you want to get me killed, don't you? Now I'm giving you the chance. Come on, if you don't get me killed, I'll be damned with you. And you, Jiang Dahua, a slutty bitch who got seduced by a few cups of tea by a cheap whore with a plastic face, who was always picking on me at home, and now you're blossoming here like a second spring? You're also a slutty bitch. Do you know what the first 4 characters of the expression forever and ever are? Bitch and dog. She's the bitch and you're the dog. Sister-in-law, Jiang, and I are innocent. Tao Yueying suddenly said this. She shouted so suddenly that Lin Aifan was taken by surprise and shuddered. She waved her hand dismissively. Who is your sister-in-law? Don't call her that. Who knows if you are innocent or not? Tao Yueying trembled as she got up from the floor. Her high heels had been kicked away, her cheongsam was torn, and her hairpin had fallen somewhere. She stood barefoot on the floor, looking both beautiful and miserable. Sister-in-law, with all the fuss you've caused today, my business is ruined. I only sold the tea a bit more expensively, but you've gone so far as to sling mud at me? I haven't wasted all these years in society for nothing. I can be flexible and resilient. Tao Yueying took a step back and pointed at Zhang Date and then at the interior decoration of her shop. I, Tao Yueying, have been running a shop for a few years now. I have all the necessary business, industrial and tax formalities in place. I was even named an outstanding merchant last year. I have customers from all over the country, and there are surveillance cameras in the main public areas of the shop. How could I possibly do anything wrong in front of the cameras? Everyone looked up at her fingers and sure enough, there were several cameras. Yes, I was young and playful, I followed rich businessmen and had many boyfriends, but my shop is innocent and clean. You keep calling it a chicken shop, you want to put me to death. From beginning to end, I have only sold a few bags of tea to Jianggu. If you think it's expensive, we can negotiate, but you are ruining my business and reputation today, and I will not let it go. Lin Aifan was furious when she heard that. If Tao Yuxing had pounced on her and fought and cursed with her, that would have been fine, and she would have guaranteed to go all out. But Tao Yuxing actually talked facts and reason with her, as if she were being unreasonable. She really is used to mixing with men and is good at sweet talking. She sneered, oh, Boss Tao is really eloquent and manipulative. You talk as if you were innocent and pure. If I hadn't read the chat logs between you and Jiang Dahua, I would have believed you. You're good at acting out different roles, aren't you? Do all men like this? She kicked Jiang Dahua on the ground again. You like her being slutty, don't you? There was a commotion downstairs, and someone shouted that the police were here. Jiang Dahua on the ground covered his heart and groaned a few times, slowly sitting up. His face suddenly became calm, and there was an emotion in his eyes looking at Lin Aifan that she couldn't understand. Lin Aifan didn't notice Jiang Daha's abnormality, and was only worried about Lin Ibing's 2 cars of people. She turned her face and asked in a low voice. Lin Ibing shook his head at her. Sister, don't worry, they're not coming. Hiru, who had never been able to speak up, sighed inwardly and walked over to Jiang Che, who was also dispirited, to stay by his side. After the fuss that her mother-in-law had caused today, there was no turning back, and she and her husband-in-law were afraid that there would be no way out. They had been told 1,000 times yesterday not to feed the dog, but they had done just that. Jiang Che's mood was much more complicated and sad than hers. After all, they were his real parents, so how could they live together after causing such a scene? They had clearly agreed on everything, but the result was the worst possible outcome, and they had even attracted the police. He glanced at the stairs, where Li Denka was dragging his wife to the wall to make way for the police. What happened here? Someone called the police to report assault. Who was assaulted? Did the assailant get away? 3 policemen arrived, one of whom had already activated his body camera. Lin Efeng stepped forward before Tao Yuan. Comrade policeman, this woman runs a black shop, selling several kinds of tea for more than 8,000 yuan, and seducing my husband. I came here today to catch her in the act, so I gave her 2 slaps in the face. Comrade policeman, I have been running this shop for several years, with all the proper paperwork. I have paid all the taxes due, and it is a proper tea house. You can check for yourself. And her husband only buys the best tea, which is limited to spring and costs more than 1,000 yuan per caddy. He also gives away free tea tasting 5 times a quarter. Today is free because we are regular customers, and I personally brewed it. As a result, she barged in and hit me. She insulted me and her husband with a photo of me brewing tea, and spread rumors that my shop is involved in pornography, causing irreparable damage to me and my tea house. I don't know who called the police, but the 2 of them had a tacit understanding and didn't mention the phone call to call for help. You're full of shit. Lin Efeng jumped up in anger, just about to start a tirade, when the police officer glared at her. Lesbian, please be aware of your manners. No matter what your demands are, please use civilized language. We will record this with our law enforcement recorder. Lin Efeng took out her phone and held it in front of the police officer. Look, this is the evidence. The police officer flipped through the screenshots and returned the phone to her. Comrade, we came here today because someone called the police to start trouble. Who called the police? A waitress at the corner of the stairs raised her hand tremblingly. I called the police. After she finished, she looked at Tao Yuan, who was new to the restaurant and had been so scared that she had called the police on instinct, not knowing if it was the right thing to do. The other policeman took her statement while the waitress recapped what she had seen. The policeman frowned and asked Tao Yuan first, is the price of your tea transparent and publicly available? Has it been filed with the pricing authority? Comrade, there are more than just my family's tea shops in this area, and the prices are all set at the same level. The Price Control Bureau, the Market Supervision Bureau, and the Industry and Commerce Tax Bureau regularly inspect to ensure that the prices are reasonable and legal. For example, the ex-factory price of the Mingqian tea harvested this spring is 500, not including packaging, transportation, and storage costs. And the tea is not drunk all at once, but can also be brought to the tea house to be brewed for free, while listening to folk art and crosstalk. It's really a good deal. Tao Yuan looked helpless. She really wasn't afraid of being investigated for this. Lin Efeng felt that it was just because she didn't know anything about tea that it seemed expensive. Comrade, she's seducing my husband. Lin Efeng was anxious when she saw her talking about tea, but she didn't dare to scold her again. The policeman looked up at Jiang Daha. You must be the husband of this lesbian? Jiang Daha nodded. This was the first time in his life that he had been questioned by the police as a party to a case, and he had lost face. Name, ID card. The auxiliary police officer next to him took notes. Zhang Dai took out his ID card, and the auxiliary police officer took it and placed it on the instrument, and all the basic information came out, clearly including his place of work. The auxiliary police officer looked up at him, and Zhang Dai felt humiliated and uncomfortable. Comrade policeman, Mr. Tao and I are innocent. We occasionally chat on WeChat or buy some tea, and there is absolutely no improper contact. Today, we are just here drinking tea. You let go. Lin Efeng was about to scold, but received a warning look from the police officer and swallowed her words back down. No way, a man and a woman alone in a room together, who knows what you're doing? You're being ridiculous. Jiang Daha shouted angrily, his eyes red with rage, his whole body shaking. He clenched and unclenched his fists, hesitating to take action because there were still police officers present. What? You still want to hit me? You got yourself into all this trouble and you still want to hit me? If you've got the guts, come on. Hiru hurriedly pulled Lin Efeng back. Mom, just keep quiet, don't make Dad's high blood pressure flare up. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Dai fell backwards with a loud thud. Chapter 26 Chapter 25 Mother-in-law calls. Mother-in-law calls. All the disputes came to an abrupt end with Zhang Dai's fainting. The first to react were the police, who evacuated the crowd, carried him up and rushed downstairs, with the police car whizzing all the way to the hospital. Lin Efeng escorted Zhang Dai in the police car, while Zhang Che and Hiru got into the Audi with their aunt and uncle. As he watched them drive off, Li Denka couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He never expected things to develop like this. Let's go to the hospital later. Jiang Che's father's condition is a bit dangerous. Of course we should go, but before we go, let me ask you clearly, do you and this Mr. Tao have a relationship like Jiang Che's father and her? Xu Mingzhu turned her head and glanced at Tao Yuyang, who was standing at the top of the stairs, stunned. She must have been shocked by Jiang Dai's fall, because she didn't respond when the waitress spoke to her. Her? How could that be? I wanted to take you to a crosstalk show today, and who knew I would run into this? If Jiang Che's mother hadn't made such a scene, I really wouldn't have known about it. Li Damka felt wronged and unlucky. Xu Mingzhu looked him up and down, and he felt creepy. Really, I'm not lying. I see. What do you know? She doesn't like you. To be precise, she's very selective and you're not her type. Women are always precise and sharp in this regard. Li Dengko couldn't understand whether you were praising me or insulting me. What I mean is that she is very selective, and people like you are not in her league. Jiang Che's father has time and a pension. From the argument just now, it can be seen that he doesn't get along with Jiang Che's mother. At least Jiang Che's mother doesn't speak softly and sweetly, or a full set of elegant clothes, let alone know about tea. Xu Mingzhu's analysis is very convincing. And if you look at the way she dresses, the colors and styles, she is the favorite of old men who like to be artsy and a bit lecherous. She should be well versed in psychological tactics. If I'm not wrong, Jiang Che's father is willing to spend a lot of money, but at most he has received a semi-nude photo so far, or maybe a handjob. Li Dengkai is impressed. Wife, have you been reading psychology lately? Why would I read that? Then how did you come to these conclusions? Xu Mingzhu shrugged. It's just a woman's intuition. Don't look at her as if she's so detached from relationships, she can fool men but not women. Let's go, go to the hospital and see what's going on. After being examined, Jiang Dai was found to be a hypertensive patient whose blood vessels had ruptured due to excessive emotional agitation. There was also atherosclerosis in the small arteries, and when he fainted, the situation worsened because his head hit the floor. When Li Dengka and his wife rushed over, they had already entered the operating room, and the police had already left. Jiang Che and Hiru stood at the door of the operating room, and Lin Aifang and Lin Aihua were sitting on the row of chairs next to them. Lin Aibing was making a phone call not far away. Jiang Che and Hiru. Li Dengka greeted them in a low voice. The two of them suddenly turned around, very surprised. Mr. Li, sister-in-law, why did you come? I was worried about your father, so I came with your sister-in-law to check on him. How is he now? The previous examination said that his brain blood vessel had ruptured, and the amount of bleeding was quite large. He just went in, and the surgery is in progress, so we don't know the specific situation yet. Hiru rubbed her face and yawned, secretly hoping that Jiang Dai would be fine. Jiang Che gave Jiang Yuan a call and briefly explained the current situation. Jiang Yuan said she wanted to come and visit, but Jiang Che did not agree. He did not know how long the surgery would take, and there were enough people helping out, so he asked her to come with her daughter, Xiaoyu, tomorrow. Xu Mingzhu walked quickly over to Lin Aifang and called out, Auntie Lin. Lin Aifang shifted her buttocks to let her sit down, and her face was full of worry. Mingzhu, you're here. You've made us look like fools today. Don't say that. Today, I happened to go for tea with Denka, and we ran into this. We were worried about Uncle Jiang, so we came to check on him. Don't worry too much. When you get older, you're bound to have more problems. But now that medicine is so advanced, and he received treatment in time, Uncle Jiang will definitely be fine. It's not my fault. If he hadn't fooled around with that Tao Yueying, would I have gone looking for him? How could he be so agitated? It's all his own fault. Lin Aifang is feeling all kinds of emotions at the moment. She's angry with Jiang Daha's behavior, but she's also afraid that if he doesn't survive the operation, he'll be paralyzed for the rest of his life, which would be the end of her. Just now, she went to the bathroom, and an old woman with a crooked eye and a lopsided mouth came out. She walked a bit unsteadily, and the accompanying staff helped her enter the neurological ward. Lin Aifang went to the bathroom and followed her to have a look. Boy, there were a lot of people in that long row of wards. The crooked eyes and lopsided mouths were the least of it. There were also those who wore aphasia and hemiplegia. Mom, please don't say any more. Dad has learned a profound lesson. Jiang Che stared at the solemn white operating room door, praying for his father's successful surgery. Lin Aifang pursed her lips and lowered her head in silence, praying that Jiang Daha would not become hemiplegic. Li Dingko and his wife stayed for half an hour and were persuaded to go home. Lin Aihua and Lin Aibing were also persuaded to leave an hour later, saying that they would come back tomorrow. It was past midnight, and apart from the occasional nurse rushing about, they couldn't see anyone else. Jiang Che and the other two men slumped dejectedly on the row of chairs, half asleep. They didn't know how long it had been when a sudden noise woke them up. They sat up quickly and saw that the operating room door had opened. "Doctor, how is my father?" Jiang Che sprang up and rushed over. Lin Eifang at the moment only had eyes for Jiang Daha, and did not notice that her daughter-in-law was more worried than her son. "Daha, Daha." She rushed over and called out to Jiang Daha. The operation was considered a success, but the anesthetic had not worn off yet, so he would not wake up for the next 2 days. He would now be transferred to the intensive care unit for continued observation. Before the doctor could finish speaking, Lin Eifang remembered the patients she had seen earlier with after effects, and cried out in alarm, "Doctor, there won't be any after effects, will there?" "Mom, Dad hasn't even woken up after the surgery, you have to wait until he wakes up to observe the situation." Jiang Che helped Lin Eifang up and let the nurses push the cart away. Lin Eifang staggered behind. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. The more she blamed Jiang Date in her heart, and then Tao Yaming and Tao Yume didn't let her down. The two sisters scolded each other for a long time. Family members are not allowed in the intensive care unit. Jiang Che and Hiru discussed the situation and decided that one person should stay outside to keep watch while the other two went home to rest. In the end, Lin Eifang insisted on staying and sent the other two home. It was almost 3 o'clock when they got home. They were exhausted, so they each took a sofa, set their alarms for 7 o'clock, and went to bed. Hiru woke up at 6:30 because she had stayed in one position on the sofa for too long and hadn't moved. She had a splitting headache, her hamstring was numb and she had lost feeling in it, and her lumbar vertebrae were sore from sitting on the sofa. Her body gave her a warning, and she suddenly jerked, so hard that she almost fell off the sofa and let out a groan. Jiang Che, who was sitting on the sofa opposite, also reacted. Because he had rested his arm on the back of the sofa for too long, the blood was not circulating and he had no feeling in his arm. When he moved, it hit him in the chest, and the force was so strong that he opened his eyes for a moment, but it didn't kill him from the pain. The two of them got up miserably and stared at each other. Hiru looked at the time, turned off the alarm clock, called out to him, quickly took a shower and changed clothes, and threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Then they set off for the hospital, and on the way, Hiru bought breakfast for Lin Eifang to take to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, Lin Eifang was still asleep. It turned out that last night, a kind woman saw her dozing and felt sorry for her, so she brought her a quilt. Lin Eifang then found an empty corner bench and slept until now. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, the two did not disturb her, and put the breakfast next to her before going to see Jiang Dai. Through the glass of the intensive care unit, Jiang Dai lay quietly among the equipment and tubes, with a nurse monitoring him. After watching for a while, Jiang Che's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Hiru's mother, Cui Xiuli, so he answered it quickly, "Mom." Hiru immediately looked at him, signaling for him to speak naturally and not let her mother detect anything unusual. Jiang Che gave her an okay sign. "Hiru, where are you right now?" Cui Xiuli lowered her voice. "Is there anyone next to you?" "Not many people, you say?" "I heard that Jiang Che's father was caught by Jiang Che's mother while looking for a prostitute, and the police were called to the house and the whole thing was busted. I heard that Jiang Che's father fainted from anger and had to be taken to the hospital." "Is that true?" Chapter 27 Chapter 26 It's all that Vixen's fault. It's all that Vixen's fault. Jiang Che took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. This was his mother-in-law, he couldn't lose his temper. He exhaled slowly and asked, "Mom, who told you this?" Hiru saw that his face looked strange, so she leaned over to hear who was on the phone with her mother, who sounded very nervous. "Your Uncle Qin told your father early this morning that he was in the Shuizhuang area last night talking business with someone, and heard a lot of noise in the street, and the police came. Later, someone said that a vice den had been raided, and a male prostitute named Jiang Daha was arrested on the spot. Your Uncle Qin attended your wedding and remembered your father-in-law's name. He was afraid of making a mistake, so he sent me a video. I watched it and it really was your father-in-law, as well as your mother-in-law. Oh, I was so worried, so I quickly called you." Hiru was shocked and dumbfounded. A chill ran down her back. In just one night, it had spread like this? Jiang Che continued to breathe deeply, exhale, breathe deeply, exhale again. "Mom, listen to me. I was there too. What Uncle Qin said is not true. You must not believe it, and ask Uncle Qin not to spread it around. Jiang Che's father just went to drink tea. It wasn't a porn den, it was a regular tea house. Then would it attract the police? And he said that your mother-in-law caught your father-in-law red-handed? Let me tell you, your Uncle Chin said that many people on the local Douyin circle have posted videos saying the same thing. If this is a lie, then your father-in-law's reputation is completely ruined. You need to tell Jiang Che to quickly dispel the rumors. Jiang Che handed his phone to Yiru, hugged his head, squatted down, and leaned against the wall. He was going crazy, for real. Yiru took a deep breath, let it out, and said, "Mom, this is Jiang Che. I heard what you just said." Yong, Hiru's father, was also on the other end of the line, so Chui Xiuli simply put him on speakerphone. "Jiang Che, this is getting serious, and it can't get any worse. What's the situation at your house? What really happened last night?" Everyone else were just watching the fun, but Yong and Chui Xiuli were genuinely worried for them. After all, this was their daughters-in-law's home, and who would want to get involved in something like this? Hiru could only briefly summarize the key points of what had happened, and at the end told them that Jiang Dae was currently lying in the intensive care unit of the People's Hospital. There were gasps on the other end of the line. How could they not have told them sooner that it was so serious? "We'll be right over." Then the phone was hung up. Jiang Che hugged his head and said in a muffled voice, "Why did you tell them? It's useless for them to come. It was impossible to keep it a secret anyway, so she might as well tell them herself rather than wait for them to find out from someone else." Just as she hung up, the phone rang again. This time it was Jiang Yuan, so Hiru switched it to speakerphone. Jiang Yuan must be at her parents' place. The sound on the line is quite noisy. "Sister-in-law, I took little Yu to my parents' place early this morning, wanting to ask them to go to the hospital with me to see my uncle. But my father kept watching videos of my uncle on his phone, and the titles were, 'My father is so angry that he's about to have a stroke.' He asked me what's going on, and I don't know, those things on the internet are different from what you said yesterday." Hirushi handed the phone to Jiang Che and told him in words, "It's your turn." Then she imitated him by crouching down and hugging her head, feeling tired. Jiang Che's uncle was named Jiang Dahai, his aunt was Lu Xiaoman, and he had a cousin named Jiang Shu, who was 3 years younger than Jiang Yuan and was studying at university in the provincial capital. UNZ. It's hard to explain over the phone, so I'll tell you more when you come to the hospital. Yes, we're all here. After he finished speaking, Jiang Che hung up the phone with little energy. "Do you think we should go to the police station? Ask the police to help dispel the rumors?" Hiru asked him for advice. Jiang Che glanced at the intensive care unit from a distance and said, "Let's go after they've all come over." He rubbed his face with his hands, looking a bit dazed and a bit helpless. Hiru looked at him. From this angle, he looked quite pitiful. When she looked away, she saw a young man walking towards them from the end of the corridor. She didn't know his face, but she recognized his work uniform from Jade Tower Spring. "Someone's coming, looks like someone from Jade Tower Spring." He nudged Jiang Che and pulled him to his feet. The young came over, a little apprehensive, and looked at the two faces several times. He handed over a mobile phone with a broken corner. "This is the mobile phone Mr. Jian left at our tea house. He should have dropped it at the store last night. Our boss asked me to deliver it." Hiru took it and was surprised to see 32 missed calls on the screen, all from relatives and friends. "Thank you. How is your boss?" Closed down. The business can't be done for the time being, and the boss has also gone home." The young man was dejected. They knew the inside story of this matter. How to say, there is no worse result than now. If Yulikan closes down, they will have to find another job. After he left, Hiru pulled Jiang Che and moved him to a chair, and whispered to him, "What are we going to do from now on? How are your parents going to live?" Jiang Che leaned against her shoulder, his will low. "When he wakes up, it will be a real storm. You know my mother's personality. It's possible that the two of them will argue every day. If you don't want Xiaoyu to live in this environment, let's move out." Hiru was stunned for a moment, shook her head, and said, "If you told me to move out a year ago, I would be happy to, but now there's no need, because as soon as you and I get back together, we'll get a divorce, and I'll take Xiaoyu and leave." As soon as Jiang Che let out a sob, then put his head on Hiru's chest, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, and took full advantage of his position as a man. "You're being so cruel, saying divorce at a time like this, oh." Hiru was first stunned, then anxious, and went to grab his ironclad arm. "What are you doing? Let go of me, quickly. A big man crying like this in my arms, aren't you ashamed?" My heart was sad. It was only natural to hug my husband and cry. What's there to be ashamed of? Without seeing her face, it was hard to tell whether Hiru was pretending. But her tears were genuine, and her shirt was already damp with them. Afraid of waking Lin A-fong, and also afraid of someone coming up, she hugged her husband, still crying and out of breath. She could only change her tactics. She patted his back and coaxed, "You're just agitated by this incident. Didn't you promise to agree to a divorce when I brought it up before? Don't worry, once Dad is discharged from the hospital and we're back home, the gossip will gradually die down and we can then consider our own affairs. What if we can't get it changed back?" Zhang Che sniffed and asked a question that made her heart race. Impossible. She immediately rejected the idea. What if? There is no such thing as a what if. Just as they were arguing, Hiru's phone rang again. He Yong and Chui Shioli were already at the hospital and would be coming up soon. "Quick, wipe your tears, don't let my parents think I've been bullied." Hiru patted him hurriedly. Zhang Che let go of her hand and stood up, feeling his face. "I'm going to the bathroom to wash my face." Seeing him go to the bathroom, Hiru got up and went to wake Lin A-fong up. Hearing that her in-laws had arrived, Lin A-fong scrambled to get up. Hiru folded the quilt for her and returned it to the older sister who had lent it to them. As soon as the elevator door opened, a crowd of 7 or 8 people poured out, including Hiru's brother Hifeng and sister-in-law Chen Jeja. Xiaoyu was being held by Hiyong, and as soon as they got to the ground, she dashed over to Hiru and Zhang Che, "Daddy, Mommy." Everyone gathered around, asking them what was going on and wanting to see Zhang Che's father. Lin A-feng led them outside the glass door to take a look at Zhang Dai's current condition, and then returned to the floor lobby to answer questions. Since she had woken up, naturally Zhang Che and Hiru didn't have the chance to speak, and Lin A-feng could only look on with a mixture of sadness, anger, and frustration. She pointed at the sky, stamped her feet, and said, "It's all that Vixen's fault that her father had to be admitted to the hospital today." Chapter 28 Chapter 27 Watch the video. Watch the video. I noticed something was wrong with his father a long time ago. He spent all day chatting with that Vixen on his phone. Look, Lin A-fong pulled up screenshots of their chats and passed them around. There were also transfer records. His father had sent the Vixen more than 8,000 yuan in less than 2 months. Can you tell what kind of good tea costs more than 8,000 yuan? Oh, everyone looked surprised. Last night, he lied to me, saying that he was having tea with a fishing friend, but he was actually meeting the Vixen at a tea house. Fortunately, my husband, Zhang Che, is crafty, and told me not to argue with him, but to catch them in the act. I held my tongue and didn't say anything until last night, when Zhang Che led Aihua, Ibing, and Hiru to block them in together. The Vixen was still arguing there, saying that the tea she bought was expensive and good, and that she was innocent with Zhang Che's father. Oh, you have no idea, her cheongsam had such a high slit that even if the wind was stronger, her underwear would be visible. Later, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I hit the Vixen. Zhang Che's father saw me hit his girlfriend, and the police were called, so he was so angry that he went to the hospital. Zhang Che watched his mother's headache as she exaggerated and gestured, and everyone's faces were different. Zhang Dahai's face was the worst. After all, it was his own brother who did this. Hifeng and Chen Jeja had also seen this video, but they hadn't thought it was Zhang Dahai. They only found out that Zhang Che's father was the protagonist when Chui Shioli called them in the morning to come to the hospital together. Hifeng asked him quietly, "Xiaoru, is what your mother-in-law said true?" Zhang Yuan also came over and said, "Sister-in-law, what my aunt said is the same as what's on the internet. Is it true or not?" She also knew a little about Lin A-fong and didn't dare to believe everything she said. Zhang Che opened his mouth, but really had no energy to deal with all these questions. So he simply opened TikTok, pulled up the video, turned it up to the maximum volume, and directly held it in front of Lin A-fong. "Mom, you should watch this first." "What are you doing? Showing me this mess?" Lin A-fong was annoyed by his mess when a big headline popped up on the video, accompanied by an explanation. Local police raided a brothel late at night, catching a client in the act of paying for sex. The client's wife was also present, and the scene was very heated for a while. The background video shows the scenes that took place last night at Jade House of Spring. Lin A-fong's shrill voice can be heard inside, cursing and fighting, and the screen shows everything. Zhang Dai is carried out by the police. The comments below say that the prostitute looks familiar, as if they know each other. Is it called Triple X? Some say that the proprietress of Jade House of Spring looks flirtatious, some say that the wife scolds well and it's a pity it's not in a book, some say that Shuizhuang should be properly rectified, and some say that it's a good thing to go and see the scene. Lin Yifeng's face gradually changed, she snatched the phone and rummaged through it, then looked up in shock and confusion. What nonsense is this? How did your father become a prostitute? He was just having tea there, and when he came out, he was still wearing his clothes properly. Why did they write such a random headline? Everyone? Cui Xiuli gave He-Yong a wink, and He-Yong went up and pulled his daughter next to Yifeng and Jiang Yuan. Why does your mother-in-law keep changing her story? What did your father-in-law go there for anyway? Jiang Che was about to speak when Hiru pushed her way through the crowd and walked up to Lin Yifeng. Mom, didn't you say all this? You called Jade House a brothel, and Tao Yueying a busybody. You also said that all the men here last night were suspected of being prostitute users, so isn't my father a prostitute user? I was just angry and wanted to anger your father. I didn't ask anyone to make a video and write such a headline. Lin Yifeng felt extremely aggrieved, and felt that her son was blaming her. Sister-in-law, you're angry with my brother, you can say whatever you like to him at home, but that's not your living room, you can't say whatever you like in public. Zhang Dahai had known Lin Yifeng for more than 30 years, and after a moment's thought, he understood the whole situation. His brother had done wrong, but it was definitely not a reason to treat him so harshly. His sister-in-law had lost her temper and caused a scene, and now her brother was lying in intensive care. Even if he recovered, he would never be able to hold his head up in Lanyang again. Lin Yifeng's sense of grievance rose, and she stuck out her neck and yelled at Zhang Dahai, "It's your brother who did something wrong, and you're not even letting me talk about him?" Lu Xiaoman, the younger sister-in-law, hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, Dahai didn't mean it that way." What do you mean by that? People are biased by nature. You have to defend your brother even if he kills and sets fire to people. Just because I scolded him a little, it means I'm wrong? It's obvious that he was having an affair with that bitch. Did I catch them in the wrong place by mistake? Lin Yifeng turned her head and cried to Cui Xiuli, "In-law, you tell me what's right and wrong." It was clearly Jiang Daha who got up to all that nonsense, but in the end it's all my fault. You tell me, I've worked like a horse for the Jiang family for decades, taking care of them and feeding them, and I'm the only one who cleans the house. I've done my bit over the years, and now they're blaming me. Cui Xiuli hurriedly helped her and patted her back. They don't blame you, so don't think too much about it. Jiang Che's father is still lying in there, so you have to take care of your health. Dahai, stop it. Lu Xiaoman persuaded Jiang Dahai. Jiang Dahai angrily shook off her hand and sat down to sulk. Jiang Che rubbed his brows and helplessly gave Jiang Yuan a wry smile. See? My father-in-law and brother-in-law don't understand the situation at home, but my cousin definitely does. I understand. Jiang Yuan waved her hands and pulled Xiaoyu aside to avoid any more heartache. Auntie, both Grandpa and Grandma were fine yesterday, so why are they sleeping in the hospital today? Although the child is young, she knows that she should worry about Grandpa. Her big, worried eyes are filled with worry, and she tightly grasps Jiang Yuan's hand. Be good, Grandpa will get better soon, don't worry. Jiang Yuan stroked her pigtails. Lin Yifeng also heard it, and sadness came from the bottom of her heart. My little Yu is so understanding, she even knows to worry about her grandpa. Why doesn't her grandpa think about the child? Jiang Che instructed He-Yong, Dad, I will tell you the whole story when I have time. You and Mom help look after her today, and don't let my mother-in-law and Uncle Jiang Che fight in the hospital. I understand, don't worry. He-Yong went over to talk to Zhang Dahai. Cui Xiuli and Lu Xiaoman took Lin Yifeng aside to hear her grievances, occasionally offering words of advice. The two groups were far apart, and the voices were hard to hear. When my parents go back later, ask them to bring Xiaoyu over to stay for a few days. They'll probably have to take turns visiting the hospital these few days, so they won't be able to take care of her. Hiru discussed this with Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan quickly spoke up, Brother, there's no need. Xiaoyu can just follow me. I'll take her with me when I live in the school dormitory. It's a long way to her grandparents' house, and it takes 20 minutes to drive there. Xiaoyu pursed her lips, I want to follow my mom and dad. Jiang Yuan hugged her, they run to the hospital every day and don't have time to send you to school. You and I can sleep a little longer and still not be late. By the way, I'll even take you to do some handicrafts. What do you say? The little girl thought about it seriously, then I have to come and see Grandpa every day. Okay, no problem, we'll come after school. UNZ, thank you. Hiru squatted down and hugged her daughter. This was the first time they had lived apart since they were young. Unz, thank you. Jiang Che also let out a sigh of relief. The parents-in-law's home was indeed a bit far away, and it was great that Jiang Yuan could help. It's no big deal. Jiang Yuan waved her hand. He Feng asked, Ru, Che, what are you going to do about this video? What else can we do? We'll go to the police station and report that the video is all lies, and ask them to help us remove it from the internet. Privately, Hiru paused for a moment and looked over her shoulder at the intensive care unit at the end of the corridor. We can only hope that by the time my father wakes up, the storm will have passed. Chapter 29. Chapter 28. Her face was badly bruised. Her face was badly bruised. Hifeng accompanied Jiang Che and Hiru to the Public Security Bureau, and the three of them didn't leave until noon. Halfway there, they got a call from Jiang Yuan. Lin Heifang had ordered a table of food at Tianyameizue and invited everyone to lunch, telling them to go straight there when they were done. Hiru drove, while Hifeng pulled Jiang Che into the back seat and whispered, I feel like your mother-in-law has a big heart and isn't worried about this at all. Jiang Che forced a difficult smile and said, that's just her personality. The three Lin siblings had personalities that were quite unique. Their grandfather was an only child who was spoiled by his grandparents since he was young. He happened to become a village cadre before turning 30, and was busy with work and farming every day, so he basically didn't pay much attention to his children. His grandmother was quick-tempered and soft-spoken, and was always too busy with the housework. Lin Heifang took care of her younger siblings as soon as she got older. It was strange to say, but the three of them grew up to have exactly the same personality. That's why Jiang Che was especially afraid of them being together, as it could easily lead to all kinds of situations. Our mother was lucky that she didn't turn out like that, and our father was lucky that he didn't turn out like that. Hifeng sighed with emotion. He didn't see that his younger sister's face had suddenly changed, and she looked away and stared out the window, not speaking to him again. When they arrived at Tianyameizue, the waiter led them directly to a large private room that could seat more than 10 people. There was already a circle of people inside. In addition to the previous families, Lin Aihua and Lin Aibing were also there. Auntie, uncle, you're here too. The three of them greeted them. You're finally back. What did the Public Security Bureau say? Zhang Dahai was the first to ask, as he was most worried about this. The three police officers from yesterday were all there, and we went over the situation again. They consulted their superiors and decided to contact the Cyberspace Administration to handle this together, including those personal marketing accounts, local post bars, and so on. They should issue a corresponding announcement and delete the videos, etc., which should be seen soon. How long do we have to wait? They left their phone number and will notify us later. Jiang Che apologized for not being able to say that the police comrades had been extremely negatively affected by this incident and had given them a lecture. They were also reminded that the Yulo Spring Tea House had closed down due to this incident, which was estimated to have caused considerable losses. At present, Tao Yueying was only temporarily avoiding the storm. After the storm passed, if the two sides needed to communicate, they must handle it rationally and not go to the door to beat people up and curse at them. Jiang Che did not dare to tell Lin Heifang about the police comrades' exhortations at this time, lest she fly into a rage. Lin Heifang felt that the matter would be settled after hearing this. Zhang Daya didn't know anything anyway, and when he woke up and was discharged from the hospital, it would be at least a month later, and by then things should have calmed down. She waved her hand towards the door. Waiter, everyone is here, hurry up and serve the food. Tao Yumei returned to her hometown of Huan Village today. She chose 10 p.m. to go to the village, taking the back road in her little sports car. At this point, basically no one is hanging out anymore. Tao Yumei was also about to go inside to sleep after sprinkling some water in the yard and closing the door. Suddenly, she saw the headlights flash outside the iron gate in the backyard. A smile appeared on her face, and she ran over, shouting, Yumei is back, while opening the iron gate to let her drive in. In fact, the sisters were not on such good terms. In previous years, Tao Yumei had often blamed her younger sister for the family's reputation because of the things she did outside the home. However, after Tao Yuan returned home, she spent a large sum of money renovating the old house into the most luxurious new rural villa in Huan Village. Tao Yumei's years of resentment immediately disappeared, and the sisters' bond became unbreakable. Is Mom asleep? Tao Yuan looked left and right in the courtyard. They went to bed early. Your brother-in-law is asleep too. If I hadn't got into the habit of staying up late in the city, I would have gone to bed too. Tao Yume said, lifting her hand to remove her hat. You're still wearing your hair down and wearing a hat in the middle of the night? You look like a ghost, take it off. Sister, let's take it off inside, I have something to tell you. As soon as she saw her sister, Tao Yume knew that she still didn't know about it, so she hurriedly pushed her inside. The Tao family's new house was large enough for everyone to have their own room, and Tao Yume had deliberately saved the best-facing room for her, which she cleaned every now and then and could stay in whenever she wanted. Tao Yume pulled her back to her own room, and only then did she relax, taking off her hat in front of Tao Yume and pushing her hair behind her ears. Sister, my face is like this, can I not wear a hat? Tao Yume gasped when she saw it clearly. What happened to your face? Tao Yueying had just had her nose and chin operated on at the end of last year, and logically speaking, it was the time when she should have recovered the best. However, the bottom of her nose was now congested and red, her chin was a bit crooked, her left cheekbone and cheek were red, and even her mouth corners were swollen, making her look very ugly. She had been beaten up. Tao Yueying shut the doors and windows and sat down on the bed with her head bowed. Who did this? This is too cruel. What did you do to deserve this? Tao Yueme asked in a conservative manner. After all, her younger sister was no ordinary person. It was normal for her to be punished if she offended the wife of any family. Tao Yueying of course understood what she was thinking. She pulled on the corner of her mouth that wasn't swollen and laughed at herself. If I did something to deserve a beating, I wouldn't complain, but the point is that I really didn't do anything. It was that Zhang Day who came up to me wanting to buy tea. At most, I just had a few words with him and sent him a photo. She took out her phone and showed Tao Yume the chat history. Look, just this much, and his wife actually went to my tea house to make trouble, and she started fighting right away, and that's how my face got like this? By the way, it seems that his wife is from the same village as us, and she mentioned you. Tao Yume had gone out and messed around when she was young, and she was not as familiar with the village as Tao Yume. Tao Yume took it with trepidation and listened to Tao Yume as she looked at it while she listened to what had happened last night. She couldn't say that she didn't know these two people, she knew them too well. Lin Afan was definitely taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble for the Tao family. This was too ruthless. Was this bullying the Tao family for not having a male heir? Tao Yueying has no idea what her sister is thinking. She looks in the mirror, touches her own face lightly, and scolds, that old woman is ruthless enough, but she didn't get what she deserved. I heard that Zhang Day is still lying in the intensive care unit, and he deserves it. When I go to the provincial capital, I'll have my face fixed, and the bill will have to be put on her head. She feels unlucky when she thinks about having to pay her employees' wages during the days of business closure. Last night, she saw Zhang Day being carried out in such a big way, and she was really afraid that Zhang Day would die in her tea house. Today, she heard that he was rescued, and she immediately felt relieved. She began to consult a lawyer friend she knew. Her friend told her not to worry, to first repair her face, and at the same time collect evidence from all parties, waiting to sue the Zhang family. Yueying, I also have something to tell you. Tao Yume told her everything that had happened at Li Denki's house, embellishing her own image as appropriate. That's how I got fired. When I came back, everyone in the village laughed behind my back, saying that I must have had some problem to quit after less than 3 months. They're the ones who got me into this, and now they're getting you into trouble too. How come we sisters have such a hard life? Why are they gunning for us? She drew herself into the same camp as her sister. Tao Yui nodded in sympathy. They grew up under the same roof, so Tao Yume knew exactly what kind of person she was. Sister, this has nothing to do with the Zhang family, so don't get involved. I'm having a serious lawsuit with them, so don't tell anyone, not even your husband. Remember. Tao Yume felt a little ashamed and snorted through her nose. Okay, I remember. Tao Yueying stayed at home for the night, packed some clothes, and left Huan village at 6 a.m. by car, heading straight for the provincial capital on the national highway. Chapter 30 Chapter 29 Flower-Loving Madman. Flower-Loving Madman. On Sunday afternoon, the Public Security Bureau issued a notice, and the online videos immediately began to disappear from the shelves. By Monday, the heat had finally subsided. Afraid of delaying Wang Mingcheng from going to work, Hiru took the car to his house early in the morning. Wang Mingcheng had been cooing over his blind date these past few days and was unaware of the Zhang family's situation. He even thanked her for filling up the car with gas. Li Dinka gave Zhang Che a week's vacation, telling him not to go to work for now and to take good care of Zhang Day. He also sent Zhang Day 1,000 yuan in consolation money in the name of his wife's cousin, which moved Lin Afeng so much that she refused to take it, arguing with him for a long time before finally accepting it. Can I take a week off from the kindergarten? Jiang Che asked Hiru. He asked the deputy headmistress for a day off yesterday evening, but she seemed to be in a difficult situation. She asked him to coordinate with Yu and arrange for another teacher to cover for him. Fortunately, Yu was able to say that the substitute could only be borrowed from the office, and in the end, Director Wang came to cover for him. Hearing this, Jiang Che didn't dare to take a week off. Of course not. I've only been here for 3 years, and it seems like I've only taken time off once. You're on your second time off this time. There's a shortage of teachers in kindergartens, so how can you handle the workload if you take time off again? You go to work tomorrow. It's enough for me and my mom to be here. Come back after work in the afternoon. If there's anything, we can contact each other on our phones. I have a week off anyway, so Hiru took the initiative to take care of things. The doctor said that Jiang Date is recovering well and is expected to wake up in the next 2 days. After waking up, he will be observed for a period of time, and if there are no problems, he can be transferred to a general ward. It is only when he arrives at the general ward that he will need care all day long, and that is when it will be tiring. Thank you. Jiang Che felt a mixture of emotions in his heart. If it were the old him, he would not have understood Hiru, but instead would have been angry with her for going to work at this time and not caring at all about his father-in-law. Hiru lifted her chin and said unceremoniously, "You should thank me, because I'm a better husband than you." Husband, you're so good. Jiang Che followed suit and embraced her arm. Cheeky, you're addicted to this trick now, aren't you? Hiru bit her finger and pushed him away. Jiang Che let go of her arm, flirtatiously flicked her hair, and then made a gesture with her hand as if supporting something on her chest. It's great to be a woman. Hiru, that's disgusting, you win. The phone suddenly rang in Hiru's pocket. She looked away from Jiang Che and took out her phone, which showed the name Chang Siyu. She answered, "Siyu, what's up?" Manager Jiang, I was going to report to you today on the progress of the Starbo education case, but I heard from Mr. Lee that you've taken a week's leave. I took some time off because of some family matters. The case is almost finished now. Have you made contact with Starbo? Do they have any questions? I have been in contact with them every day and they are aware of the progress. I just need to wrap things up. Chang Siyu's tone was a little agitated. This is the first small case that I have followed independently under your guidance. I always feel like something is missing if I don't report the daily progress to you. It's like that at the beginning. You've done a good job already. You'll get more used to it as you take on more orders. Thank you for your encouragement. By the way, Manager Jiang, is something wrong at home? Why did you take so long to leave? Chang Siyu couldn't help asking, as she was not interested in the wine. Something has happened at home recently. I can't go into details, but please bear with Zhaoyi and me at work. I'll buy you both a drink and some kebabs when you come back to work next week. Hiru's vague response immediately reminded Chang Siyu of what she had overheard last week when she had gone to report on her work. At that time, she walked to the door and suddenly heard the voice of General Manager Lee inside, persuading Manager Jiang to reconcile with his wife, who wanted a divorce, and he also invited them both to dinner to communicate over the weekend. She remembered that Manager Jiang's wife had worked at Jingrui before, so it was normal for General Manager Lee to help mediate. However, General Manager Lee's expression this morning when he mentioned Jiang Che's leave request was not very good, and Manager Jiang's tone was low at the moment. Could it be that the mediation had failed? Is it true that they are getting a divorce? A flash of surprise crossed her face, but Chang Siyu did her best to restrain her excitement. Thank you, Manager Jiang, we won't be rude, see you next week. After hanging up the phone, Chang Siyu twirled around happily, which made Zhaoyi beside her look puzzled. What did Manager Jiang say to make you so happy? He said that we have worked hard this week, and next week, when we go back to work, he will buy us drinks and kebabs. Zhaoyi's eyes lit up at the news. Okay, let's pick the place today. Anywhere is fine. Chang Siyu returned to her workstation and rolled her eyes, expressing contempt for someone who was happy just because they had a drink and ate some skewers. She had no desire to work anymore, and began to fantasize about how she would get Jiang Che's attention if he did get a divorce. Manager Jiang seemed to have a daughter in kindergarten, and she wondered who would get custody of the child if they got divorced. If it went to the man, she didn't know if she could be a good stepmother at such a young age. Zhaoyi picked out a few addresses and wanted to ask her about them, but she didn't hear him call Chang Siyu even after calling her a few times. He poked his head in to see where she was, but she was at her workstation, and he wondered where she had gone. Zhaoyi shook his head and muttered something about a flower gazer. Zhang Day woke up on Tuesday afternoon. After examination, all indicators showed a good recovery, so he continued to be observed in the intensive care unit for 4 days, and was transferred to the general ward on Sunday morning. There were 3 beds in the general ward. Zhang Day lay on the bed by the door. The middle bed was empty, and the other bed was occupied by a middle-aged man of similar age, who was also being cared for by his wife. When they entered, the two families greeted each other and learned that the man in the opposite bed, surnamed Zhang, had just been admitted 2 days ago and also had brain surgery. His wife looked relatively young, in her 40s but not yet 50, with a gentle temperament. She told them where to get hot water and which fast food was delicious. Lin Aifang felt a sense of kinship, and before long, she became acquainted with the woman across the street. She learned that her surname was Gu and that she and brother Zhang were husband and wife. Zhang Day was not yet able to express himself verbally, so he generally used eye gestures and occasionally made indistinct sounds. Whenever he saw Lin Aifang, he would visibly stiffen up and his face would turn rather rejecting, not to mention communicating. If his son and daughter-in-law were not around, he basically ignored Lin Aifang, either with his eyes closed or watching TV. Lin Aifang was so angry that she cursed Tao Yuan in her heart again and again. She blamed the sly fox for ruining her family. She ran around every day, but Jiang Da still gave her a hard time. Could it be that he still missed the sly fox? When she got angry, she would complain a lot, and she didn't feel comfortable unless she said it out loud. She pulled the bed curtain closed and used the urinal to catch Jiang Day's urine, while saying, "I'll tell you, your lover's shop has closed and no one knows where he's gone. He probably feels ashamed and dares not come out. You should forget about him. Just get well and our family can continue. And don't get any more ideas in your head. You're getting old, so save some face for your children and grandchildren." Seeing that Zhang Day was ignoring her and staring blankly at the TV, she couldn't help but speak again. "Look at that couple over there, what a good relationship they have. If only you were half as gentle and considerate as their husband, our family wouldn't have been so devastated. It's all your fault." Zhang Day closed his eyes and tried to go to sleep. She pulled up the curtain and sighed, "I'm going to go rest on that empty bed for a while. I'm at an age where I don't know if you'll be able to take care of me like this when I'm lying on a hospital bed in the future." She didn't rest on the empty bed, but instead started complaining to the woman across from her, "Gu, I've looked around the wards here, and in every case where the husband is sick, it's the wife who takes care of him, and the brothers and children rarely help out. Look at your family and mine." Gu Jiao smiled, "Liner, your family situation is much better than mine. Your son and daughter-in-law run up and down every day, helping with a lot of things, unlike my family where I'm the only one." Lin Aifang pouted, "My son's not doing too badly. He took leave this week to look after me, and he's worked himself to the bone. It's his daughter-in-law who works every day, and then comes over after work to eat with us, without even bothering to look after the kids. She doesn't even say she'll take some time off to help out. I'm going to say that my daughter-in-law is selfish." Gu Jiao couldn't smile anymore. She got up to get the remote control on the stool in front to change the channel, and just happened to see Jiang Che and Hiru standing in the doorway, both of them with dark faces. Oh no, she looked back at Lin Aifang, and what she just said was heard. Chapter 31 Chapter 30 Frozen meat is delicious. Frozen meat is delicious. Lin Aifang panicked for a moment when she saw them walk in. But it was only for a moment. She had a characteristic: if she did something bad and got caught, she could quickly find excuses for herself and rationalize her actions. She told herself in her heart that what she had just said was the truth, that she was right, and that it was Hiru who should be blushing. To make herself seem more righteous, she leaned back and ordered with a stern face, "I can't take it anymore. I've been serving all day and my back hurts. Hiru, you hurry up and give me a massage. Maybe I've hurt my lumbar spine." Hiru took the lunchbox from Jiang Che's hands and put it on the table, then motioned to him with her chin, saying, "Go ahead. Go and massage your mother yourself." Gu Jiao pretended to change the channel, but she kept glancing at Lin's daughter-in-law. She thought the young woman would turn around and leave in anger, but she didn't expect her to pull up her sleeves and massage Lin Aifang's back with a serious face. The son standing nearby even crossed his arms and pretended to give instructions, "You have to slowly rub along the spine towards the sides. Hey, don't use brute force, and then come down, use the fingertips." She shook her head, feeling sorry for the young woman, who looked like a clay sculpture, completely dominated by her mother-in-law. Lin Aifang couldn't hear Gu Jiao's inner monologue. This week she really didn't like her daughter-in-law. Jiang Che and she were both busy as hell, but the daughter-in-law was content to go to work, and she even left the baby with Jiang Yuan. If you didn't know any better, you'd think she was the one bringing home the bacon. I thought Hiru would resist, but she actually came to give her a massage. What does that show? It shows that Hiru was guilty, and that I was right. When she saw that her son was next to her, strengthening her position as the head of the household, she felt even better, and wanted to show off her authority as the mother-in-law. She rolled her eyes and said, Hiru, it's not good to always let Xiaoyu sleep at Jiang Yuan's place, is it? How can a young girl who hasn't married take care of your child every day? You have to go to work every day anyway, so why don't you pick Xiaoyu up? Ouch, it's heavy, it's breaking my bones. Lin Eifang rolled over and cried out in pain, covering her lower back. Really? I don't think it's heavy. Zhang Che did it on purpose. His mother's mouth is really annoying. He felt sorry for himself and had to do something. Hiru interrupted in time, Mom, don't worry about Xiaoyu. Hiru gave Yuanzi a set of 1,800 yuan worth of branded skincare products 2 days ago, and every night, he unwaveringly ordered a fresh fruit box for the two of them. Yuanzi can't wait for Xiaoyu to stay there. Oh yes, she also gave the aunt a 600 yuan supermarket shopping cart to thank her daughter for helping take care of Xiaoyu. The aunt said that we can rest assured that she and her husband can also help take care of the child. You see, there is really no need to worry about Xiaoyu. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow, and she realized that the young couple were on the same page. Zhang Dai, who was behind the curtain, rolled his eyes. This old woman is getting more and more annoying. It's your turn to be scolded by your son. Her son is so disrespectful. Lin Eifang was so angry that she sat up. If it's like that, during the time I've been in the hospital, I haven't even been able to see my precious granddaughter once? You won't let her come here, and I can't go see her, so you're isolating her from me and her grandfather. When her grandfather is discharged from the hospital, she might not even recognize us. No, that won't happen. Xiaoyu came to visit Grandpa yesterday, and my father even pinky promised with her. Hiru calmly replied. I wasn't there at the time. Lin Eifang's face turned black with anger. Weren't you chatting in another ward? There are so many wards in a row, and you couldn't be found. I guess you were having a good time chatting. Xiaoyu waited for half an hour, but when she didn't see you, she went back. I drove her there. Hiru would never give her the chance to defend herself. Gu Zhao couldn't help it, and turned her face to laugh secretly. This son is quite interesting. Then she heard Lin Eifang arguing, What, are you blaming me for not keeping an eye on your father? I serve him here every day, and you blame me for just going out once. Mom, Zhang Che interrupted, we're not blaming you, we just wanted to let you know that Xiaoyu came yesterday. Then I didn't see her. Lin Eifang felt like she was going to have a heart attack from all the anger they were causing her, and her voice raised sharply. I'll bring her over after work tomorrow, so you can have a good look. Hiru didn't bother arguing with her anymore, and quickly pulled back the bed curtain. Dad, it's time to eat. I brought you preserved egg and pork congee today, and I also ground some healthy cereal. MMHM. Zhang Dai responded as best he could. This really got Lin Eifang's goat. She sprang up and glared at Zhang Dai, as if she wanted to bore 2 holes in his face. You know how to respond when your son talks to you, but you ignore me when I talk to you all day. I take care of you every day, and this is how you repay me? You old people have no conscience, and neither does your son. She hated both father and son. Hiru pretended not to hear, raised the bed, opened the small rice cooker, scooped out a bowl of porridge, and slowly fed it to Zhang Dai. Zhang Che then asked Gu Zhao for a clean bowl and scooped a bowl of porridge for the old man, Uncle Zhang. Gu Zhao kept thanking him and praised the 2 young people for their considerate and attentive service. Zhang Dai seemed to deliberately provoke Lin Eifang, and after Gu Zhao's praise, he responded enthusiastically with a ha-ha. Lin Eifang felt like she was about to die of anger. She felt that these people were bullying her, including Gu Zhao. She could see clearly that this Gu Zhao was full of tricks and liked to speak in a vague manner. Not only did she not help her, but she also deliberately praised Hiru and Zhang Che in front of her. This was all deliberate, to make her seem reasonable. Bah, she is so much younger than Lao Zhang, and she hasn't seen her children appear, so it's not even certain if they are husband and wife. And from the way Gu Zhao acts, she is also used to acting weak in front of men, and she can't stand that kind of person. Gu Zhao sensitively perceived Lin Eifang's unfriendly gaze, so she stopped talking and sat down by the bed, feeding Lao Zhang porridge. Seeing that Hiru had finished feeding Zhang Dai, Zhang Che opened the food they had eaten and placed it on the small table, inviting Lin Eifang to come and eat. Lin Afang glanced at the food: shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried potato slices, braised beef brisket with radish, and garlic oil lettuce. She raised the corner of her mouth and asked, "Where did you buy this? Why didn't you get some soup?" "Just the small bowls of food on Chunfeng Road, no soup, because soup is not easy to pack and will spill." Hiru handed her a bowl of rice. "If the two of you carry it separately, it will still spill? That's because you don't know how to do it. And this radish and beef brisket stew, who knows what kind of beef these fast food restaurants use? It's probably frozen meat." "Well, then you go get it tomorrow, pack whatever you want to eat, I've got a membership there, just report my mobile phone number." After switching bodies with Jiang Che, Hiru's tolerance for Lin Afang has greatly improved. For things like what just happened, she would have been angry in the original body, but not only is she not angry, she actually quite enjoys it, especially seeing Jiang Che get upset in her body. After hearing her say that, Lin Afang refused even more to have a small bowl of vegetables. "I don't want to eat there, I don't think the taste is good, I'll find it myself tomorrow." Lin Afang was just speaking angrily because she was upset. She was very unhappy with the three of them now, and felt that everything they did and said was directed at her. She had to rebel. For example, she could eat whatever she liked, but she would not eat a small bowl of vegetables. "Fine, you pick for yourself, we don't mind, as long as there is something to eat." Hiru smiled at Jiang Che. "After all these years, you can see that your mother still likes to use this tactic." Jiang Che looked at her with blank eyes and said, "Thank you, I don't need your reminder." Hiru was even more relieved. "Look at the little black face of this daughter-in-law, it makes you want to eat more." She took a chopstick of braised beef brisket with radish in front of Lin Ifang's face and stuffed it in her mouth, then took a big bite of rice. "Frozen meat is delicious.